5,000 years ago, during the infamous Age of Despair, humanity was driven to the absolute brink of extinction. To save the world from total collapse, 4 legendary heroes rose up to face Erebus, the genesis of evil. Their names would be forever etched into history. Luna, the legendary elf archimage, the dwarf blacksmith, Edwin, the beastman warrior, Aaron, and last but not least, their mythical dragon companion, Lysinus. Yet someone else was there. In the midst of the final battle, a young healer named Kayla desperately tried to mend Lysinus's wounds to no avail. Grasping at his final breaths, the dragon begged him to take his heart and keep moving forward. But the boy refused time and again, insisting he could still save him, even though the dragon's mangled body proved otherwise. Lysinus simply ignored his pleas. His mind drifted back to their very first meeting and the sacred vow they had made to save the world, no matter the cost. Finally, the dragon closed his eyes for the last time, and Kyla realized it was already too late. Clutching his fallen comrade's heart in his hands, he wept, apologizing to him and the other 4 heroes for not being strong enough. By that point, it was clear that everyone else had already perished. With absolutely nothing left to lose, Kayla harnessed the raw power of the dragon's heart to face Erebus head-on. He was determined to destroy the antagonist, even if it cost him his life. He would consume the fiend's soul if it was the last thing he did. Kyle wasn't just any ordinary champion. He was the hero of the beginning, the spark that ignited the war against darkness. As he charges into battle, the scene shifts completely to a beautiful woman reading a bedtime story to her son, glossing over the brutal details of the war. The little infant is barely 2 months old, so everyone doubts he can comprehend a single word. What they don't realize is that the baby understands perfectly. In fact, he finds the story redundant, because he lived it firsthand. He is Kyle, the one who defeated Erebus, somehow reincarnated as a tiny brat in the future. Worse yet, he can't fathom why his legacy was completely erased from the history books. The scene changes to the royal school of the land, where a professor explains that they are currently living in the Age of Heroes, an era where society completely revolves around these mythical figures. In fact, the students in this room have been chosen to take the Lumen Academy entrance exam this year, offering them a chance to immortalize their names in the heroic record for all eternity. The professor lectures with such booming enthusiasm that he immediately snaps when he notices our protagonist is fast asleep. Deciding to make an example of him, he calls him out, demanding to know what rituals someone had to endure to be recognized as a hero 5,000 years ago. Our protagonist, Leo, is a 15-year-old student from the Ploth class. Even though he literally lived through that era, his answer is incredibly vague. This prompts the class prodigy to smugly raise his hand and explain that without a direct method to be acknowledged by the gods, the sacred selection rituals were born. The student's name is William Trader, widely renowned as the greatest magical prodigy in the entire kingdom. However, Leo couldn't care less about William's showboating. His mind is fixed on the fact that the history books describe the sacred ritual as a flawless divine miracle, entirely trivializing the desperate struggle of the great heroes who fought Erebus. Nothing he uncovers in the archives provides even a single clue as to why he was omitted from history. He broods over the mystery until a sudden commotion draws everyone's attention in an instant. Every boy in the room is glued to the window, watching Celia Serdinger pass by. Meanwhile, an announcement blares over the loudspeaker, ordering all students to assemble in the auditorium to welcome the prestigious Serdinger clan. Recognizing their immense political weight, Gulliver asks Leo if he plans to grovel for their attention, sneeringly implying that nobles of their stature would never spare a glance for a nobody. Leo shrugs off the petty comment and heads straight home to spend his afternoon training. He relishes how much sturdier and more balanced this new body is compared to his past life. Just as he finishes his final sets, a black-haired woman ambushes him out of nowhere, forcing him to scramble to block her lightning-fast strike. "Such mediocre talent won't even get you past the gates of Lumen Academy," she barks, pressing her assault. Declaring this mock battle to be his final exam, she unleashes a brutal flurry of blows. Leo exerts every ounce of physical strength to parry her strikes, exasperatedly asking if she isn't being a bit too ruthless with her own son. That's right. This battle maniac is Leo's mother, Reina, a woman entirely obsessed with heroic standards. She continues her fierce onslaught until she realizes one of her heavy swings carried far too much lethal momentum. For a split second, she panics, fearing she might actually injure him. Instead, Leo deftly counters, completely disarming her. He proves beyond a doubt that he is ready for Lumen Academy, the premier institution for human heroes and the cornerstone of the four races that maintain the heroic record. It is the only place Leo has any interest in attending, driven by the burning hope that its restricted vaults hold proof of his past life's achievements. That historical investigation will have to wait, however. His mother reveals that high-ranking members of the Serdinger clan are coming to stay at their estate, including Vice-Patriarch Zeiss. She plans to beg Zeiss to teach Leo their legendary aura technique so he can pass the academy exam next year. Leo nods along, keeping his true plan to himself. He intends to force his way into Lumine Academy during this very enrollment cycle. Meanwhile, Celia Serdinger arrives at the residence, loudly complaining about why they have to lodge with an obscure, low-born family instead of staying in a luxury hotel. Her uncle Zeiss firmly corrects her, noting that rumors suggest young Leo is an intriguing prospect. Celia scoffs, retorting that a boy who hasn't even unlocked his aura could never grasp her attention. With that, they enter the main hall where Leo's parents are waiting to greet them. Despite her internal arrogance, Celia masks it with flawless noble etiquette. However, she freezes upon noticing that Leo's mother, Reina, bears a striking resemblance to her own family line. Zeiss then reveals a shocking truth: Reina is his estranged older sister, making her a true daughter of the Serdinger clan. Later that evening, Zeiss and Reina meet in private. Zeiss teases her about how Leo refused to even come greet them, wondering if the boy's pride was wounded by their status. Reina chuckles, explaining that her son simply doesn't care for pleasantries when he could be training. This is proven out in the courtyard, where an intense sparring match has already broken out between Leo and Celia. Watching them, Reina tells Zeiss, not out of motherly bias, but pure martial evaluation, that her son is more than worthy of inheriting the sacred Serdinger flames. This catches Zeiss's attention, and he decides he will test the boy himself. Meanwhile, out on the dirt, Celia finds herself completely overwhelmed, as Leo smirks at her with effortless confidence. It is clear she has absolutely no idea who she's dealing with. To understand how he's dominating her, we have to flash back a few minutes to when Leo was meditating in his room. An ancient energy had suddenly flared within the specialized bracelet on his right wrist, signaling that he had finally forged a vessel capable of perfectly containing his dual energies. The reason Leo hasn't officially awakened his aura is because once a body commits to one, it structurally mutates to specialize in that specific element. In his past life, this single-tracked path ruined his potential, stripping away his ability to simultaneously accumulate raw mana and soul energy. In this reincarnation, he vowed to balance and master all three foundational cosmic forces perfectly. Their peaceful quiet was shattered when Celia barged into his training space. Without a greeting or introduction, she condescendingly offered to give the auraless noble a few pointers on basic swordsmanship. It wasn't until Leo dryly questioned her identity that she boasted of her title, the renowned sword princess of the Serdinger clan. Leo flatly rejected her offer. He casually remarked that while she might have higher destructive output due to her awakened aura, he highly doubted she could teach him anything new about the actual essence of the blade. In short, he implied he would easily thrash her if they were on level ground. Insulted by his arrogance, Celia demanded an immediate wagered duel to put him in his place. If she won, he would serve as her personal footman for the duration of her stay, and if he won, she would become his maid. Leo accepted the high-stakes wager instantly. He lunged at Celia with blinding agility and perfect form. Though she managed to bring up her guard to block the strike, she was deeply rattled by his raw, unenhanced physical velocity. Telling herself that speed alone wouldn't cut it, she prepared to counterattack. Instead, Leo unleashed a secondary kinetic strike of staggering power. The shockwave shattered the flagstones beneath him, sending the sword princess flying across the courtyard. He didn't give her a moment to recover. Leo pressed his advantage, his eyes locking onto her with a cold, predatory focus that made her realize her physical guard would crumble under the next blow. Panicking, Celia instinctively covered herself in a thick shroud of mana armor. Leo immediately stopped, calling her out for relying on magical defenses in what was supposed to be a physical duel of blades. Flushing with shame, Celia sheepishly excused it as a mere survival reflex. Her legendary confidence completely shattered when Leo calmly stated he could overwhelm her even if she fought with her aura fully unsealed. To prove it, he unclasped the heavy, magic-weighted training bracelets from his wrists. Dropping them, he vanished from sight, moving at an absurd velocity that left Celia asking herself how a kid her age could possess such monstrous, unenhanced power. This brings us right back to the present. With the duel concluded, Reina formally introduces Leo to his uncle Zeiss. They exchange polite, high society pleasantries until Reina innocently asks if he has had a chance to meet young Celia yet. Leo plays dumb and says no, just as a medical squad of knights awkwardly carries the battered sword princess past them toward the infirmary. Within minutes, the entire estate is buzzing with the unbelievable news. An unawakened boy from a minor branch house had utterly dominated the prodigy of the Serdinger clan. To Leo's surprise, Zeiss bursts into laughter and congratulates him, assuming the boy simply caught her off guard. However, when Leo casually mentions their wager that Celia must now serve as his personal maid for a week, the vice-patriarch's smile completely vanishes. After all, she is still a high-born lady of the main Serdinger line. Zeiss awkwardly explains that they cannot allow a noble lady to undergo such public humiliation, offering to buy out the contract with any rare treasure or favor Leo desires. Leo firmly declines, stating a duel's contract is absolute between the participants. Growing desperate, Zeiss offers to personally instruct him in the classified Serdinger aura breathing method. Leo counters coldly, telling him that a legendary martial art offered merely as hush money to protect a teenager's fragile ego holds absolutely no value to him. His blunt words carry immense weight, making it explicitly clear that he has no intention of sucking up to the main family just because of their high status. He clarifies that he doesn't harbor any malice toward them, he simply expects people to honor their word. While reminding the vice-patriarch that his victory wasn't a fluke born of Celia's carelessness, he won because he is fundamentally superior. Stunned by the teenager's unyielding composure, Zeiss finds himself deeply admiring him. He ultimately orders his men to escort a mortified Celia to the servant quarters, offering Leo a genuine olive branch. He warmly requests that Leo address him simply as uncle from now on. Before departing, Zeiss pulls Reina aside, admitting that her boy is a generational talent and that he is fully prepared to authorize teaching him the restricted phoenix breath. The following morning, Celia faces the absolute nadir of her life, standing before Leo in a crisp uniform to present herself as his new personal servant. It might have been a pitiful sight, but she brought it entirely upon herself. Leo wastes no time testing her remaining patience, smoothly commenting that she actually manages to pull off the maid outfit quite well. As she flushes with rage and embarrassment, Leo casually apologizes for his bluntness. He remarks that it's a terrible habit he picked up from his old dwarven blacksmith companion Edwin, who was a passionate admirer of aesthetic beauty and dreamed of a peaceful world where he could create beautiful things for everyone to enjoy. Hearing the description, Celia softens slightly, noting that this blacksmith sounds like a remarkably noble soul. Leo chuckles, confirming that he certainly was. He adds that his only real flaw was a severe lack of boundaries, like the time he tried to force his battle comrades to pose stark naked so he could paint them. Noticing the tome in his hands, Celia asks what he's reading. Leo explains it's the old children's storybook his mother used to read to him, the one detailing the original heroes. When the discussion turns to Kale, Celia notes that a few obscure texts mention a healer participating in the final battle, but scoffs that he was likely a historical fraud trying to coast on the coattails of true legends. That is the general consensus regarding his previous identity. It stings to hear himself dismissed as a fraud, so to change the subject, he orders her out to the courtyard for a morning training session. Celia agrees instantly, eager to analyze his movements and uncover the secret behind his ridiculous physical power. Unfortunately for her, she barely survives the opening exchanges. Leo's regimen is pure hell, rooted in the foundational training from 5,000 years ago. Back then, aura techniques weren't sophisticated shortcuts that effortlessly reinforced the nervous system. Warriors had to forge their baseline anatomy through sheer, unmitigated physical trauma. Leo openly mocks her, calling her a coddled noble who can't take a real hit. Infuriated, Celia forces herself up and charges him with a frantic flurry, only to be effortlessly swept onto the dirt once more. Tears of raw frustration well up in her eyes, but instead of mocking her failure as she expected, Leo looks down at her calmly, telling her that channeled frustration is exactly what makes a warrior grow. He then hands her a heavy, magic-weighted bracelet, commanding her to wear it 24/7 from the balcony. Zeiss observes their routine, realizing this harsh training is exactly what his niece needs, not just to refine her blade, but to shatter her toxic aristocratic pride. Zeiss later approaches them and reveals he has officially petitioned the clan patriarch to grant Leo access to the Phoenix Breath. For the first time, Leo is genuinely stunned. This is the pinnacle, most guarded manifestation of the Serdinger aura arts, historically restricted to the main lineage's elite. Celia breaks in, arguing her father would never approve such an exception. Zeiss grins, explaining he already anticipated that and attached a mandatory condition. Leo must take top marks in the upcoming Lumine Academy entrance exam, a notorious cutthroat crucible where reckless applicants frequently lose their lives. The prospect of a genuine, unrestricted challenge excites Leo so much that he accepts on the spot. He tempers his enthusiasm, adding that he'll participate as long as his parents consent. He had already planned to take the exam anyway, but he masks his eagerness, a calculated move Zeiss reads right through. A week later, with his parents' blessing secured, Leo and Celia arrive at the massive testing grounds for Lumine Academy. Seeing them arrive side by side, the gathered crowd of aristocratic rookies immediately begins whispering, wondering who the low-born nobody is walking next to the sword princess. Celia's demeanor has completely shifted. She treats Leo as an equal peer. When Gulliver approaches them, sneering that an auralist fraud like Leo has no right to stand among elites, Celia steps in and fiercely shuts him down. She leaves Gulliver sputtering and walks away with Leo. They are soon intercepted by two siblings with distinct light blue hair, Abad and Chelsea Lewin. Though they offer cordial greetings, the sudden spike in atmospheric tension tells Leo everything he needs to know about their rivalry, even if he doesn't have a clue who they actually are. Celia whispers that they hail from the legendary heroic bloodline of the Lorden Empire, warning him that losing to them is out of the question. Abad remarks that it's been ages since their last meeting, turning a critical eye toward Leo and demanding his name. Celia formally introduces him as Leo of the House of Ploth. Never having heard of such an obscure name, Abad scoffs, dismissing him as an insignificant insect. He turns on his heel, arrogantly declaring that the top rank in the exam already belongs to him. Celia fumes, utterly determined to crush him. Before the argument can escalate further, the crowd falls silent. The chief examiner steps forward, introducing himself as Albi. Celia recognizes him instantly as a legendary high wizard recorded in the heroic record. Leo sharpens his gaze, his eyes narrowing as he spots a bizarre spectral hand faintly undulating within Albi's left eye socket. Before he can investigate further, Albi explains that the standard entry exam consists of two phases, a tedious round of one-on-one duels followed by a structured monster subjugation trial. Declaring the official protocol completely mind-numbing, he snaps his fingers, incinerating the instruction documents. He pulls out a weathered, glowing grimoire and flips it open. A booming runic system notification echoes through the plaza, announcing initialization into Albi's proprietary record world. A massive vortex of dense magical pressure wraps around the applicants as a translucent overlay reads, Prologue, the Wildwood. Albi shouts that because he detests inefficiency, they will be executing both portions of the exam simultaneously. The inner workings of the system are clear. The heroic record isn't just an archive of names, but a conceptual engine capable of manifesting a record world synthesized from a hero's lived memories. By navigating and conquering these trials, modern mages can actually interface with and inherit portions of that historical hero's power. To Leo, it sounds exactly like an advanced partition training simulation that keys into the administrator's soul signature. In a flash of light, they are materializing deep inside the dark, overgrown forest. Albi's disembodied voice echoes through the canopy, giving them their baseline parameters. Survive by any means. They can cooperate, backstab, or hunt alone, but they must endure until the timer expires. Leo looks around, his eyes widening slightly as he recognizes the geography. This was an ancient elven sanctuary before Salanta, the demon witch queen completely corrupted it. The residual dark energy permeating the air is so oppressive that several fragile noble students immediately panic, screaming to be let out. Others dismiss it as a mere mental illusion, completely unaware of how wrong they are. Though the environment is generated from memories, the physical stakes, damage, and lethality inside a record world are entirely real. If you die here, you die for good. Sensing a sudden ripple in the air, Leo effortlessly ducks a lethal ambush from behind, turning to find Chelsea Lewin tracking him down. She snarls that she'll gladly take any opportunity to eliminate a Serdinger hound. Leo calmly corrects her, noting he's just a ploth. But the mere fact that he's associated with Celia is enough for the battle sorceress to invoke her primary spell, the Wind Scythe. It's a modernized aerodynamic spell that didn't exist in his era, and its peculiar trajectory almost catches him off guard before he smoothly draws his training sword to parry. "Don't look so smug," she barks, hurling a massive hurricane-velocity gale directly at his chest. To Leo's refined senses, the attack is incredibly sluggish. He deflects the vortex with a simple physical redirect without using a drop of aura. He chides her for such a predictable, linear approach, suggesting they'd both benefit more from cooperating. It's the logical choice, but Chelsea's fierce pride as a battle sorcerer completely overrides her tactical common sense. Flushing with anger, she fully unseals her mana pools, letting a torrent of wind energy ripple around her. Leo remains entirely unfazed, telling her not to take it personally while advising her to fix her overextended posture during vanguard spells. Her fury boils over, and she lunges forward to blow him to pieces with the exact type of direct attack he criticized. Before her spell can detonate, Leo simply vanishes from her line of sight, leaving no magical residue behind. Before she can register his movement, he reappears right inside her guard, delivering a precise kinetic punch that shatters her concentration and disarms her weapon. Standing over her, he calmly repeats his offer to join forces. In the observation room, the academy proctors watch the feed with raised eyebrows. When the scene cuts back to the forest, their cooperation looks rather unconventional. Leo has tied her to a thick wooden post and is casually walking toward her with a lit match. He drops the match onto a neat pile of kindling beneath her feet just as she regains full consciousness. Finding herself securely bound over a rising bonfire, she glares at him while he blandly reiterates that teamwork is the most efficient path forward. To anyone else, saying yes would be an immediate survival reflex, but Chelsea stubbornly screams that she would rather rot than ally with a nobody when her brother Abad is in the forest. She tries to manifest her wind magic to blast the bindings apart, but nothing happens. Leo has applied an ancient mana-sealing knot that completely constricts her channels. It only works because her current output is low, but he keeps that detail to himself. When she tries to physically wriggle free, Leo casually stokes the flames closer to her boots, proving he's perfectly content to let her smoke out until she complies. Terrified, Chelsea finally breaks, swearing on the Lewin family name that she will cooperate fully. Leo smirks internally, noting how incredibly easy it is to handle kids. He unties her immediately. He formally reintroduces himself as a proper partner. Back in the proctor room, Albie shifts uncomfortably, deeply unimpressed by the applicants' general performance. He finds their petty infighting utterly moronic. So far, only Celia and Abad have shown true tactical competence, moving purposefully through the terrain. The two prodigies have temporarily joined forces to locate and hunt down a regional boss. However, the proctor's feed soon hone in on Leo. While Albie dryly notes that the bonfire interrogation method was wildly unorthodox, he can't deny its efficiency in securing Chelsea's absolute compliance. Though Leo lacks the flashy, high-output aura of the main families, his mechanical fundamentals are flawless. On screen, Chelsea shatters the stance of a rampaging forest troll with a blast of compressed air, leaving its center completely exposed. Leo slides into the pocket perfectly, delivering a clean, lethal physical execution. As the beast crashes down, Chelsea breathes heavily, admitting his timing is impeccable before demanding to know what element his aura belongs to. She points out that she hasn't detected a single ripple of refined mana in his movements. Leo casually explains that he hasn't unlocked an aura yet, relying purely on fundamental kinetic alignment. To illustrate, he asks her what she thinks the core foundational principle of wind casting is, but Chelsea snaps at him to shut up. She fires a compressed air bullet, instantly impaling a scouting goblin that had been tracking them from the brush. She huffs that an unawakened nobody has no right lecturing a true battle sorcerer on magical theory. Before they can bicker further, Leo's ancient danger sense flares violently, and he freezes dead in his tracks. Just ahead, they discover a clearing littered with withered, desiccated corpses turned into hollow mummies. An entity capable of draining vitality at this scale explains why Albie set the survival parameters so high. Before Leo can warn her, a lethal projectile cuts through the canopy, and he violently pulls Chelsea out of the kill zone. The attackers aren't monsters, but a coordinated ambush squad of rival applicants targeting Chelsea to eliminate the competition. Shockingly, Gulliver is leading the group, spotting Leo. Gulliver barks that they need to remove the unawakened tagalong first, ordering his lackeys to swarm them simultaneously. As the aggressive circle closes in, Leo moves like a blur, systematically breaking their stances with brutal, unenhanced physical counters. He tells Chelsea to lock down his blind spots because a protracted melee is about to unfold. Against all odds, their synergy is flawless. Realizing his entire ambush squad is being thoroughly dismantled, Gulliver panics and flees into the woods like a total coward. Gulliver flees blindly, telling himself he just needs to find another noble faction to hide behind. His desperate sprinting inadvertently draws the attention of Celia and Abad, who track the noise back to the clearing. They stumble upon a scene neither expected, Leo and Chelsea standing calmly amidst a pile of groaning, defeated applicants. Celia stares in absolute disbelief that anyone could get the notoriously stubborn Chelsea to cooperate. Leo chuckles, noting he merely employed some highly specialized motivation. To everyone's shock, Leo begins offering his hand to help the ambushers up, calmly telling them there's no logical reason to continue fighting each other. He points out that if they want to clear this record world, localized cooperation is mandatory. Gathering the applicants around, he explains that a lethal anomaly is loose in the woods, an apex entity capable of devouring life force, which explains why the normal fauna are hiding in absolute terror. This is a high-tier catastrophe. Abad and Celia quickly realize that this specific memory corresponds to Albi's historical breakthrough achievement, his solo subjugation of a corrupted apex threat. If they want to complete the trial, defeating it is the objective, making total cooperation paramount, right on cue. A massive drop in temperature signals the entity's arrival. A suffocating pitch-black aura floods the woods, signaling immediate danger. Elsewhere in the gloom, Gulliver is still muttering curses, vowing to ruin Leo, when a thick, acidic slime drops onto his shoulder. Looking up, his throat constricts as he finds a massive, multi-eyed arachnid apex predator staring down at him. In the observation hall, several applicants who used their escape stones materialize safely. Though they look relieved, Albi watches them with sheer contempt, logging them as immediate failures. He remarks to the proctors that he doesn't care if the administration expects an enrollment quota of 100. He will flunk the entire batch if no one meets his standard. His gaze switches back to Leo's group. Intrigued by how the boy pacified his enemies and immediately deduced the environmental anomaly, Albi wonders if this unawakened rookie actually has what it takes to break his record. Meanwhile, the consolidated squad tracks the dark mana signatures at a full sprint. They push through the suffocating gloom until Celia suddenly signals a massive presence directly ahead. Throwing a fire spell to light up the clearing, they gasp. The monstrous spider has trapped William Trader in its webbing and is violently draining his life force. Abad instinctively prepares a gale strike, but Leo holds him back, knowing a reckless attack will instantly get William killed. Leo shouts at William to snap out of his panic and shatter his escape stone. Catching the cue, William uses his remaining strength to crush the artifact, instantly teleporting out of the record world. With the hostage safely removed, Leo gives the order to unleash hell, and Abad immediately initiates his spellcraft. Abad unleashes a cascade of compressed razor wind shears that shred the creature's outer chitin. However, the deep gashes instantly fuse back together as the entity reveals its true historical profile, the Spider Princess, Tarantulia. The battle has barely begun. An overconfident Vanguard student leaps forward to impale it with a spear, only to be violently swatted across the clearing by a single massive leg. Celia steps up, invoking her signature spell, Prominence. Channeling her fiery aura into a condensed point, she unleashes a devastating beam of raw energy that obliterates a massive section of Tarantulia's head. To her horror, the scorched tissue regenerates even faster than before. Seeing her stagger, Abad takes the opportunity to boast, shouting that a Vanguard sorcerer's raw output will always eclipse a knight's physical blade. He builds his mana into his premier spell, Raphael, condensing violent crosscurrents into a massive sphere before detonating it across the clearing in a web of deep, inescapable air lacerations. The apex predator shrugs off the lacerations, utilizing the exact window Abad spent showboating to close the distance instantly. It lunges with a lethal, piercing strike that would have impaled him on the spot if Chelsea hadn't thrown up a kinetic deflection just in time. The realization hits them hard. They grossly underestimated the sheer tier of this calamity. Its regenerative coefficient makes standard attrition entirely impossible, and the applicants begin considering an immediate mass surrender. Leo steps forward, revealing Tarantulia's true origin. She is the direct spawn of Salanta, the demon witch queen who devastated this sanctuary centuries ago. He adds that he finally understands the peculiar mana profile undulating inside Albi's left eye. It is the residual signature of King Ada. Historically, Tarantulia terrorized this sector, completely laying waste to the elven tribes and ultimately devouring King Ada's right hand during his final, desperate stand. Leo notes internally that while he believed Luna had finished the beast back then, it clearly survived the purge. The beast's endless regeneration stems from the Ring of Life, which remains trapped inside its stomach along with King Ada's severed hand. Keeping that specific lore detail to himself, Leo watches as Abad and Celia reach a similar mechanical conclusion. This apex entity is the definitive clearing condition for the entire simulation. As they prepare to waste more mana on useless attacks, Leo commands them to stand down. He points out that blindly throwing spells will only leave them entirely drained. If they want to survive and win, individual greed must end. They need a designated vanguard to draw absolute aggro, while the high-tier casters coordinate a combined element strike, massive enough to vaporize the beast before its cellular regeneration can trigger. It sounds completely suicidal, and none of the high-born nobles volunteer to act as meat bait. Leo steps up, calmly volunteering to hold the line solo for 5 minutes to give them time to synchronize their casting. Abad eyes him suspiciously, asking what happens if their combined spell misses. Leo calmly counters that wind and fire are naturally synergistic, telling them to stop hesitating and trust his positioning. With his sword drawn, Leo steps directly into Tarantulia's aggro radius. Drawing on thousands of years of muscle memory, he executes a flawless flurry of kinetic deflections and cuts, moving with the unmatched fluidity of a legendary hero. As he fights, the system overlays historical memory fragments of the original Elven massacre, showing panicked elves being cornered by the beast. In the historical memory, Luna arrives at the absolute last second, unleashing a stellar spell that illuminates the canopy like 1,000 suns, completely scorching a path through the horde. Right behind her, Kylie appears, cutting down the remaining webs to free an elven child with a reassuring smile. Snapping back to the present, Leo notes that his unawakened body is approaching its heat threshold. He barks an order to Chelsea, commanding her to act as his battery by shaping her wind mana into temporary kinetic blades and hurling them to him sequentially. Just then, a massive hairy leg crashes down, nearly crushing him into the dirt. Chelsea hesitates, terrified that a misplaced throw might impale him in the chaotic melee. Leo tells her to stop doubting his spatial awareness and just throw. With that, the true showcase begins. Chelsea rapidly manifests a variety of aerokinetic weapons, and by acoustic tracking alone, Leo maps their trajectories perfectly. He catches each wind blade mid-stride without breaking his defensive rotation, using them to slice into the soft gaps of the chitin until the friction shatters the temporary constructs. He barks next right on cue, repeating the cycle in a hypnotic display of high-speed vanguard combat that leaves the observers completely speechless. Abad grudgingly admits the boy's combat sense is elite. Just then, a glancing blow from a claw grazes Leo's cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. His physical endurance is redlining, but he smiles internally, wondering how ridiculous it would be for the hero of the beginning to falter before a mere overgrown bug. Channeling his willpower, he grips his weapon tighter. When his current blade shatters, he calls out for another, but Chelsea screams that her mana pools are entirely depleted. Fortunately, the 5 minutes are up. Celia barks at him to clear the blast radius. Supported by Abad's massive wind amplification, she unleashes a combined firestorm spell of apocalyptic proportions, completely vaporizing Tarantulia down to the last cell. The runic interface immediately blares, confirming the clearing conditions for Albi's record world have been met. As the corrupted forest begins to dissolve into particles, Celia stares at Leo, deeply shaken by his ability to hold off an apex threat for 5 straight minutes without aura, while Celia keeps her thoughts private. Chelsea openly gushes, her eyes sparkling as she declares he looked exactly like a legendary hero from the epics. She eagerly begs him to take her on as a student to refine her close-quarters combat. Hearing the word training, Celia visibly winces from her own memories of his brutal sessions. Leo's attention shifts to the floor, where King Ada's ring has materialized. Upon touch, it projects a faint historical phantom of a young elven child he recognizes as Prince Silent. The phantom confirms that the elven royalty historically bestowed the mana eye upon Albi as a reward. As the instant's countdown begins to tick down and the environment crumbles, an anomaly occurs. A mysterious hooded figure manifests directly in front of Leo. The figure whispers that his completion of the hidden criteria has unlocked the absolute promise of King Ada. Leo freezes, trying to process the massive lore implications of such a trait. Peering beneath the cowl, Leo recognizes the face and is left utterly speechless. Meanwhile, at the core campus, Director Len Horse of Lumine Academy is reviewing the Western testing logs in utter shock. Not only did Albi pass 40 more students than the strict administrative threshold allowed, but the grading committee was locked in a fierce debate over the top rank. The director assumes the friction was between the Serdinger and Luinaires, only to gasp as he reads further. Albi explicitly designated an unknown boy named Leo as the definitive rookie representative, logging him as a youth possessing the authentic essence of heroism. Once back at his family estate, Leo takes advantage of the quiet evening to soak in a hot bath, his mind turning over the hooded anomaly. Mechanically, clearing the instance of a living administrator shouldn't trigger ancient soul rewards. His deduction is cut short by a sudden rustle at the door. His mother Reina steps inside, her usually boisterous face carrying a rare, solemn weight. She sits down and finally reveals the full truth of her exile from the Serdinger clan. She chose to permanently burn out her lineage's sacred flame signature to shield a low-born comrade from certain death, a choice she never once regretted. She tells him to always follow his inner convictions so that he may live without regrets, warmly congratulating him on his official acceptance. Soon after, Leo steps through a massive warp gate into Lumeria, the sprawling metropolis at the heart of the heroic world. He is greeted at the plaza by his uncle Zeiss, who offers his congratulations. Zeiss admits that the upper echelons of the Serdinger clan have been in an absolute uproar all week. The council was heavily divided on whether to permit an unawakened child of an exile to inherit the phoenix breath. However, Leo's historic performance in Albi's trial completely silenced his detractors. Having forced a consensus, Zeiss hands Leo a sleek subspace key. When turned, it summons a heavy blank grimoire. Following his uncle's instructions, Leo presses a drop of his blood onto the parchment, triggering a cascade of ancient runic scripts across the pages. Zeiss notes that the technique's structural code is now uniquely bound to his DNA. With the secret cultivation manual secured, his status within the clan is fully restored. A week later, Celia requests a meeting in the bustling commercial district. While Leo waits at the fountain, a clumsy, bespectacled girl crashes directly into him, sending her massive stack of research books scattering across the pavement. The girl frantically apologizes, scoops up her materials, and scrambles away. She accidentally leaves behind an identification badge, revealing her name as Schlu Mueller, a fellow freshman. Shrugging, Leo pockets it just as Celia arrives, dragooning him into a hectic shopping spree for academy supplies. Her dynamic has completely inverted from their first meeting. She smiles brightly upon seeing him unconsciously manifest tiny sparks of the signature Serdinger flame. Her jaw drops when she realizes he is already applying the advanced theoretical modifiers from the Phoenix manual he received just days ago. She wonders what kind of monster can bypass years of cultivation steps so easily. Once their errands are complete, the official orientation day arrives. The freshmen are instructed to assemble at the primary harbor, where they are met by a rugged instructor named Ain, the head of the Vanguard Division. Without offering any explanations, he barks an order for them to board a fleet of massive vessels. As they sail out into open waters with no destination in sight, a commercial student named Carr Thomas approaches Leo and Celia, cheekily mistaking them for a romantic couple. After they sharply correct him, Carr hands them his business card, explaining he's an alchemist who can source anything from high-grade elixirs to custom Vanguard blades for a competitive price. Leo notes that the vendor is resourceful, but his focus remains on the structural weirdness of this voyage. Most of their peers are treating the cruise like a casual vacation party. Meanwhile, Instructor Ain is leaning against the railing, casually chugging wine from a flask. His utter lack of vigilance seems entirely out of place for an elite academy proctor. Carr tells Leo he's overthinking it, and that it's just a standard welcoming cruise. Right on cue. A violent tremor rocks the hull, throwing everyone off balance. A massive, terrifying shadow rises from the deep, completely eclipsing the deck. A titanic octopus-like entity slams its tentacles down, tearing through the wooden rigging. Amidst the chaotic screams of the panicked freshmen, Ain takes another calm swig of wine, dryly announcing that, as Lumine students, they are expected to handle basic wildlife hazards without administrative handholding. Leo immediately enters a combat stance, telling Celia to lock down her center and stay calm. She snaps back that he should focus on his own positioning. Just then, the massive beast, an authentic deep-sea kraken, targets her directly, unleashing a high-pressure jet of compressed water aimed straight at her chest. Leo had tried to warn her because krakens naturally target high thermal signatures first, viewing her fire aura as a primary threat. Before she can recover from the blast, a massive tentacle snakes across the deck, coiling tightly around an unfortunate student and hoisting him toward its beak. Moving in perfect unison, Leo and Celia spring forward, their blades flashing to slice the massive appendage in two and free the student. Diving beneath a heavy table, Carr watches the display in awe. He had assumed Celia was the only competent Vanguard rookie in their batch, but Leo's mechanical efficiency is jaw-dropping. His analysis is cut short as a massive chunk of flash-frozen tentacle crashes right next to his hiding spot. The ice spell belongs to Chloe. Gone is her fragile, stuttering demeanor from orientation. She commands her elemental magic with chilling authority, barking at Carr to clear the deck if he can't handle basic Vanguard combat. Before Carr can answer, another severed limb slams down, shattered by the high-output spells of the Lewin siblings. Abad carves through the flesh with casual ease, loudly reminding the deck that the race for the top enrollment slot is still active. His sister Chelsea completely ignores the ranking metrics, her cheeks flushing as she stares at Leo's combat form, utterly determined to show off and impress him. From his safe vantage point, Ain smiles into his flask, noting that this kraken is merely the introductory threshold. The entire maritime route to the academy campus is a gauntlet designed to test their baseline mettle. He utilizes the chaos to map the standout talent of this generation: Chia of the eastern sector, Celia of the Serdinger line, Abad Lewin of the west, and Schlu Mueller of the north. He also flags Walden of the south and Duran Moira of the central zone. Yet, his gaze keeps returning to Leo. The boy was an absolute phantom in the pre-enrollment registries, but his blade placement and weight distribution are mathematically perfect, moving with a predictive efficiency that suggests he can read the crack in synapses before it strikes. The sheer depth of this freshman batch leaves the instructor highly eager for the upcoming term. After a grueling few hours, the ships finally drop anchor at the campus docks. Ain casually informs the exhausted students that navigating this hostile waterway is a standard weekly requirement for off-campus excursions, so they had better adapt quickly. With that, he leads them toward the central quad. They assemble at the grand training grounds for the convocation address. The headmaster steps up to the podium, his boisterous voice welcoming the fresh meat. He barks that if they truly harbor ambitions of entering the heroic record, the finest advice he can offer is to always place themselves at the absolute vanguard of danger. He tells them to cast away cowardice and deliberately shatter their own physical and mental thresholds, shouting that those who look for safety have no place within these walls. To emphasize his point, he slams his fist down, completely splintering the heavy wooden podium. He then pauses, sheepishly rubbing his neck and asking the faculty if that was a bit much. It becomes quickly apparent that the legendary swordmaster is far more eccentric than his reputation suggests. Regardless, the MC takes the stage to announce the designated freshman valedictorian who will deliver the orientation address. A wave of murmurs ripples through the crowd as the system projects the chosen name, Leo. Leo immediately sighs, deducing that Albie must have meddled with the selection metrics to annoy him. Stepping to the microphone, he delivers an incredibly generic, uninspired speech while the aristocratic factions analyze his posture with intense scrutiny. As he wraps up, a student from the floor sneeringly asks what his definitive objective as class representative is. Leo grins, deciding to throw a match into the room. "If any of you think you deserve this title more than me, step up and try to take it from me," he declares coolly. The open provocation sparks immediate hostility across the ranks. The administrative proctor quickly cuts in, reminding everyone that the first week is an open exploration period. Students can sample any division's curriculum, regardless of their declared major, to properly outline their development path. They are dismissed to their respective quarters. Alone in his room, Leo looks out the window, his mind fixed on locating his historical record files within the restricted archive. The following morning, his quiet breakfast is rudely interrupted when Duran Moira slams a heavy tray onto his table, aggressively demanding to know if Leo actually intends to back up his arrogant speech. Duran launches into a classic aristocratic tirade, barking about his legendary lineage while Leo casually ignores him to chew his toast. Infuriated by the blatant disrespect, the blonde unleash a kick that completely shatters the wooden table. In a stunning display of unenhanced physical reflex, Leo catches every single plate and cup midair before a single drop can hit the floor. He even catches the very burger Duran was about to eat, dryly noting that wasting kitchen provisions is a terrible habit. As Duran prepares to draw his blade in a fury, a heavy hand drops onto his shoulder. The atmospheric pressure in the cafeteria immediately skyrockets as Professor Ain manifests right beside them. Having effectively teleported into the space, the veteran instructor smiles thinly, warning them that initiating a localized brawl on day one carries heavy disciplinary penalties. The scene shifts to the Vanguard Division's open elective grounds later that afternoon. The arena is empty save for the instructor. Ain waits calmly until Leo and Duran arrive, both slightly disheveled and breathing heavily from an obvious disciplinary run. Celia rushes over to ask what happened, but Ain cuts her off to initiate the lecture. He explains that among the three foundational forces, mana, soul energy, and aura, the latter presents the most volatile control thresholds. This is because during conversion, raw mana loses its fluid properties, being forcefully compressed and locked within the physical biology, whereas the other two paths manifest energy in its volatile, unbonded state. He asks the class if anyone can define the physiological mechanism of utilizing stored aura. Leo speaks up immediately, stating that it requires the rapid burning of baseline mana channels. Therefore, physical endurance is the defining metric for any sustained Vanguard engagement. Ain raises an eyebrow, genuinely impressed that an unawakened student possesses such flawless structural knowledge. Shifting from theory to practice, Ain steps off the platform and casually begins walking along the empty air, explaining this is the basic aura walk. It is an elemental reinforcement applied directly to the soles of the feet, offering limitless mobility applications once mastered. He orders the elective class to attempt it, while Celia executes the technique flawlessly on her first try. Both Leo and Duran struggle with the precise compression ratio. Sensing their mutual agitation, Ain decides to resolve their morning cafeteria dispute. He calls both boys to the center ring, forcing them to face each other in front of the entire class. He bluntly asks Duran what specific grievance is causing him to throw tantrums. When the proud noble freezes up, refusing to explain his petty behavior to an instructor, Ain smiles and suggests an immediate one-on-one race to settle who is truly superior. The stakes are clear. If Duran wins, Leo surrenders his title as freshman representative. Ain authorizes full, unrestricted aura usage for the trial. Duran smiles savagely, while Carr immediately begins taking bets from the sidelines, positioning it as a classic clash, the elite heir of the House of Moira versus the obscure Outback rookie. While many view Leo as the safer bet due to his raw reflexes, the more tactically astute students note that running against a lightning aura user without an awakened element places Leo at a catastrophic mathematical disadvantage. Ain remains entirely casual, laying out the track parameters for the sprint. The rules are simple. The first to cross the boundary marker wins, and the loser must accept the outcome with absolute humility. He raises his hand as the automated system begins the countdown. Watching from the stands, Celia calculates that it is logistically impossible for an unenhanced physical body to outrun a master of the lightning aura. Yet, remembering his bizarre ability to constantly rewrite her expectations, she watches with bated breath. Ain drops his hand, shouting, 3, 2, 1, go. Duran explodes off the line, his body crackling with arcs of bright blue electricity as he forces his nervous system into overdrive, taking a massive lead within a fraction of a second. Leo's launch is jarringly different though, a faint, unrefined kinetic ripple visible around his boots. It seems completely inadequate compared to Duran's lightning flash. The crowd immediately begins whispering that the representative is a fraud, while Chelsea continues cheering for him at the top of her lungs. Duran hits the halfway marker with a massive lead. Just when it looks completely hopeless, Leo executes a sudden sharp lateral turn and leaps directly toward the stone arena walls. Celia initially facepalms, thinking he's thrown the match by lengthening his route. Instead, Leo uses the stone wall to compress his entire physical mass and unawakened kinetic momentum into a singular vector. Springing off the structure like a literal cannonball, he shoots forward in a straight line, casually offering a mocking salute as he blitzes past a stunned Duran. Though the elective class was certain Duran's lightning would dominate, the pure, unadulterated velocity Leo displays in the final stretch completely rewrites the freshman records. The students look to each other in confusion, wondering what type of high-tier movement art he just executed. Celia stands up, her eyes wide as she identifies the precise rhythm. It was the Phoenix Step, a restricted Serdinger art. He had flawlessly integrated her family's closely guarded cultivation technique into his baseline movement. Ain steps onto the track, reviewing the analytical data. He notes that while Duran's raw elemental output was spectacular, he exhausted his stamina curve entirely off the line. Leo, conversely, compressed his energy expenditure into a single explosive release point, a masterclass in tactical energy management. He praises both for an elite display. Leo walks over to offer a sportsmanlike handshake, casually noting that if the track had been 50 meters longer, Duran's elemental acceleration likely would have secured the win. Duran tells him to shove it and stalks off, leaving Leo hanging. Ain simply chuckles, entirely confident that this chaotic freshman batch will yield multiple names for the heroic record. Chelsea practically glides over, her eyes full of absolute adoration. Carr sighs, lamenting that his own flashy alchemical tricks never earn him that kind of female attention, and offers to buy a round of celebratory drinks. Leo politely declines, noting his schedule is booked. He needs to attend the Summoning Division's open elective next. The announcement leaves his peers baffled, as they fully expected a physical prodigy like him to commit strictly to the Vanguard curriculum. They don't realize Leo is hunting a structural anomaly. He cannot fathom why his performance in Albi's instance triggered the promise of King Ada as a system reward. Standard mechanics dictate that record rewards must align with the administrator's personal soul profile. The trait he received keys explicitly into high-tier summoning coordinates. Yet Albi is a pure combat specialist. The mechanical math simply doesn't add up. Furthermore, initializing the trait requires establishing an active pact with an elite fairy entity, which would require traveling to the restricted fairyland domains. An incredible logistical headache. He arrives at the summoning elective hall and is greeted by Chia, the top-ranked scorer from the Eastern Zone. She expresses pleasant surprise at seeing the Vanguard representative here, and happily explains her own contract with a high-tier water spirit, offering to guide him through the foundational mechanics of spiritual resonance. Her demeanor is remarkably composed, though she is 17 and looks even younger. Her refined manners and serene aura mirror those of a seasoned grandmaster. She easily reads Leo's internal calculations with a single glance. She warmly congratulates him on his tactical victory against Duran, admitting his mechanical movement has inspired her to request a formal duel with him down the line. Leo smiles, promising he looks forward to facing her spirit arts. Soon the remaining elective students file in, including Walden, the prominent freshman summoner. Beside Walden stands a white-haired girl carrying an intensely serious, analytical gaze. The total attendance numbers barely 5 students. Summoning is notoriously unpopular, viewed by typical Vards as a tedious, passive discipline. Leo is briefly questioning his choice of elective until a massive predatory wyvern drops from the clouds, and the gorgeous, intense Professor Yura Marin leaps from its saddle. She is so breathtakingly radiant that Leo immediately thinks of his old dwarf companion Edwin, who undoubtedly would have completely lost his mind and demanded she pose for a portrait. Yura wastes no time on introductory pleasantries. Operating under the assumption that everyone present possesses baseline spiritual affinity, she announces their first practical exercise. They will be immediately taming and riding untamed griffins in pairs. A wealthy student immediately whines, protesting that aerial taming isn't on the introductory syllabus. Yura's sunny demeanor turns ice-cold in an instant. She barks that she has zero tolerance for cowards who refuse to test their boundaries, immediately vaulting back onto her wyvern and taking off into the skies, leaving them to keep up or fail. The elective students freeze in panic. Fortunately, Carlos, her long-suffering assistant instructor, steps in with a much gentler approach, guiding the nervous freshmen through the initial empathy contact steps with the stable's beasts. Leo pairs up with Chia. She handles the beast's spiritual harness with practiced ease, and within minutes the entire group is airborne, maintaining a stable formation behind Yura's mount. The smooth flight allows them to relax, and Chia sighs in relief, noting that wild griffins frequently throw rookie riders during their initial ascent. Suddenly, Yura looks back and flashes a wicked grin, emitting a high-frequency whistle that triggers immediate bloodlust in the griffins. The mounts begin bucking violently, trying to throw the applicants from the sky. As the peaceful elective turns into a survival nightmare, Yura shouts down that the authentic lesson begins now. They must master crisis dominance. As their mount pitches wildly, Leo calmly places his hands over Chia's on the reins. He instructs her to relax her physical grip, explaining that griffins possess an intense martial pride, fighting them with raw muscle force is a rejection loop. Instead, they must ride the kinetic wave and match its pulse. Following his guidance, the beast completely dociles, saving them from a fatal plunge and catching Yura's eye. She muses aloud, wondering how a vanguard student from an obscure branch family that can't even afford a stable license knows the exact behavioral mechanics of high-tier avian beasts. She smiles, logging him as a hidden genius she refuses to let the other divisions monopolize. They touch down at their definitive destination, the Summoning Division's private training reserve, a completely isolated island where students can discharge high-tier spells without collateral risk. While exploring the perimeter, Leo spots a peculiar, glowing feather buried in the brush. Before he can inspect its signature, Yura assembles the group to announce their official baseline exam, a practical test on day 1. She warns them that despite the open exploration policy, the spirit arts require brutal dedication. Raw mana reserves are useless if the caster lacks authentic spiritual affinity and the complex psychological dominance required for long-term taming metrics. Mastering taming is the bottleneck that keeps the global population of true summoners so low, but those who succeed are practically guaranteed a slot in the heroic record. Hearing this, the white-haired girl from earlier steps forward, introducing herself as Elisa Herkin. Hailing from a premier summoner lineage, she confidently demands the testing parameters. Yura explains the island is populated with wild spirits and baseline magical beasts. The exam requires them to forge a contract with any entity within the time limit. Success grants immediate elective entry, and the contracted beast is theirs to keep as a permanent companion. The massive incentive sends most of the applicants sprinting into the woods. Before departing, Elisa glides past Leo, purring that his vanguard reputation precedes him, and that she looks forward to evaluating his spirit output in a highly intense, half-mocking tone. Leo completely ignores her posturing, walking into the canopy with an unbothered composure that earns an appreciative nod from Yura. While the other applicants scramble to lock down baseline spirits, Leo tracks a highly specific energy signature deep into the old forest, using the glowing feather as a compass. He ignites the feather with a spark of raw mana, triggering a massive flare behind him. Back at the estate, his parents wonder how his first week is progressing, entirely unaware that their son is currently standing face-to-face with an authentic phoenix, one of the 3 legendary apex summons. Miraculously, the ancient firebird locks its golden eyes onto him, instantly identifying his lineage. It senses Reina's exact blood signature within his soul, introducing itself as Frina. The avian lord reveals it owes his mother an unpayable life debt. Decades ago, Frina's previous master, Eileen Lunda, was running a standard classification dungeon clearance within the Sirun domains when the instance structurally corrupted. Eileen's squad was wiped out instantly, and she was on the verge of execution when Reina breached the instance, shielding her from the boss's ultimate attack at the cost of permanently burning out her own aura pools and destroying her path to the heroic record. Leo recalls his mother's words about living without regrets, calmly informing Frina that Reina has always been proud of her choice. The statement visibly moves the ancient bird, though it gently evades Leo's questions regarding why an apex summon is nesting in a basic student elective reserve, noting some secrets are contractually restricted. When Leo mentions he's looking to formally declare a summoning major, Frina brightens up, seeing a flawless opportunity to repay Reina's sacrifice. She offers him a priceless gift, an unhatched egg containing her own direct lineage. She suggests he store it until his soul matures enough to handle the strain. Leo, however, has no intention of waiting. Ignoring her frantic warnings about the lethal backlash of high-tier contracting, he immediately channelizes his mana to trigger the sync. Golden flames wrap around him as Frina watches in absolute disbelief, praying for his survival. Leo's consciousness plunges into a void of pure obsidian, save for a solitary white-hot spark. The moment his soul touches it, an excruciating burning sensation rips through his spiritual nervous system, completely cutting off his breath. He recognizes this energy immediately. It is the authentic, unmitigated flame of rebirth. It is the conceptual fire that purges and reconstructs the mythic beast for all eternity. Stealing his immense willpower, Leo embraces the agony rather than resisting it, realizing that absolute synchronization requires sharing the beast's eternal cycle of suffering. Sensing his absolute soul fortitude, the egg splits open. Frina marvels at his success, declaring he possesses the potential to redefine the entire summoner meta. With the link successfully forged, the flames recede to reveal his new companion, Fiora. She is currently a tiny, brightly colored chick that looks more like a fragile carnival prize than an apex engine of destruction. Placing her on his head, Leo heads back to the clearing. Yura calls out the 5-minute warning as the applicants gather to display their results. Chia stands next to a robust water bear cub, while Walden earns gasps by presenting a grim raven, a highly volatile shadow entity that usually rejects freshman taming metrics. Elisa stands proudly beside a massive venomous Gargona serpent. As the timer hits 0, Leo strolls into the camp with the tiny chick napping on his hair, prompting immediate snickers from the noble factions who think he failed and settled for a common farm bird. Only Yura's eyes widen in sheer shock. She immediately summons him to her private office, staring at Fiora in disbelief and admitting she had no idea a nesting line of the legendary Firebird existed on the reserve. Knowing that an unawakened freshman securing such a contract breaks every established metric, she leans across her desk with a predatory, intense gaze, whispering that she finally knows his true identity. Leo's heart stops for a second, wondering if his status as Kyle is leaked, but he blinks as she suddenly breaks into an ecstatic smile and pulls him into a massive hug. She celebrates having unearthed a once-in-a-generation summoning prodigy. She quickly shifts into professional administrator mode, warning him that they must keep Fiora's true classification strictly classified to prevent the central noble houses from interfering. She begs him to declare a permanent summoning major, promising he will easily carve his name into the heroic record. Following the wild elective week, standard courses resume. A few days later, Leo spots Chloe staggering through the corridor, looking completely dead to the world, after pulling an all-night research bender in the library archives. He stops her to hand over the student credential card he picked up after her campus spill. She mumbles her thanks, sheepishly falling into file as they head toward the High Magic Division's open lecture hall alongside Carr. Carr expresses confusion, noting the entire freshman block assumed Leo was focusing strictly on Vanguard and summoning paths. Leo simply shrugs, stating his intent is to master all conceptual fields simultaneously. Carr remarks that such a broad path contrasts heavily with Chloe, who is a hyper-focused magic purist. Before he can finish his sentence, Chloe snaps at the distraction, grabbing Carr by his collar and violently dragging him to the back row to beat him into silence. The Lewin siblings are also in attendance, offering Leo a warm nod. Their greeting is cut short when the eccentric Professor Len Horse strides to the podium. With a single sharp snap of his fingers, a stack of exam papers teleports onto every desk in the hall. He announces that before they touch a single wand, they must clear a mandatory diagnostic exam in advanced magic theory. Mirroring Yura's harsh standards, Len notes that those who fail the theoretical baseline have no right to occupy his seats. Ignoring the students' collective groans, he starts the magical timer, instructing them to submit their completed sheets to his assistant, Anna. For the first time in his new life, Leo breaks into a cold sweat during his original era. Magic was cast through instinct and soul resonance, meaning he has never memorized a single modernized textbook. He stares at the paper in absolute horror, realizing modern casting matrices have evolved into dense fields of pure mathematical calculus. As the hours tick away, the noble prodigies confidently submit their papers, with several loudly boasting that the formulas were basic child's play. Left with no other choice, Leo stands up and hands in a near-blank sheet, having only provided a response to the final, obscure question. Assuming he has thoroughly bombed the elective, Leo leaves the hall to clear his head. At the podium, Len scans the submissions using an analytical spell, his face falling into deep disappointment. He laments to Anna that modern education has ruined the craft. Where historical casting demanded absolute structural comprehension of the elements, modern mages merely memorize prepackaged activation sequences. It is highly practical, but it leaves this generation fundamentally shallow, incapable of forging original spellcraft from scratch. To sift out true scholars, he structured the paper with 49 basic memorization metrics worth 1 point each, alongside a singular, hidden 51-point essay question requiring a comprehensive breakdown of an element's primal essence. Reviewing the results, he notes with a sigh that almost every single prodigy left the final prompt completely blank. Chelsea watches the grading desk anxiously, noting that even Leo seems to have given up entirely and walked out. The atmosphere shatters when Anna gasps, pointing to a sheet where someone had filled the final section with dense, ancient runic calculations. Len goes absolutely feral, demanding the student's file. In his entire teaching tenure, no freshman had ever successfully mapped that primal matrix. He ecstatically barks that this student must be a theoretical god, until Anna awkwardly clarifies that the applicant left the first 49 questions completely empty, logging a total score of 51. The name reads Leo Ploth. Chelsea chimes in, noting Leo looked deeply depressed about his performance when he left. While Len begins hunting through the corridors like a bloodhound, Leo is sitting at a courtyard table having a snack with Celia, who is mercilessly teasing him about his failure. She smirks, advising him to drop the wand and stick strictly to his vanguard blade. Leo calmly counters, promising that her next courtyard physical training session will feature double the weight bracelets. Their banter vanishes instantly as Lenhorst teleports directly onto their table, his eyes locked onto Leo as he demands to know if the boy is intentionally mocking his curriculum. With an intense, terrifying glare, the professor asks if he left the first 49 prompts blank out of sheer arrogance because they were beneath his elite level. Leo looks up in genuine confusion, explaining it's the exact opposite. He skipped them because he had absolutely no idea how to solve modern calculus formulas and assumed he had failed the course. He admits his entire magical education is derived from ancient pre-collapse archives, rendering modern notation completely alien to him. Hearing this, Len's eyes flash with manic glee. Without a word, he scoops Leo up by his armpits like a stray cat and sprints down the corridor, dragging the bewildered student away. Celia can only blink in stupor until Anna rushes past, frantically muttering about what kind of unhinged research project her boss is executing now. Len locks Leo inside an empty laboratory, filling the blackboards with complex elemental matrices to verify that his single exam answer wasn't a statistical fluke. He confirms that the boy possesses an entirely unique, archaic spellcraft framework operating perfectly within his mind. The realization has the professor practically shaking with scientific ecstasy. Leo effortlessly solves every structural problem in record time using ancient operational logic, leaving the eccentric scholar completely starstruck. Declaring he has unburied the ultimate research partner, Len loses all remaining composure. Elsewhere, Albie is walking back from the faculty lounge when he encounters a terrifying sight. The normally stoic Lenhorst running toward him with a wide, manic grin, dropping to his knees to passionately thank him for scouting Leo. Uncomfortable with the sudden intimacy, Albie casts a spatial bind, hanging the unhinged professor from the ceiling rafters to keep him at bay. Suspended upside down, Len continues ranting, shouting that while the Vanguard Division thinks Leo belongs to them, he will never allow a theoretical god's talents to be wasted on brainless muscleheads. Anna catches up to the scene, quickly deploying a cushioning spell to lower her boss before he fractures his spine. She reminds him that his primary elective lecture is currently unattended and full of waiting students. Leo walks up behind her, looking entirely exhausted by the professor's manic energy. Albie shares a look with Leo, both silently agreeing that high-tier casters are entirely insane across every historical era. Having successfully disrupted the metrics of 3 separate core divisions, the final day of the exploration window closes. Leo spends his afternoon lounging on the academy roof, casually scanning old historical registries. He is completely oblivious to the administrative war exploding inside the dean's office. Yura, Ain, and Len are currently slamming their fists on the desk, screaming over Leo's official registration form. The boy has declared a triple major across Vanguard, Summoning, and High Magic. The faculty argues that allowing a freshman to split his focus across 3 separate apex curves is entirely unprecedented. They worry it will completely break his developmental curve. The headmaster concept is fine, calming them down by noting that while rare, a precedent does exist: the forgotten 5th hero, Kaeli, who historically achieved absolute grandmaster proficiency across every single combat and casting discipline. Meanwhile, Carr strolls past the training tracks, stopping to watch Celia and Chelsea running laps until they're entirely red in the face. Leo sits calmly on a bench, clocking their times. The 2 girls had requested a joint training session, expecting a flashy round of blade sparring. Instead, Leo immediately locked them into a brutal baseline cardio circuit, noting that structural stamina underpins all advanced casting. Chelsea takes advantage of a water break to heavily flirt with him, earning an intense glare of annoyance from Celia. After their brief rest, Leo stands up to demonstrate proper core alignment, dragging his cousin into another exhausting, high-intensity sparring round. The following Monday marks the official start of the 2nd week and definitive class placements. Leo files into Class 1-5, where Carr is already waving at him, having checked the terminal rosters early. To his satisfaction, Chelsea is also assigned to their room. A group of arrogant noble freshmen in the back immediately start sneering, placing bets on how long the minor house students will last before dropping out. A booming, icy voice cuts through their laughter. There is nothing more pathetic than mediocrity looking down on others. They spin around to find themselves facing Professor Harry Edmund. He is the homeroom proctor for Class 1-5, infamously dubbed the Wailing Wall. He barks a single command: "Chair." In an instant, his oppressive aura forces the loudest bully onto his hands and knees. Harry casually sits directly on the student's back, as if it were a common leather stool, initiating his introduction by flatly stating Class 1-5 as the dumping ground for academic failures. He notes they hold the absolute lowest entry scores of the entire intake. He demands to know why they think an elite combatant like himself volunteered to oversee a room of talentless trash. Carr raises his hand innocently, guessing it's to help refine their grades. Harry scoffs, calling it a textbook response from a moron. He asks if anyone understands the true foundational mandate of a Lumine student. Chelsea stands up, explaining that their baseline purpose is to successfully interface with and clear record worlds through official field campaigns. Harry nods. She is mathematically correct. He reveals his purpose as their instructor is simple: to ensure that even useless trash like them survives a real deployment. His eyes track across the room, lingering on Leo. While the boys' file is irregular, Harry prefers physical verification over paperwork. He commands the class into their physical training uniforms, marching them straight out to the primary combat reserves. Harry sets up a lawn chair under a sunshade, relaxing completely as he asks the students who will save them when a dungeon instance structurally collapses. A girl named Nyla answers that her battle comrades will have her back. Harry snaps that her logic is fundamentally flawed. The only absolute insurance policy in a war zone is personal mechanical proficiency. Only after a mage can guarantee their own survival. Can they afford the luxury of shielding an ally? He adds that weaklings are inherently untrustworthy assets. Another student, Eliana, raises her hand, loudly declaring she trusts Nyla implicitly. Harry smiles thinly, ordering Eliana to step forward and display her primary spellcraft. She unleashes a burst of light magic, but Harry dismisses the output as entirely inadequate. Eliana doubles down, forcing her mana pools to their absolute limit to project a massive blinding column of light that illuminates the field, a display worthy of a premium vanguard. Harry remains unfazed. He snaps his fingers, summoning a low-tier wind spirit that easily weaves through the light beam, completely neutralizing her positioning. He notes that high output is useless if the caster lacks the mechanical tracking to secure a moving target. He outlines their actual assignment. The class will not be dismissed until someone successfully captures the agile wind spirit. While the others complain, Leo slides into position, recognizing that beneath Harry's abrasive attitude lies absolute tactical truth. He joins the hunt while Harry watches him closely, eager to evaluate if this triple major rookie is a historical fluke or an authentic monster. Leo condenses his mana pools directly into his heels, executing his customized kinetic bounce technique. In a flash, he shoots across the lawn like a cannonball. Though the spirit's velocity is elite, Leo's tracking is so precise that the entity panics, breaking its flight pattern to escape. As it maneuvers away, Leo projects a thin cord of raw, unrefined mana from his fingertips, snagging its lower vapor trail like a lasso. He is about to reel it in when Duran Moira suddenly flashes into the lane, shattering the mana cord with an electrical discharge. Behind Duran walks Professor Zejin, the elite homeroom proctor for Class 1-1. It remains a bureaucratic mystery why Leo was placed in a remedial section despite his testing metrics. Zejin immediately chuckles, launching into a condescending lecture about Class 1-5's lack of talent. Harry completely ignores the posturing, continuing to chew his toothpick from the grass. Carr watches the interaction like a high society drama, noting to Leo that these two professors represent the oldest faction rivalry on the faculty. With Harry consistently beating out Zejin in the annual student popularity metrics, Zejin sneers, asking why a combat master continues wasting his time on remedial failures when he could command the elite tracks. To settle the score, he proposes an immediate cross-class combat competition. While the students expect Harry to reject the challenge, the veteran instructor grins, declaring a live competitive environment is the perfect crucible for his trash-to-learn real-world survival mechanics. He tells Zejin to handle the arena logistics before turning to Class 1-5 with a savage glare, warning them that if they drop the match, he will personally sign their immediate expulsion papers. Nella and Ileana freeze in terror, fully aware that Class 1-1 holds every statistical advantage. Harry dismisses their panic. He barks that fear of failure should drive their output. He adds that they have zero right to complain when the designated freshman representative is sitting in their room, meaning their tactical anchor is elite. He points at Leo, commanding him to select his vanguard squad for the match. Leo looks at his instructor, immediately reading his intent. Harry isn't targeting them out of malice. He is trying to shatter the defeatist, low-born complex that has paralyzed Class 1-5 since enrollment day. He wants Leo to act as their operational vanguard, forcing them to reclaim their agency. He intends to show them that their developmental curve is far from over. The tournament brackets are finalized. Class 1-1 anchors its roster with Duran and Celia, while Leo steps up alongside Carr and Chelsea. Leo tells his squad to relax, but Chelsea notes his casual demeanor is only because he doesn't comprehend the brutal nature of the specific sport they've been locked into. They will be playing Devastation Battle, a traditional Lumine collegiate sport. While it mimics a basic ball handling game on paper, its actual mechanics allow for high-output elemental warfare, making it incredibly dangerous. Spotting them on the field, Celia scoffs at Chelsea, asking if Class 1-5 is already preparing their response metrics. Leo steps in, keeping his squad's focus locked. The third member of Class 1-1 joins the circle, locking a cold, intense gaze onto Leo and stating failure is mathematically impossible for their lineup. Zejin triggers the arena gate metrics, noting they need to fill the remaining support slots. Eliana and Nayla volunteer, joined by a male vanguard student who happens to be Nayla's twin brother, whom they call Nello. With the rosters fully locked, Zejin takes the glowing high-density magic orb and hurls it into the center vector. Leo and Duran launch simultaneously to secure the opening tip-off. Utilizing his electrical aura acceleration, the blonde manages to secure the initial possession. As Duran initiates their first tactical drive, Leo falls back, asking Nello for a rapid breakdown of the mechanical boundaries. Nello explains the core objective is remarkably simple. Teams must drive the high-density orb through the opponent's sensory archway using aura reinforcement. The first to reach 11 points wins, and within the field parameters, almost any combative spellcraft is authorized. Duran immediately demonstrates this by channelizing his explosive mana into the orb, hurling it with a violent trajectory right at Leo's head. The massive displacement distracts Carr enough that the rebound skips past his guard, slamming through the remedial archway for an immediate goal. Class 1-1 erupts in cheers as Class 1-5's morale takes an immediate hit. Nello continues his explanation, noting there are 3 primary turnovers: boundary violations, clean interceptions, and before he can detail the final metric, a heavy gale-reinforced shot travels across the pitch like a cannonball, striking Eliana squarely in the chest and knocking her flat onto the turf. Duran mocks them from the center line, reminding them that while direct targeting of unenhanced players carries minor foul penalties, it constitutes the third turnover mechanism. Leo smirks, realizing the game's violent parameters mean he can finally stop holding back his physical output. Though Eliana is escorted off the field, Harry remains completely unbothered in his chair. Zejin watches the positioning, noting that Celia's high-output fire tracking gives Class 1-1 absolute environmental control. He asks Harry why he agreed to a match where his squad is mathematically guaranteed to be slaughtered. Harry looks up, asking if Zejin remembers his very first star pupil, the legendary Empress of Beastmen. He notes that Leo is her direct offspring, meaning the boy's baseline genetic capability will easily turn this into an elite engagement. Down on the field, Class 1-5 is reeling until a sudden massive kinetic shockwave rips across the grass. Celia grins savagely as she tracks the origin, recognizing that the protagonist has finally decided to engage in earnest. Leo drives forward, channeling his unenhanced physical power into a devastating line drive toward the elite archway. Chloe rapidly deploys a dense, multi-layered ice wall to intercept the trajectory, but Leo has already anticipated the block. Moving like a flash, he materializes right behind her defensive perimeter, declaring the angle is still open. He strikes the ball mid-air with an explosive physical redirect, driving it clean through the ice barrier to score. The spectacular play has the remedial benches erupting into wild cheers. Watching from the sidelines, Zejin adjusts his glasses, realizing Class 1-5's anchor is far more sophisticated than he estimated. The genuine match begins now. The scoreboard ticks rapidly as the teams trade elite goals. Celia scores, followed by Chelsea, then Duran, locking the match in a dead heat at 10-10. Desperate to avoid an embarrassing loss to the remedial section, Duran channels his entire remaining lightning aura into a final lethal baseline shot. It would have cleared the perimeter if Carr hadn't completely cast aside his mercantile caution. Carr throws his own body directly into the path of the electrified orb, absorbing the massive shockwave to secure a clean turnover for his squad. The impact completely exhausts his remaining mana pools, forcing him to collapse onto the turf. As he's carried off, he looks to Leo, leaving the final match point entirely in his hands. The situation is incredibly dire. Leo is now the lone active player remaining on the field for Class 1-5, facing off against both Celia and Chloe. Seeing a flawless tactical advantage, Chloe steps to the center line, her eyes burning with intense competitive fury as she resolves to humiliate the boy who disrupted her top rank in the theoretical magic exam. She executes a high-speed matrix, manifesting 4 perfect elemental ice clones to completely blockade the archway lane, while Celia slides into an aggressive containment position. What neither anticipates is Leo's baseline velocity. Without an active aura flash, he simply vanishes from their tracking fields, moving with such staggering physical acceleration that before they can adjust their stances, he is already cutting through their vanguard line. It isn't just a physical sprint. He has layered a complex optical illusion spell to mask his exact positioning vector. Chloe sharpens her mana senses to locate the authentic signature, only to freeze as she detects a highly specific, ancient rhythmic pulse within the spell structure. Overwhelmed by absolute cognitive shock, her knees buckle, and she drops to the turf, entirely paralyzed as Leo breezes past her clones to drive the orb home for the definitive winning goal. Chloe remains frozen, her mind reeling from what she just analyzed. The spell Leo used wasn't a standard human illusion, but star magic, an exclusive legendary elven casting lineage that no human biology should be capable of channelizing. The final whistle confirms Class 1-5's historic victory. The remedial students burst into tears of pure relief, celebrating their survival. On the other side, Zejin displays his qualities as an elite educator, calming his disgruntled prodigies and commanding them to execute proper martial blows to their opponents. He lectures them to maintain their dignity, reminding them that every student who participated, including those supporting from the stadium benches, contributed to an elite competitive match. His inspiring words contrast heavily with Harry, who loudly laughs and calls him a sore loser. The two instructors then deliver a joint address, commanding both classes to utilize the tournament data as fuel to refine their personal curves rather than harboring toxic, localized malice. With the tension diffused, the freshmen exchange mutual handshakes across the lines. Celia and Chelsea exchange polite nods, hinting at the start of a proper competitive friendship, while Duran stops scowling for a brief moment. Finding Chloe staring at her hands on the verge of tears, Leo walks over, calmly telling her that her clone matrix was structurally spectacular and that he has zero doubt she will grow into an elite archmage. His sincere tone catches her off guard, and she slowly shakes his hand, silently vowing to completely dismantle his spellcraft in their next encounter. A month flies by under a heavy academic routine. Leo, Carr, and Chelsea sit in the lounge discussing club registrations. Leo stuns them by revealing he is chartering an independent organization, the Heroes Research Society, dedicated exclusively to unearthing the suppressed historical files of the forgotten hero Kyla. Carr immediately sighs, pointing out the global historical consensus dictates Kylie is a purely fictional myth invented for children's books. Chelsea, however, eagerly signs her name to the registry. Their paperwork is interrupted by a sudden massive roar of excitement echoing from the Academy's main gate. The designated day has arrived. The elite senior squads are returning from their long-term deployment inside a high-tier record dungeon. When raw fragments of the ancient heroic records scattered across the continents destabilize, they structurally mutate the local geography into hazardous anomalies known as hero dungeons. It is the mandatory duty of upperclassmen to execute high-risk campaigns lasting weeks at a time to suppress the instances and recover the artifacts. Watching the heavily armored seniors march across the courtyard, Leo smiles slightly, visualizing his mother leading similar operations during her own academy days. The crowd lines up to catch a glimpse of the elite inner circle. The vanguard specialist Lee, the renowned scholar Tura, and the silent, imposing invocation prodigy Ulta. Carr looks through the ranks in confusion, noting the absence of the student council president, the unchallenged apex combatant of the entire institution. Before he can gather more details, Celia grabs Leo by his elbow and aggressively drags him toward the private faculty reception halls, huffing that a specific individual has requested an immediate audience with him. They enter a private lounge, and Celia immediately drops her noble guard, leaping forward to hug the tall youth waiting inside. It is her older brother, Riz, the designated successor to the Serdinger clan patriarchy and the legendary student council president. With effortless aristocratic grace, he treats them to a premium multi-course meal. As Celia focuses on her steak, Riz turns a warm gaze to Leo, noting that Reina's legacy still echoes through the academy vaults. She wasn't merely a political exile. She was a legendary campus radical who famously organized the first historical student strike to completely overhaul the academy's culinary provisions, alongside a dozen other legendary rule-breaking achievements. Riz speaks of his estranged aunt with authentic, deep-seated respect. Leo evaluates his posture, concluding the president fully deserves his reputation as Lumine's apex anchor and will likely secure a slot in the heroic record shortly after graduation. As Riz finishes his tea, he offers to escort them to a nearby patisserie for dessert. However, as he reaches into his uniform jacket to retrieve his wallet, his fingers brush against a cold, foreign object hidden inside his inner pocket. An artifact that definitely wasn't there prior to his dungeon clearance. Before he can extract the item, the scene cuts to class 1 to 5 the following morning. Eliana raises her hand to ask why their remedial section hasn't held a formal vote for class delegate yet. Harry blinks, indifferently muttering that the administrative deadline completely slipped his mind before pointing at Leo and declaring him the permanent delegate by default. Eliana begins to protest, demanding proper democratic protocols, until Carr slides a document across her desk outlining the massive, tedious administrative workload attached to the delegate role. She immediately goes silent, passing the folder along just then. The PA system blares, commanding all first-year sections to assemble in the grand auditorium for a mandatory joint lecture. Sighing at his new bureaucratic duties, Leo organizes Class 1-5 and leads them down the main corridor. Halfway to the hall, they run into Chloe, who looks deeply fatigued. She intercepts Carr, demanding a restock of his high-grade physical recovery elixirs. Leo cuts in, gently advising her that burning her vitality pools to study theory will permanently damage her casting foundations. Chloe flatly ignores his advice, downing an elixir and walking away. Carr and Chelsea note that Leo doesn't comprehend the brutal competitive metrics of the research track. Chloe is a designated tower wizard, meaning her entire standing is determined by theoretical documentation speed. Leo dryly remarks that internal rankings are ultimately shallow metrics. Chelsea counters that while Vanguard and Battle Mages prove their value through field suppression, a tower specialist's funding and clearance depend entirely on pure theoretical verification metrics, meaning Chloe cannot afford to drop a single rank. She chides Carr for neglecting basic academy policy. Carr grins, stating he intends to bypass academic metrics entirely by establishing an independent alchemical trade route. The scene shifts sharply to the headmaster's private greenhouse. As he is watering his rare flora, he freezes as an alarm trigger sounds. The shattered, sealed remnant of a historical heroic record fragment in his vault has suddenly generated a massive pulse of active mana resonance. The unexpected activation suggests a structural synchronization event has triggered somewhere on campus. The full mechanical implications remain unverified, but the stakes are massive. Deep within the Academy's restricted foundations, secondary ancient arrays are beginning to wake up. Remember that strange object Riz had? Well, technically it's not a foreign object, it's a heroes page. While important, it's so small that it shouldn't just react out of nowhere. Because of that, he goes to the principal, who promises to look into it and asks his assistant, Elena Giron, to take him to the auditorium for the joint freshman class. The principal figures the only reason such a tiny fragment would react is if it came close to the very person recorded on it. In short, they have no idea, but that page might actually be part of the MC's original record. Cut to the joint class in the auditorium, where the hero studies professor, Artian, tries to get them to quiet down the nice way. In the end, she has no choice but to release a fraction of her power, threatening to kill them if they don't shut up. That finally gets the little punks to pay attention, and her demeanor instantly flips back to normal, a radical change that leaves her poor students trembling with fear. Meanwhile, the MC recognizes that she is a spiritualist, a highly rare specialization even 5,000 years ago. The point is, this class is vital for him to understand the core principles of hero society. She explains that the great clans arose because unlocking a hero's world requires an artifact deeply connected or related to that specific hero. In other words, it's far easier for a hero's descendants to unlock their ancestors' world. This is exactly why institutions like the Academy are obsessed with keeping records of every single hero and maintaining strong ties with the various clans. Artian explains that the purpose of classes like this is to research and find clues to unlock the various hero worlds scattered across the globe. As they approach their senior year, they will choose a hero to inherit power from and attempt to unlock their pages. Elisa Herkin's absolute mastery over her griffin allows her to force the beast to unleash a massive jet of fire, flash melting the ice spires before they can even reach her. She effectively applied a high-level spirit buff directly to her mount, a tactical masterclass that the commentator excitedly breaks down for the audience. Next, they are going to unseal it so the students can experience firsthand whatever secrets it holds. Before that, she asks them what drives them to become heroes. One student immediately speaks up, stating they want to surpass their family's previous generations. Chloe wants to write her own spellbook. Carr Thomas dreams of supporting other heroes with his alchemical creations. And as for the MC, he boldly announces that his goal is to completely annihilate Erebus. Naturally, the mere mention of that name strikes the entire room dead silent before the typical background NPCs start scoffing and laughing. Professor Harry Edmund can tell from his tone that Leo is dead serious. As it turns out, Erebus was never truly 100% defeated. It's been millennia since he was split into pieces and sealed away, but he has managed to resurrect himself multiple times over the ages. The massive disaster from the last catastrophe was actually just the result of one of his shattered pieces reviving. Eradicating him completely is literally the ultimate dream of every hero. Something so seemingly impossible and fantastical that most have long since given up hope. With that, Artian gets the class back on track, asking them to guess which hero's page this belongs to before they move on to learning how to unlock a hero's world. The entire process is somewhat dangerous, so she assures them that she and the faculty are ready to step in, calling up the class representatives to be the first to try. And so, Celia Serdinger, Leo, Abad Lewin, and Chia step forward. The professor explains that they recovered 2 pieces from the last mission, one of substantial size, and a tiny fragment that she warns probably won't even react. To everyone's absolute shock, Leo goes straight for the smallest fragment. Instantly, the hero record flies open, enveloping everyone in a surge of energy, so violent they wonder if something went horribly wrong. But it's no mistake, they all end up transported inside an unknown world, and now they have to figure out whose record it is. While we already have a pretty good idea, the characters have to piece it together as they stumble upon a field of corpses while the instructors try to keep them calm. Meanwhile, Leo recognizes the setting as the ultimate line of defense and the final standing city during the Age of Catastrophe, the walls of Gardasran. Just then, they hear a woman approaching the hero, declaring that even though what they are asking of her is sheer madness, she must save the world. Of course, no one else recognizes her, but Leo immediately knows it's Lysinas. But before they can see anything else, the fragment cuts out, forcefully snapping them all back to the present day. Since they can't ignore the fact that the fragment reacted directly to the MC, Professor Harry Edmund decides to dismiss the class. Leo is left standing there alone, unable to believe he just stumbled upon a page belonging to Kyle, the very record he has been desperately searching for. Naturally, rumors about what happened spread like wildfire. The students of Class 1-5 assume it was a memory of Lysinas, spending their entire self-study period gossiping about it until Professor Harry Edmund has to burst in, scold them, and order them to shut up. This leaves the MC deep in thought. wondering why his personal record has been shattered into such minuscule shards, almost as if someone deliberately destroyed it. That theory makes perfect sense when you realize that if a hero record is an artifact meant to pass down a hero's power, then its destruction was likely intended to prevent a new hero from rising. And the only entity who would ever benefit from that is Erebus himself. No matter how he looks at it, that is the prime lead he needs to follow. A whole month passes. During one of his lectures, Professor Lenhorst introduces the concept of original magic, explaining that its defining feature is how vividly it reflects the inner personality of the caster. Since most mages rely strictly on standardized spells and rarely bother to develop their own original magic, it easily becomes the ultimate ace up one's sleeve. Just look at Luna, the greatest archmage in history, and the creator of star magic. That last detail immediately catches Chloe's attention, as she recalls seeing Leo use that very same magic, even though a guy like him should have absolutely no way of knowing it. At the same time, she catches his eye because she is carrying around a magic book that radiates an incredibly dark and sinister aura. Once class lets out, Leo invites her to grab lunch together, determined to figure out what she's plotting. However, she turns him down flat, insisting she has no time to waste since she is focusing entirely on getting stronger so she can defeat him in their next encounter. At that moment, Leo realizes that to her, not being taken seriously as a rival is the ultimate insult. He promises her he won't hold back, and offers a handshake, creating an unexpectedly tense moment. It was definitely a twist no one saw coming. Switching scenes, we find Leo patiently exploring the Tower of Heroes. He's convinced that hidden somewhere in this place is the forbidden library of Runburn, which is bound to hold clues regarding what happened to his hero record. His wandering catches the eye of the upperclassmen, especially Tora. Introducing himself with the stern tone of someone who won't hesitate to kick him out, Tora demands to know what a freshman is doing snooping around the Tower of Heroes. Without skipping a beat, Leo claims he's on his way to meet the student council president, and since he's enrolled in the magic division, he has every right to be there. Satisfied with the answer, Tora lets him pass, though not without warning him that he better take magic seriously and choose it as his final specialization. With that hurdle cleared, Leo heads toward the elevators and runs into another high-profile prodigy who recognizes him as the brat who dared to enroll in every single department. His tone is far friendlier and more relaxed than Tora's, and he asks what brings him by, genuinely amused by how naturally the freshman carries himself around his seniors. He naturally insists that Leo should ultimately choose the cavalry branch. Meanwhile, Leo keeps moving until he reaches the office of the student council president, Riz. Blunt as always, he straightforwardly requests permission to access the forbidden library. His tone is so resolute that Riz knows he isn't playing around. Being up front, the president tells him there are only two ways an ordinary student can ever set foot in that archives. The first is to conquer a hero dungeon, and the second option will only be revealed if he decides to join the student council. Our protagonist's answer is left a mystery for now because we cut to the training grounds. The cavalry department is hosting its first practical exam, and it's such a massive spectacle that Carr Thomas immediately sets up shop with popcorn, soda, and snacks to sell. Even students from entirely different departments crowd the stands to watch the action unfold. Cavalry practical exams are a massive deal, played out through intense one-on-one duels. Things get interesting right off the bat as Leo is called up as one of the first competitors, drawn to fight a Class 1 student named Joel. Carr Thomas takes the chance to pitch his snacks to Professor Zedjan. He refuses at first, until Celia Serdinger starts pulling his strings, applying just enough social pressure to get him to buy a treat for every single student in attendance. He successfully clears out his inventory. Down on the field, Leo notes he's glad to go first, which Joel takes as a direct insult, snapping that Leo will regret underestimating him. The narrative notes that passing the exam requires securing at least 5 victories. The crowd is tense. While Leo has proven he can handle a triple major, Joel is no pushover. He's the third strongest student in Class 1, trailing only behind Celia Serdinger and Duran Moira. This becomes obvious from the way Joel positions himself, drawing his weapon with absolute confidence, while Professor Ain lays out the rules of the duel. However, all of that takes a back seat when Leo suddenly senses a wave of dark energy radiating from the main school building, an energy that feels disturbingly familiar. While the match is starting, Chloe is having a total breakdown in her dorm room. Desperate over her inability to create original magic and match the MC, she finally gives in and turns to that horrific book she's been hoarding. The most alarming part is that nobody except the MC notices the anomaly. Joel capitalizes on his distraction and lunges forward. his spear play would be impressive, except that within seconds, Leo catches the bear's spear tip with his hand, yanks Joel forward, and delivers a punch that sends him flying out of the ring. Leo takes the early lead, but Joel warns him that the fight has barely started as he activates his poisonous mist technique. A dense, hostile aura floods the arena, enveloping the MC. Joel boasts that unless Leo can manifest a fire aura on par with Celia Serdinger's, he won't be able to repel the poison, and since Leo doesn't use standard aura, he's doomed. Or so the poor guy thinks. The MC warns him that overconfidence is a slow killer. And out of nowhere, he counters by unleashing a ridiculously massive tidal wave of fiery aura that blankets the entire arena, before calmly stepping through the flames. His smirk is the ultimate confirmation that Joel severely miscalculated. Joel gets dead serious, pulling out a technique usually reserved for counteracting Celia Serdinger, the Serpent's Sword, aiming to immobilize Leo in seconds. The spectators glance at Celia Serdinger to see her reaction, wondering if Joel's fixation on her is less of a rivalry and more of a crush. But the reality on the field strikes immediately. Leo effortlessly shatters the technique, appearing right behind Joel and forcing him into a desperate defensive guard with his spear. But the MC is far faster. With a swift stroke, he completely disarms him, noting that one shouldn't let their guard down until the smoke fully clears. He holds his blade to Joel's throat, securing a flawless victory. Despite a heavily bruised ego, Joel quickly admits that Leo completely earned his reputation. Plus, Joel walks away with a win of his own when Celia Serdinger praises him for putting up an impressive fight, leaving the poor guy wearing a dorky, love-struck grin for hours. For the second match, Eliana steps up all pumped and excited, until she realizes her opponent is none other than Chia, one of the absolute strongest freshmen in the academy. Wasting no time, Chia offers a respectful bow and opens the match by invoking her water spirit's power. Eliana counters by flaring up her own fire aura, and for a brief moment, the clash looks surprisingly even. The tables turn instantly when Eliana lunges, only to slam into a powerful barrier that reflects the entire kinetic force right back at her. She's knocked out cold in seconds, handing Chia the win. The MC muses that Eliana could have lasted longer if she hadn't relied on such a reckless, head-on approach. The next bout promises to be a highlight. Celia Serdinger versus Duran Moira. They lock eyes with an intensity that makes them look like blood rivals, while Carr Thomas watches from the front row like he's at a movie premiere. Leo watches closely, eager to see who reigns supreme in Class 1. Both fighters flare their auras and collide, unleashing a blinding blast of raw energy that makes Carr's literal 3D glasses seem perfectly reasonable. Carr asks the MC who he's betting on, and Leo answers Celia Serdinger. It's not just because he knows her capabilities inside out, but because despite the mounting pressure, her eyes maintain the calculating gaze of someone holding a hidden ace. Before she can play it, Duran Moira suddenly closes the gap and manages to land a grazing cut across her face. This forces Celia Serdinger to stop holding back. She constructs a dense force field around them, forging a literal blazing cage that transforms the arena into a personal furnace. It severely restricts her opponent's mobility, and the tactical payoff is instantaneous. While the blonde struggles to peer through the thick wall of flames, Celia Serdinger manifests right behind him, trapping him in checkmate. Duran Moira spins around, but it's far too late. She delivers a devastating strike that knocks him out cold, claiming a spectacular victory. She sportsmanshiply offers him a hand up, teasingly advising him to work on his physical conditioning. Up in the stands, Leo smiles to himself, acknowledging that she really has grown stronger. With that, the practical exam wraps up with solid scores across the board. Celia Serdinger finishes with a stellar 4-1 record. Duran Moira holds a matching 4-1 score. Chia also checks in at 4-1. And naturally, Leo stands alone at the top, completely undefeated. A perfect 5-0 run. A week later, the students face a grueling written exam in linguistics. As he collects the papers, Professor Harry Edmund casually threatens to expel anyone who flunks, leaving Eliana complaining that he always relies on the exact same scare tactics. Chelsea Lewin confidently boasts that she'll secure the top score. Leo looks visually drained, prompting Nyla to offer to soothe his fatigue with healing magic. Before he can answer, Carr Thomas hilariously fakes an injury to get her attention, while Chelsea Lewin slides into the chat to mark her territory around her beloved Leo. She mentions she has never actually seen him practice summoning, but Leo notes he prefers doing it in private, assuring her he'll take first place anyway. Just like the cavalry test, the summoning practical exam turns into a high-profile academy-wide event. They even have a live commentator. While Celia Serdinger feels the school might be overhyping it, Her older brother, Riz, explains that the summoning trial is a storied tradition that draws crowds even from unrelated departments. The massive audience makes it incredibly hard for the freshmen to focus, and nerves are running high. The sole exception is Elisa Herkin, who approaches our MC to note she heard about his stellar performance in the night trials, condescendingly asking if he's actually prepared for this one. Leo casually confirms he is, but she fires back that she hasn't seen him at a single practice session, claiming it proves he isn't taking the summoning major seriously. She isn't the only skeptic. Other random students start telling him he should just drop out. The gatekeeping targets Chia too, given she's double majoring in cavalry and summoning. It escalates to the point where a guy named Zen gets aggressively confrontational with her right before the exam, but Walden shuts down that stupidity immediately. He bluntly tells them that if they're going to throw tantrums over something so trivial, they better take it somewhere else. Walden declares that merely riding a spirit is nothing special. When you possess genuine genius for summoning, you don't even need to waste your time practicing. Pushed over the edge, Zen goes to throw a punch, but Leo catches his arm, dryly warning him that starting a brawl right now is an easy way to get disqualified. Adding context, Nello, a summoning student, reveals that the toxic atmosphere isn't an accident. The sophomores are incredibly bitter that outsiders like Leo and Chia are effortlessly taking the top rankings in summoning, while the dedicated students who specialize exclusively in it are left entirely in the shadows. The older students are the ones actively poisoning the minds of the freshmen. Leo silently decides he'll just have to show them exactly how overwhelming his definition of serious is. From a safe distance, a mysterious hooded figure watches the entire confrontation, tracking Zen with intense interest and wondering if the grand plan has finally been set in motion. As for Zen, his internal monologue takes a dark turn. He swears to slaughter every single one of these arrogant brats, sounding less like a regular student and more like a total psychopath plotting a mass casualty event. The commentator outlines the rules. Contestants are strictly limited to summoning-based abilities. That means no traditional spellcasting and no cavalry weapon techniques are permitted. The exam is a high-speed race. Students must tame a wild griffin, navigate across Spirit Island, reach the turnaround marker at the Lake of Silence, and head back. The announcement doesn't explicitly forbid PvP combat, which we'll surely see play out. Meanwhile, Professor Yura Marin screams at the top of her lungs like a madwoman, telling them not to get cold feet. They are out there to prove what they are made of, period. With that, the countdown ticks away. The moment the starting signal drops, absolute chaos erupts. While a few students focus on racing forward, a massive group suddenly wheels around, pooling their resources to launch a coordinated assault right at Leo and Walden. To the commentator and the audience in the stands, it's instantly obvious this hit was orchestrated beforehand. Nello considers pulling back to back them up, but Leo barks at him to keep moving, reminding him that this is an exam and he needs to prioritize his own score. And just like that, Leo and Walden are left to deal with the ambushers on their own. While Walden casually shuts down the pathetic barrage and tames his griffin in seconds, our MC finds things a bit trickier. Walden offers to lend a hand, but Leo insists he has everything completely under control, even though it looks like he's totally cornered. Up in the stands, Chelsea Lewin wonders how on earth he's going to escape, while Professor Yura Marin watches in absolute shock. She knew this freshman class was fiercely competitive, but she never imagined they would sabotage each other so flagrantly. Her main concern is that the incoming attacks utilize spiritism, whereas Leo is registered under beast invocation, leaving him with very little elemental shorthand to counter them. Or so it seems until the MC suddenly starts chanting, summoning not one, but two completely distinct high-tier spirits. He mutters an ancient phrase that leaves the crowd baffled, but Yura Marin grins like a maniac, realizing she absolutely cannot let a monstrous talent like him slip away from her department. The scene shifts to the front of the pack, where Zen and his lackeys are busy mocking Leo. Suddenly, Elisa Herkin blasts past them at breakneck speed, warning them that their little ambush was incredibly tacky and does nothing but ruin the reputation of the entire summoning department. Zen tries to argue back, but she completely blows him off and accelerates, leaving him eating dust. Zen scoffs, confident his mastery over flying beasts will secure his lead, until Chia effortlessly surfs past him on her own griffin like she's riding a literal surfboard. She hits speeds he can only dream of. Furious, Zen decides to sabotage her just like he did Leo. One of his teammates dispatches a spirit to knock Chia off course, forgetting that while cavalry skills are banned, nobody said a single word about hand-to-hand combat techniques. The dark-haired girl executes a flawless mid-air kick that knocks the saboteur clean off her mount. sending her plummeting in a free fall. Chia pulls alongside Zen, coldly warning him that he shouldn't be playing petty games when there's an actual pissed-off threat right behind them. Right on cue, a massive explosion superheats the air right behind them, followed by a rapid-fire barrage that hits Zen's lackeys dead on. The culprit is Walden, who screams at the top of his lungs that he holds a massive petty grudge, declaring this is his personal invoice for the lovely welcome gift they gave him at the starting line. He doesn't just threaten them. He carpet bombs the sky until the airspace becomes a literal war zone. Meanwhile, back at the starting grid, Leo has completely neutralized his ambushers, but realizes they intentionally crippled his griffin before attacking. They slashed its wing, sending the beast into a panicked, violent frenzy that makes it impossible to mount. With no options left, Leo has to physically wrestle the massive creature into submission. It's an incredibly dangerous brute force approach, but he doesn't have the luxury of time for gentle training methods. He glares and commands it to heal with a tone so terrifyingly dominant that the griffin freezes solid from pure primal fear. Leo pulls the embedded dagger from its wing, and it immediately submits. He takes off. But the head start the others have is massive. The commentator marks him for a guaranteed dead last finish. Little do they know, Leo has an ace up his sleeve. He summons Fiora in her chick form, using her legendary flames to shroud his griffin and act as a literal rocket booster, hitting speeds that leave every other beast in the dust. Watching from the VIP stands, neither Celia Serdinger nor her brother Riz can recognize the source of the fire. It isn't standard aura, nor is it a Serdinger clan technique. They are left wondering what the hell they are looking at. He blows past the tail enders within seconds and somehow catches sight of the lead pack. Just as he decides to push the thrusters even harder, an anomaly rips into the sky. It's no griffin, it's a massive, dark, catastrophic dragon that Leo immediately recognizes as Fafnir. To fully grasp how this disaster happened, we have to rewind a few minutes. While Leo was busy taming his mount, Walden managed to overtake Elisa Herkin. Driven by absolute desperation to win, she threatened to blast him out of the sky, but Walden completely ignores her warnings and attacks without saying a word. He hits her with the same explosive elements as before, forcing her into a steep evade. She notes that while it looks like a standard fire and wind spirit combination, the sheer destructive yield is far too massive to be normal. She suspects he's channeling something else entirely, yet no matter how advanced his execution is, it's completely useless if he can't actually hit his target. Elisa Herkin effortlessly dodges the blasts with superhuman precision. Growing annoyed, Walden ups the ante, generating a massive volley of razor-sharp ice spires and raining them down like a lethal storm. However, it fails to land a scratch, since Elisa's control over a faucet is so absolute that she gets to spit out a great flame of fire, melting the icebergs before they can reach it. And what she did was add a spiritual upgrade to the beast. And every move is watched closely by the commentator. The announcer points out that while those two are locked in a deathmatch, Chia is smartly using the chaos to bypass them completely. Suddenly, Elisa Herkin snares Walden around the neck with her energy whip. Walden triggers a massive counter-explosion that would have dragged them all down, but Chia utilizes a sudden propulsion burst to leap into the air. She safely sticks the landing back onto her griffin, realizing this race is getting far more perilous than advertised. But even she is left speechless when a massive black shadow tears through the clouds at extreme velocity. It's Zen riding a terrifying dark creature. Chia screams at him that bringing an unregistered forbidden mount is a blatant violation of the rules. Zen snaps back that he couldn't care less about the rules. His only goal is to violently put these so-called blessed geniuses in their place. He charges straight at Elisa Herkin and Walden, who realize they are looking at a heavily mutated dark beast. Right at that critical juncture, Leo finally catches up with the lead pack, completely ignoring the race itself. Leo demands to know where the hell Zen obtained that monstrosity. Zen arrogantly brags that it's just his personal spirit beast. What the clueless idiot doesn't realize is that it's nowhere near a regular summon. This creature is Fafnir, one of the most cataclysmic, world-ending threats that Leo and his comrades personally hunted to extinction during the era of chaos. It is classified as a high-ranking demon. This becomes terrifyingly clear when Zen orders it to fire, unleashing a catastrophic energy beam that forces everyone to scatter for dear life. Chia is caught flat-footed and desperately throws up a water barrier, but the raw demonic energy completely disintegrates her defense in an instant. She and her mount are sent plummeting in a dead fall, Chia completely knocked unconscious. Leo dives at extreme speed, catching her midair and rushes to land to place her safely on the ground. Walden and Elisa Herkin dive down right behind him, while Zen hovers menacingly above, cackling over the fact that he finally holds the power to crush them all. Back at the stadium, the commentator receives a status update and stupidly tries to broadcast the disaster as an unexpected live event. Professor Uramarin yanks the mic away, officially calling off the exam and ordering every single invocation instructor to deploy immediately and shut down this madness once and for all. The alarm reaches the other department heads. They warn that a high-tier demonic beast will rapidly consume the summoner's psyche, driving them completely insane. Professor Harry Edmund grimly notes that a regular student couldn't possibly summon this on their own. There is undoubtedly a mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. Professors Len Horse and Zejin immediately join the deployment. On the ground, Leo ensures Chia is safely tucked away, but Zen descends upon them instantly, sneering that they are just making themselves easier targets and boasting that he'll gladly tear them into microscopic shreds. He never expected Leo to calmly step forward without a single trace of fear. Leo looks him dead in the eye and declares he has no reason to hide. That creature isn't a spirit animal or a mutated mount. It's a foul beast straight out of Tartarus. He tells Zen to get off and run, because as a future hero, Leo's directive is simple: to completely purge repulsive abominations like it from existence. This stellar sequence beautifully blurs the line between Leo and Kylie, showing he is still the exact same legendary savior from 5,000 years ago. Even though his presence is terrifyingly grand, Zen just laughs like a lunatic, throwing all warnings out the window as a matter of pride. Zen screams that he isn't the same weakling anymore, and won't let a nobody look down on him. He charges up a lethal energy blast and fires to kill. However, right before the beam hits the group, a massive stone golem erupts from the earth, acting as a shield. It's one of Walden's signature summon techniques. He notes that Zen is completely beyond reason, and the only remaining way to save him is to back Leo up and slaughter the beast. Zen flinches, finally feeling a prickle of fear as Elisa Herkin joins the fray as well. She suggests separating the idiot from the demon so they can fight uninhibited. For the first time since his reincarnation, our MC experiences the electrifying thrill of fighting alongside a true vanguard team. The moment the golem crumbles, the real boss fight begins, with Elisa Herkin whipping her energy lash forward. She aims to snare Zen cleanly and end it quickly, but the psychopath assumes they're just trying to steal his glory. He prepares to unleash another massive shockwave, but Walden cuts him off just in time. Walden detonates a cluster of micro-explosions directly around Fafnir's head, completely blinding Zen and breaking his tracking. Walden shouts the cue, and by the time the smoke clears, Leo is already inches from Zen's face, unleashing a brutal combination of strikes to force a submission. Suddenly, Zen freezes completely mid-motion, not from the damage, but because something else has taken full possession of his physical form. A sinister voice speaks through his mouth, warning them they've made a fatal mistake. Before the team can react, Fafnir launches into the stratosphere, leaving Leo and the possessed Zen entirely isolated in the sky. Wasting no time, the MC notes that the entity belongs to Tartarus and demands to know where its real physical body is hiding. The demon merely chuckles, noting he's far sharper than he looks, and states that Leo needs to be executed before he becomes an actual threat. The demon unleashes an overwhelming kinetic strike that shatters Leo's balance, sending him free-falling into the void. Leo doesn't even blink. He immediately summons Fiora, declaring it's her time to shine. Leo reflects that in his previous life, he was a jack of all trades who trained in every single discipline. Yet he never truly reached the apex of any single one. His aura was surpassed by Eren, his magic dwarfed by Luna, and his summoning couldn't compete with Lacinus. However, there was one ultimate ability unique entirely to him: skill fusion. We see him flawlessly combining pure magic circles with Fiora's raw spiritual energy. He pumps raw mana into his partner, forcing her into a temporary evolution into a magnificent adult phoenix. She catches him mid-fall, preventing any damage. Furthermore, Phoenix energy is the ultimate natural antithesis to demonic beings, causing Fafnir to convulse in pain while the demon screams, demanding to know who the hell Leo actually is. Realizing the massive threat, the demon charges an even larger attack instead of evading. Leo commands Fiora to close the gap. He draws his blade and activates a secret, localized technique from the Serdinger clan, meeting the incoming demonic laser with a massive, equally devastating wave of fire. The demon initially feels confident in the clash of power, but suddenly flinches as its possession connection destabilizes. This implies someone has successfully located and attacked its real physical body. As a result, its spiritual output drops drastically. Leo instantly capitalizes on this slight opening, doubling down on his pressure. His blazing strike overpowers the demon entirely, engulfing Fafnir in a colossal aerial explosion. There's no way anyone survives that blast at point-blank range. So Leo signals it's time to head down. Fiora immediately exhausts her mana, popping back into her tiny chick form, and they descend. Meanwhile, we cut to the mastermind, the mysterious hooded figure from earlier, who has just been violently blasted back by an overwhelming surge of energy. The attackers are none other than Zejin and Harry Edmund, the twin pillars of Lumin Academy. They recognize the operative instantly. While the teachers hold the tactical advantage, the wretch manages to slip away using an escape spell. They are left with the grim certainty that the forces of evil are actively infiltrating the school, meaning Lumin is no longer safe. As for our MC, he is inches from hitting the dirt when Yura Marin swoops in and catches him. Glad she made it just in the nick of time. Simultaneously, the rogue operative meets up with his accomplice, who does nothing to help him, merely mocking the pathetic, broken state he's in. The accomplice notes it's a complete embarrassment to get humbled by a mere hero candidate. The operative snaps back, revealing that the kid is a complete anomaly. He wields a contract with a literal phoenix and instantly identified their mutated monster as Fafnir. Leo possesses specialized ancient knowledge that a regular teenager should have absolutely no access to. Curiously, this only excites the accomplice, who looks forward to testing the kid himself very soon. Several days later, Leo walks the academy halls, musing on how out of hand the situation got. The practical exam wasn't just cancelled, but Zen lost his life in the fallout, serving as a harsh wake-up call to the students that this academy is no playground. Furthermore, the fact that Fafnir appeared should be a mechanical impossibility, leading Yura Marin to order a strict information blackout. They are forcing a cover story that it was just a mutated variant of a Shadow Weaver, while she investigates the security breach. Leo shifts his focus to the upcoming magic practical exam. Everyone is unsettled when Chloe arrives looking like an absolute zombie who hasn't slept in days. More worryingly, she completely isolates herself, ignoring her friends entirely. Professor Len Horse notices her strange behavior, but has no choice but to start the exam. He explains that they must showcase the original spells they've spent the semester drafting. Acknowledging their nerves, he introduces 3 highly successful alumni from the magic department to serve as guest judges: Rilda, Aidman, and Chin. Since they are active professional mages, Carr Thomas happily tells the MC that they'll likely grade softly. That illusion shatters the second the testing begins. Eliana is called up first, introducing herself with an adorable burst of energy that leaves Carr instantly love-struck. She manifests a brilliant, firework-like array, explaining that while her primary attribute is light, she has engineered a method to overlay a fire-attributed magic circle, expanding the basic light spell into massive radiant rings of thermal heat that fill the entire hall. The judges look mildly intrigued at first, until they bluntly ask how this structurally differs from a standard, conventional laser spell. The poor girl completely freezes up with no tactical answer, prompting them to hand her a flat C without a second thought. They look relaxed but maintain exceptionally strict standards. As student after student steps up, the carnage continues, with nobody breaking past a basic C grade. The streak finally breaks when Carr Thomas secures a solid B+, followed by Chelsea Lewin locking in a fantastic A. The panel notes that the class has talent, but given how highly Len Horse hyped up this specific freshman generation, they expected a lot more. They place all their remaining expectations on the final 3 students, starting with Abad Lewin, who strides to the podium with a cool aristocratic charm that makes half the girls in the room swoon. Without uttering a word, he begins chalking a massive complex of equations and spell matrices on the board. He announces that his original magic is called Tempest, designed to achieve the absolute highest classification tier upon full mastery. However, due to its massive scale, he cannot safely detonate it inside a classroom. He breaks down the formula by recounting his development process at the Lewin family estate, where his family had to deploy high-grade barriers just to contain his practice. The spell compresses atmospheric wind to extreme thresholds, creating a localized vortex designed to obliterate anything caught in its trajectory. During his field tests, he had to clear out all local wildlife to prevent collateral damage. While the premise sounds straightforward, the structural execution relies on a unique magic circle array that is notoriously difficult to cast, stabilize, and control. Thoroughly impressed, the panel awards him a unanimous A+. The energy in the room is palpable. When Len Horse announces that our MC is up next, the professor is practically beaming with pride. Leo walks up to the podium and states that his original magic is an entire system of attributeless magic circles. This immediately causes a stir among the guest judges. They have never heard of such a preposterous concept. By definition, every established spell formula requires an elemental attribute blueprint to manifest, which is the baseline requirement to cast magic. Yet Leo calmly counters that his system is universally compatible with every existing formula, meaning any mage can utilize it regardless of their affinity. Instead of being impressed, Aidman scoffs that it sounds like absolute nonsense, while Chin asks for clarification if he is claiming to have engineered an entirely new system of spell logic from scratch. Leo simply nods, while Len Horse is shaking with excitement. The panel remains deeply skeptical. Assuming he's just an overconfident rookie wasting their time, they reluctantly allow him to demonstrate. And as Leo begins drawing on the board, Rilda muses aloud that only one mage in recorded history ever created an entirely distinct system of personal spell logic: the legendary archmage Luna. They interpret his hubris as an arrogant claim that he stands on the same level as her. The MC cuts them off completely, stating he would never dare compare himself to Luna. She was an unparalleled peerless genius. However, he notes that one doesn't need to be a historic prodigy to design a custom framework, just a bit of lateral creativity and the drive to execute it. The moment he inks the final line of his thesis on the board, the pieces click together. The judges are struck completely speechless, reading a breakthrough they previously deemed mathematically impossible. Carr Thomas tries to follow the formulas but gets a literal headache just looking at it, while Chloe looks visibly sick seeing her rival pull off a miracle. To conclude his presentation, the MC states he designed this framework specifically to break the limits of elemental affinity, allowing a caster to freely channel any spell category in existence. Though it sounds insane, the mathematical proof is right there on the board. He reveals the name of his original magic system, Bible. He provides a flawless, localized demonstration of the casting process. The name instantly sets off massive alarms in Chin's head. She recognizes it from ancient historical lore regarding Kylie. While those old chronicles are widely dismissed as exaggerated myths, the kid standing right in front of her has just manifested a piece of that myth into reality. She realizes Leo might hold the key to proving the historical existence of the first hero. The panel awards him a flawless A+. Leo returns to his seat satisfied. In his past life, this was a theory he never managed to fully finalize, and now he has the perfect canvas to perfect it. Finally, Chloe is called up. She stands up with stiff movements and completely hollow, unfocused eyes, which deeply concerns Leo. He leans over to ask if she's all right. She ignores him entirely and walks to the stage. The judges note they have incredibly high expectations for her as the top-ranked student in the magic theory class. Chloe flatly announces that her original magic is a fire-type variation, manifesting a vibrant, blazing flame. The deep crimson fire completely baffles the room since her natural affinity is ice. She has intentionally conjured the exact inverse of her own element. However, several silent seconds pass and nothing else happens. The panel mutters that it looks like a basic, run-of-the-mill flame and moves to tally her score. Chloe sharply cuts them off, stating she isn't finished. She plunges the flame directly into a container of water, and to the absolute shock of everyone present, the fire refuses to go out. This commands the undivided attention of the entire room. She explains that she has anchored a concept of eternity into the spell structure. Unless she actively dispels it, the flame will burn infinitely. She tracks the equation on the board, a formula that violates basic thermodynamic logic, which she calls eternal fire. No matter how brilliant it looks to the panel, Leo's stomach drops. Though she is awarded a top score, a horrible taste is left in his mouth. In the ancient past, only one entity ever succeeded in engineering a flame that burns eternally. It wasn't Luna, it was Erebus. The moment class dismisses, he asks Celia Serdinger to help him get Chloe aside for a private chat. Chloe curtly pushes past them, claiming she's heading straight to bed, forcing Leo to put off his confrontation for another day. Celia Serdinger herself pulls him aside to note that her friend has been acting incredibly erratic, starting fights with Class 1 students, amidst dark rumors that she's hanging out with shady characters. Leo listens closely. Later, in absolute privacy, he channels Frina through Fiora, because he needs answers to an urgent matter. He asks why she is still lingering around the academy perimeter. Frina reveals that 5 years ago, a violent infiltration occurred within Lumine, resulting in the deaths of 2 students and 3 staff members. The culprit was never caught, prompting the principal to personally request her presence to conduct a stealth investigation. She has been embedded on campus ever since, tracking the residual energy signatures of those responsible. Leo asks if she connected the dots regarding the rogue summoner who hijacked the practical exam. Frina confirms she's tracking it and strongly suspects the High Command of Tartarus is orchestrating the operations. The MC urges her to have the administration tighten security. Noting he is certain Zen wasn't an isolated case of demonic manipulation, Leo is now absolutely positive that a malicious handler is pulling the strings behind Chloe's disturbing transformation. For now, the story shifts to the next major academic hurdle, a closed evaluation for Class 1-5. The professor explains the test requires forming small squads to enter and clear a historical hero record, specifically the Ched murders incident. The name instantly causes several students to go pale, save for Eliana, who looks around completely oblivious as to why everyone is terrified. Carr Thomas goes to fill her in, but Professor Harry Edmund cuts in, stating Leo can give them the briefing. Exactly 30 years ago, a massive detachment of freshmen was deployed to the Ched murders forest, where they were ambushed by the armies of Tartarus. Back then, Albie, who was merely a sophomore, was deployed with the emergency rescue unit, barely preventing the total slaughter of the class. The objective inside the simulation is to successfully evacuate the wounded and purge the hostile beasts. It sounds like a textbook tactical exercise. Regardless of the location, Harry Edmund stresses that the goal is to hone their threat perception and squad cohesion, adding his favorite signature warning, fail this exam, and they are instantly expelled. He follows it up by saying he expects great things, an intense flip in rhetoric that leaves Eliana on the verge of tears from the sheer pressure. To shake things up, Class 1 is mixed into the testing pool. The squads are drawn completely at random, landing Leo in Squad 11, marking them as the final group to enter the simulation. Squad 1 features Celia Serdinger and Chelsea Lewin. Albie himself initializes the array, plunging them into the core of his personal memory, while their every tactical movement is broadcasted live to the monitor room for evaluation. Squad 1 coordinates flawlessly, clearing hostiles with surgical precision. Professors Zedjan and Harry Edmund proudly track their respective students' metrics, while the principal chimes in, noting he expects nothing less from this generation's elite freshmen. Seeing such high-level synchronization in a standard midterm is a welcome surprise for the staff. The principal quietly apologizes to Albie for forcing him to boot up such traumatic personal memories year after year. The blonde veteran dismisses it, noting that keeping the memories alive is the only way to honor the ultimate sacrifices made that day. Squad 1 sets a gold standard. The momentum carries into the subsequent groups. Squad 3, anchored by Abad Lewin and Duran Moira, exhibits a surprisingly lethal synergy backed by excellent squad support. Squad 4, featuring Chia and Nyla, systematically resolves every tactical complication with ice-cold efficiency. Squad 7, composed of Walden, Elisa Herkin, and Eliana, displays a brilliant cross-discipline ability fusion that stuns the graders. Finally, only Squad 11 remains. The heavy hitters of the group are Leo and Chloe, a powerhouse duo that brings a nostalgic smile to the principal's face, reminding him of his old raiding days. The principal muses on what kind of tactical impact the brilliant Chloe will make. With that, Albie triggers the deployment sequence, which is supposed to drop them right at the forest center. Mid-cast, the structural layout of the magic circles warps into a sickening dark color. The MC instantly senses the anomaly. In the monitoring room, the crisis is glaringly obvious as malicious phantom flames begin erupting across the terminal. Baffled, the principal demands an immediate status report. Albie frantically yells to abort the exam, pointing to his interface where the very core code of his record is actively being hijacked. Unfortunately, the shutdown sequence is too slow, and the squad is forcibly phased out. Analyzing the corrupted data lines, the principal's heart sinks. This is no longer a localized simulation. The record has forcefully expanded into a true, live hero dungeon. The narrative shifts inside the instance. The students look around in utter confusion as their system UI glitches out, rendering the mission objective completely blank. It's definitive proof the record file has gone completely rogue, trapping them inside an uncharted, high-fatality dungeon environment. Leo immediately tries to ping Albie, noting they've also been physically separated from the rest of their squad. With communication dead and the atmosphere heavy with dread, Chloe begins to spiral, panicking and suggesting they stay put and wait for an extraction. Leo cuts her off, noting that if the staff could pull them out, they would have done so already. At this rate, the only exit ticket is for the two of them to clear the instance themselves. This throws Chloe into a deeper panic. If this is an authentic snapshot of the Ched murders massacre, it's a guaranteed death sentence for a duo. She screams that this historical event was a synchronized hit engineered by Tartarus, specifically to slaughter future heroes, meaning the entire zone is a massive lethal layout. She is entirely convinced they are going to die. As she falls into a desperate spiral of despair, Leo steps into her space and offers his hand with a serene, unshakable smile. He looks her in the eye and notes that she is the top-ranked student in the magic department, stating he has absolute faith in her capabilities. While his baffling composure slightly irritates her, it successfully snaps her out of her panic. She pulls herself together and asks if he has a concrete strategy. Leo outlines that clearing a rogue dungeon requires meeting its internal logic conditions. First, they must secure the historical freshman under siege, and second, ensure everyone's survival mirroring exactly what Albie achieved in the real timeline. To scale up to the dungeon's threat level, they need numbers, meaning they must locate local allies immediately. Since the simulated students are programmed to be currently fighting for their lives deeper in the forest, finding them is their absolute top priority. Leo drops to one knee and tells her to hop onto his back. Speed is everything right now, and since she's a glass cannon caster, letting him carry her maximizes their mobility. Meanwhile, their movements are being tracked in real time by Chubaran, a high-ranking night demon of Tartarus. He glots over the flawless ambush until his scanners pick up Leo and Chloe, tearing through the tree line at impossible speeds. He zeroes in on them, assuming they belong to the initial wave of the Vanguard rescue team. He remains unfazed, however, because his primary execution squad has already cornered the ultimate targets, a cluster containing the four most gifted freshmen of that era, high-potential targets that must be purged immediately. His composure cracks when he watches the MC's combat feed, recognizing a terrifyingly familiar multi-class mastery that mirrors Kayla perfectly. Chubaran draws his blade, realizing he might have to personally step onto the field to put this anomaly down. Back with the duo, the canopy grows suffocatingly dark. Leo deploys a subtle sensory amplification technique originally pioneered by Eren, modulating his aura to expand his physical perceptions. He maps out threats miles away, alerting Chloe to prepare for an incoming horde of demonic orcs, sprinting toward their position. Trusting his call-out, she immediately triggers a massive ice spire configuration, skewering almost the entire Vanguard wave in a single, devastating cast. One surviving orc manages to raise a war horn to sound an alarm. It looks like it's too late to prevent reinforcements, but our MC flashes forward, cleaving the beast and the horn cleanly in half. The casual, absolute perfection of his movements leaves Chloe visibly awed, wondering if she can ever close the gap between them. They successfully reach their objective, the four historical prodigies, currently encircled by an overwhelming hostile force. The duo dives straight into the fray, Chloe providing suppressing ice artillery, while Leo acts as a lethal vanguard, slicing straight through the enemy formation to the absolute bewilderment of the survivors. One of the cornered students asks if they are the official reinforcements. Leo shouts confirmation as he effortlessly swathes aside a volley of long-range projectiles. Energized by their arrival, the historical squad leader rallies her team, screaming for a counter-offensive. She raises her staff and chants an intricate, ancient sequence, calling down a massive pillar of astral energy from the heavens that incinerates the surrounding hostiles into ash. What catches the eye isn't just the sheer destructive output, but the structural nature of the spell. It is genuine star magic. This is the legendary, highly complex framework engineered directly by the heroine Luna, a discipline that historically only a handful of mages have ever successfully managed to cast. Once the area is completely cleared, the girl approaches Leo to express her gratitude. Chloe yanks Leo aside for an urgent, hushed conversation. She explains that this girl is Alia Saran, Professor Albie's late sister, the legendary prodigy who was brutally slaughtered on this exact coordinates 30 years ago. This introduces a massive complication. The dungeon logic has effectively anchored them in the past, and according to the established record files, her squad's death is a fixed historical point that cannot be altered under any circumstances. Chloe lays out the brutal reality of the scenario to get him on the same page. Chubaran, a knight-class commander from Tartarus, led this specific raid to assassinate high-potential academy targets, specifically prioritizing Alia Saran, who was slated to become one of humanity's strongest future heroes. The other freshmen were merely collateral damage caught in the crossfire. Knowing Chubaran is locked onto Alia Saran's location, Chloe pragmatically proposes they abandon her group as bait and focus entirely on evacuating the students who actually have a mathematical chance of survival. It sounds incredibly cold, but she reminds Leo that they are trapped inside a hero dungeon, a closed loop where history has already been written. No matter how alive they seem right now, Alia Saran and her friends have been dead for 3 decades. Leo replies that he understands the stakes perfectly, but states he has absolutely no intention of abandoning them. This causes Chloe to snap in frustration, screaming that this is no time for reckless bravado and telling him to stop playing the hero. Her outburst bubbles over with all the deep-seated inadequacy she's been harboring. Recognizing this, Leo gently pats her head, calmly reminding her that she is a hero candidate herself. He notes they aren't playing heroes, they are simply fulfilling the core responsibilities of the path they chose to walk. Furthermore, he points out that the dungeon's temporal framework has already broken. The artificial sky is completely pitch black. If the script were functioning normally, Chubarin would have already ambushed and wiped out the squad. He's unsure if they can rewrite the file completely, but he refuses to leave them behind. He decides they will all escape together. Chloe yields to his judgment, silently wondering if she's simply destined to chase his shadow forever. She glances at her dark grimoire, telling herself her opportunity will present itself soon enough. Meanwhile, the historical students are highly perceptive. Ted notes it's highly suspicious that their entire emergency reinforcement detachment consists of only 2 random freshmen. They openly wonder if they are walking into an enemy trap. Alias Saran calms them down, logically pointing out that if these newcomers were hostiles, they wouldn't have just slaughtered an entire orc line to save them. She playfully adds that the white-haired leader is incredibly good-looking, which really shouldn't be a factor in a tactical assessment, but adds a nice bit of charm. Leo cuts to the chase, ordering them to move out immediately. He warns them that a Knight-class demon has locked onto their position, meaning they cannot afford to treat this as a standard containment operation. The gravity of the threat sinks in. Leo advises avoiding any direct engagement, reminding them that their sole win condition is survival. Once organized, the unified squad begins a stealth evacuation. As they move, Alia Saran notices something deeply unsettling about Chloe's expression, picking up an aura that sets off her internal alarms. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the faculty room is in total damage control mode. Professor Zedjan orders an immediate data sweep for prior instances of a record turning into an active dungeon. The principal muses that if the space has locked them out completely, it theoretically means outside hostile entities shouldn't be able to bypass the firewall either. In short, despite 3 hours having passed since the containment failure, the statistical probability of the students surviving remains high. Albie concurs, calculating that time within the instance should be approaching dusk. Since his real-world counterpart successfully executed the demon around midnight, their best bet is to pray the students can survive until the historical rescue unit arrives to clear the threat. The strategy sounds solid until an intelligence update confirms that the black market dealer who sold Zen the demonic catalyst was an active Tartarus operative, meaning the academy's internal perimeter is compromised. The revelation causes Albie to visibly flare his aura in rage, forcing the principal to order him to calm down. The veteran hero leaves the room to blow off steam. The staff completely understands his reaction. His entire heroic motivation is built on pure, unadulterated hatred for demons, compounded by the horrific fact that he couldn't even recover his sister's body after the historical massacre. Further investigation reveals the dealer was a fence operating right underneath their noses behind the academy grounds, acting as a popular supplier for freshmen looking for shortcut artifacts. While not a direct agent, he was laundering active Tartarus cursed items. The principal's eyes widen as he reviews the confiscated sales ledger. It clearly shows the merchant sold a dark grimoire directly to Chloe. The principal immediately requests Professor Lenhorse's presence, though he wants to avoid a panic. His primal instincts are screaming that a massive catastrophe is brewing inside that dungeon. Back within the record world, the unified squad cuts through waves of hostiles as they retreat. However, the continuous strain of maintaining stealth evasion begins to heavily drain their stamina, and Leo notes the entire group is hitting their absolute limit. Leo calls for a temporary breather in a secluded clearing. The moment they halt, Chloe drifts away, pulling out her dark grimoire as if searching for a shortcut spell. Before she can tap into it, Alia Saran approaches her. Instead of confronting her about the malicious energy pouring off the book, the legendary prodigy simply asks what her status is with Leo, curiously wondering if they are a couple. Chloe flusteredly denies it and asks why she cares. Alia Saran honestly confesses that the white-haired freshman makes her heart race like crazy. Instead of parsing the regular, vulnerable teenage emotion Alia Saran is sharing, Chloe's toxic insecurity flares up. She bitterly reflects that even across a 30-year historical gap, Alia Saran remains the untouchable prodigy that every scholar praises, and seeing her fall for Leo at first sight only delivers another massive blow to her fragile ego. Alia Saran softly notes that Leo reminds her of her own older brother, not in looks but in that unshakable core that constantly challenges impossible odds. Chloe sighs, admitting she can relate, confessing that she and Leo used to be regular, close friends before everything changed. But now, she's so consumed by jealousy that she feels like a complete fraud standing beside him. To her utter amazement, Alia Saran smiles and notes they are identical in that regard. She admits she used to harbor a toxic, burning resentment toward her older brother, who effortlessly mastered every discipline while she had to bleed just to achieve half his results. In fact, her brother had to actively assist her in engineering her star magic, because while he was great at copying existing arts, he was a total disaster at creating anything original, even failing the Lumine entrance exams twice. There was a dark period where she genuinely hated him because her inferiority complex made it painful to look at him. But over time, that toxic envy matured into profound admiration. The confession deeply resonates with Chloe, completely shifting her perspective on Leo. Suddenly, she stands up with absolute resolve, announcing a radical change of plans. Running is no longer an option, they are going to stand and fight. Instantly, the atmosphere turns suffocatingly thick and pitch black, signaling an immense malicious entity has locked onto them. Leo rallies the squad, notes they are powerful and fully hold the potential to become true heroes. The motivation is sorely needed because a second later, Chubaran explodes into the clearing with world-ending force, slamming his colossal mallet down and nearly obliterating the MC. Leo evades the impact but instantly notes a structural shift. Chubaran's prime core directive is to assassinate the highest threat student, yet he bypassed Saran entirely to target Leo. The demon has already recognized his infinite potential. He won't stop until Leo is wiped from the server. Chubaran pivots, launching a lethal follow-up strike directly at Chloe. She counters perfectly, raising a massive reinforced glacier wall that absorbs the kinetic force. This buys Leo enough frames to draw his blade, leap over the barrier, and drop directly onto the demon's flank, catching him completely off guard. Leo lands a deep, heavy slash across the giant's neck. However, against a Knight-class demon, the damage is negligible. The wound flash heals right before their eyes within seconds. The squad's morale tanks instantly, but Leo barks orders, telling them to hold their focus and maintain long-range spacing. He notes the bastard has activated his signature nullification, a high-grade curse that completely deletes incoming damage metrics. As the squad wonders how on earth they can bypass a literal cheat code, Leo notes the skill cannot be absolute, and must have a rigid cooldown or deployment limit. Chubaran overhears his analysis, boasting that they shouldn't even bother trying since their survival probability is 0. Leo mocks him back, noting that the demon looks like he's the one sweating in fear over the rise of a new hero. He leads a fierce counter-offensive, coordinating physical melee strikes with his squad, while Saran positions herself. Utilizing the melee distraction, she fires a massive, curved arc of cosmic force. Chubaran instantly recognizes the unique signature of star magic, roaring that they must be systematically executed. He intensifies his aggro as Chloe and Ted join the offensive. Leo spots Chubaran channeling a massive AoE ultimate and screams for a full evade. The warning comes a fraction too late. Two of the historical students take heavy damage from the shockwave. Leo flashes in, dragging them safely behind Chloe's ice wall, instructing one to immediately apply aura compression to stabilize the bleeding. He tells Chloe to anchor their defense, while he buys time for her to prep her highest yield original spell. Leo activates his high-speed clone illusion technique, creating a dizzying array of phantoms that loop around the demon to maximize distraction, while Chloe frantically runs through her spell options. In a moment of pure panic, she opens her dark grimoire, assuming forbidden power is her only path to victory. Right then, Leo hits absolute peak velocity. His movements are so blindingly fast, he looks like he's literally teleporting across multiple axes at once, leaving the historical squad watching with their jaws on the floor, wondering if they could ever dream of reaching that level of execution. Saran recognizes his movements as specialized star magic, watching him in absolute awe until a heavy, nauseating wave of dark mana flares right behind her. She spins around to find Chloe chanting an ominous ritual, her eyes completely vacant and lost to corruption. She fanatically mutters that she will incinerate the vile demon. It would be a welcome assist, except Leo notices the curse code actively rewriting her psyche. Chloe unleashes a devastating wave of eternal fire that completely blankets Chubaran, sending the giant thrashed in agonizing pain. She screams that he won't escape her judgment. Suddenly, the spell framework corrupts, turning the fire into a deep, sickening pitch-black color. Leo roars at her to cut the spell immediately, realizing the mutation is highly dangerous. But Chloe ignores him, gripping her staff white-knuckled and screaming that the demon deserves an eternity of agony. She doubles down, feeding more mana into the black flames. Desperate, Leo breaks his offensive loop, lunges at her and physically subdues her, executing a precise kick that knocks the dark grimoire clean out of her hands. As the output cuts, he firmly demands to know if Eternal Fire was actually her original magic. Trembling, she confesses it isn't. It was a preloaded forbidden spell written inside the market grimoire. Leo notes this confirms the spell channels the literal flames of Erebus. This becomes terrifyingly evident as the residue turns deep purple, and Chubaran effortlessly shrugs off the fire completely unharmed. Leo explains she fell for a trap. She channeled dark demonic magic, a cursed layout that no proper mage should ever touch. Crushed by the realization, Chloe spirals into despair, weeping that she doesn't deserve to be a mage. Leo grabs her shoulders and notes that 30 years ago, these exact inexperienced students fought to their absolute limit even when facing certain death. He notes that is exactly their directive right now. A true hero isn't a flawless entity. It's someone who pushes past their own broken limits. His words successfully stabilize her mind. She chooses to fight, finally processing that if she channels her envy into genuine admiration for Leo's standard, using it as motivation, then there's no room left for petty jealousy. Sensing her shift in resolve, Alia Saran steps up beside her and offers her spare staff for the fight. Meanwhile, Leo notices that Chloe's massive black fire barrage successfully overloaded Chubaran's passive nullification curse, creating a definitive window of vulnerability. Chloe vows to break through her own ceiling to honor those who believe in her. She begins chanting a completely clean, original spell rooted purely in her native ice element. Seeing her anchor his rear guard with her genuine talent gives our MC a massive surge of adrenaline. The coordination gives him a profound sense of nostalgia, mirroring his old frontline battles alongside Luna. His eyes ignite with a fierce battle lust. When Chubaran swings his massive weapon, Leo meets the strike head-on, blocking with everything he has. Unfortunately, focusing entirely on matching the giant's raw power leaves an opening in his guard. Chubaran capitalizes instantly, delivering a brutal punch to his ribs that launches Leo across the zone. He crashes hard into the trees. Though he manages to pull himself back up, Chubaran looms over him, declaring this is the definitive end for this future hero. For a split second, it looks like a game over, until delicate, hyper-dense snowflakes begin drifting through the clearing. Leo maps the area and dryly notes that demons will never understand human potential. Right behind the giant, Chloe manifests, surrounded by dozens of interlocking, pristine magic circles. She smiles warmly at Leo, noting his guidance allowed her to finally perfect her framework, and offers a quiet thank you. Within seconds, she triggers her definitive original magic, Glacial World, instantly flash-freezing the entire forest perimeter. She generates massive ice spires, sealing Chubaran solid inside a colossal block of ice. Leo steps forward and delivers a simple, effortless tap to the ice surface with his finger, causing the entire structure to shatter into dust, confirming a flawless victory. Once the boss is cleared, Leo spots the dark grimoire sitting on the ground. He picks it up and crushes it into splinters, turning to Chloe to note her genuine original magic was absolutely spectacular, far superior to any cheap shortcut Tartarus could ever offer. Right on cue, 2 system notifications flash, objective complete, Chubaran eliminated, and all students rescued, marking a perfect dungeon clear. Chloe looks down, stating she intends to confess her usage of the grimoire to the principal, even if it means immediate expulsion. Leo chuckles, noting the administration would never be stupid enough to throw away a genius asset like her over a misstep. He has no doubt that she is a true heroine, and he is not the only one who thinks so. The other students run toward them to thank them for everything they did. The blonde returns the staff, claiming she succeeded thanks to her. Interestingly, Alia asks him to take it, and Dina also decides to give her sword to the protagonist as a sign of gratitude. To their surprise, Albie arrives on the scene at that moment. Of course, this isn't the professor they know, but a version from 30 years ago. He finally arrives, not to face the tragic news that his sister had been wiped out without a trace, but to be reunited with her, and now, the system announces that they have successfully completed that chapter in Albie's record, and the world begins to collapse. It explains that the reward for their success is the personal belongings of the students, and shortly after that, the protagonist loses consciousness. When he wakes up, he finds himself in the school infirmary with Albie by his side, ready to thank him for saving his sister. It turns out they were inside a dungeon. Albie asks him to please relay the message to Chloe, and leaves him looking a bit confused. Fortunately, the principal shows up just then. He first asks how Leo is feeling, and after confirming he is okay, he asks what on earth happened in there. He questions if the incident was related to Chloe's dark grimoire, which catches both the protagonist and the girl off guard. It turns out she was already awake, and asks how he found out about it, to which he explains that she bought it from the same person whose irresponsibility ended Zen's life. With that on the table, he explains that the Dark Grimoire was actually a demonic spirit that offered her immense power in exchange for taking control of her body. Here we see that demonic spirits are no joke. They are fragments of Erebus, pieces of that villain scattered across the world with so much demonic energy that they materialized into objects. In the hands of a demon, it is a powerful weapon, but in the hands of any other race, it causes the wielder to lose their sanity. Because of this, the protagonist recounts everything that happened in explicit detail, emphasizing that the demonic artifact was likely what corrupted the hero's world, revealing a dangerous trait of these fragments that they hadn't known before. The principal's next question for them is where they obtained those items: Alia's staff and Dina's sword. It is supposed to be impossible to secure rewards in that type of world, yet they somehow managed to do it. The protagonist notes that the exact same thing happened during his entrance exam. Chloe never received that final notification, which explains her surprise. They had practically broken one of the fundamental rules of how fragments operate. Once again, Leo realizes that he is the common thread between both phenomena. He confesses to the principal that they were indeed granted rewards for completing the mission, turning the established rules completely on their head, insisting that it must be an anomaly triggered by the Dark Grimoire itself. The principal is no fool, and he clearly notices the shock on Chloe's face. However, they assume Leo received the reward because he was the one who performed the most exceptionally during the mission. Even so, the principal promises to investigate these strange phenomena. More importantly, he will hold on to the artifacts to analyze them and return them to the families of the deceased. Furthermore, he requests that they keep everything regarding the demons a strict secret. This implies letting Chloe off the hook for her actions, even though she is fully prepared to face punishment. He reminds her that the threat lurking out there is immense, meaning they will need every hero they can get. Once they are left alone, Chloe blushes and mentions that she has something to confess to him. However, she doesn't get a chance to say much, as Chelsea, Carr, and Celia burst in like crazy. They are followed by the principal, who adds something he forgot to mention: a massive celebration will be held at the academy the following day. A celebration for what? To celebrate the first-year students who managed to survive the first round of examinations. The event is taken so seriously that a formal host is present to announce each arrival. Because of this, the crowd starts cheering wildly when the first students step into the venue, Carr and Nello, dressed in their absolute best outfits. From that point on, the two gorge themselves on every dish at the buffet, wondering why they are the only representatives from Class 1-5 present. Fortunately, the host announces that another pair of heroes is making a grand entrance: Nyla and Ileana. They look so stunning that the poor guys nearly choke on their food at the sight. Instead of being flattered, the girls head over to mock them, asking if they stole those suits from their fathers. Next up are those who definitely didn't steal their outfits, but rather had them custom-tailored to perfection. Arriving in matching style are the Lewin siblings, Abad and Chelsea, who are immediately swarmed by admirers. They hold the spotlight until the next duo arrives. In this case, the protagonist enters alongside none other than Celia herself, who is trying to distance herself from him. It clearly wasn't her intention to show up at the exact same time, let alone end up dressed so similarly that they looked like a matching couple. Naturally, the protagonist's arrival doesn't go unnoticed by his friends, who are about to run over to him. Right then, assistant instructor Anna uses her magic to loudly ask everyone how they are enjoying themselves, while announcing that the exam results will be revealed in just a few minutes. Honestly, I don't know who thought this would be a good way to lift everyone's spirits, and Anna agrees it's a bit brutal. Therefore, she decides she will only announce the top 3 students from each specialization, so the average ones have nothing to worry about. The first results are for the cavalry division, and Professor Ain congratulates them all before revealing that the top 3 consists of Chia, Duran, and Celia taking first place. This catches Celia's attention, as she was certain Leo would outperform her. But that isn't the only surprise, because when Professor Lenhorst takes the stage, Leo is nowhere to be found in the Magic Division rankings either, which consist of Abad, Chelsea, and a random student named Emio. Naturally, everyone is shocked to discover that Chloe was excluded as well. However, we already know there is a severe reason behind her absence. The girl smiles, knowing they had to change her grade to a 0 after discovering she had cheated. Even so, Professor Lenhorst still considers her an excellent student, and the eccentric Professor Zejin starts shouting at the top of his lungs that, to him, she will always be number 1 in magic, likely having had a few too many drinks, Fortunately, this lifts the girl's spirits, and she finally lets out a smile as Professor Yura Marin takes the stage to congratulate all her students from the Beast Invocation Department. And in this case, the top rankings don't include Leo either, which stops looking like a coincidence and leaves all the students glancing around, completely baffled by what is happening. Naturally, Anna notices their expressions, so she clarifies that they still have to announce the overall first place for the midterm exams. The student chosen to represent all the freshmen for achieving the highest marks of everyone, Leo. Thunderous applause immediately erupts until a typically insufferable student stands up, demanding to know how he can claim first place when he didn't even rank in the top 3 of any of the 3 individual departments. To be fair, it is a valid question. And after a brief moment of tension, Anna lets it slip, shouting that dual-class students are excluded from the departmental rankings because it wouldn't be a fair competition. This is because when 2 disciplines like standard magic and spirit contracting are combined, the results scale exponentially, making it unfair to compare them against those who only have a single specialization. Furthermore, he achieved the highest grades ever recorded and even defeated Shubarin, making him an exceptionally outstanding student. Everyone's jaws drop instantly. It becomes clear right here that when the principal asked them to keep the incident a secret, they took it very seriously. In fact, Anna herself feels bad for exposing his achievements like that. But the silver lining is that no one dares question whether the protagonist deserves his rank anymore, and the banquet proceeds smoothly. Meanwhile, at the faculty table, Yura Marin asks Lenhorst what his original top 3 looked like. He confesses that everyone else would have dropped a rank, because without a doubt, Leo is currently the absolute best student in magic. In the end, both she and Ain admit that he is the top student in their respective classes as well, and realizing the boy has every intention of maintaining that streak, they start getting highly competitive with each other, bickering over who gets to secure him. They are determined to keep him in their classes at all costs. The next day, Carr is suffering from a brutal hangover from drinking way too much orange juice when Professor Harry Edmund enters, announcing an upcoming school trip to the Elven territory. This thrills them to the point where Eliana and Nello start rambling about the incredible sights they hope to see. The problem is they don't get to choose. They are heading to Elzabequia, a country in the far north that offers nothing but dense forests and freezing cold. Naturally, they complain, but Harry Edmund reveals that he didn't choose the destination. Leo did. Leo blatantly ignores their grievances, advising them to buy everything they need before they set off, because the location is so remote they won't find any shops. Of course, there is a specific reason he wants to go there. Elzabequia is actually a fairy sanctuary, the perfect location to test the very first reward he obtained a long time ago. Afterward, the white-haired protagonist coordinates with Nyla to stock up on supplies. He takes charge of the food and equipment while she handles the potions, spending the entire day running errands. Eventually, the protagonist decides to drop by a specific location, Lutek, the shop where Chloe and Zen purchased the cursed items. When he steps inside, he finds the place completely abandoned. However, he spots a small teddy bear that looks entirely out of place amidst the wreckage. For a moment, he wonders if the investigation team overlooked it and turns to leave, but a terrible gut feeling makes him draw his sword just in time to block a sudden strike. Out of nowhere, a presence erupts from the toy. A demon begins attacking him with everything it has, even pausing to taunt the protagonist, noting it didn't expect a mere freshman to notice its presence. Little by little, the demon mutates until it takes the shape of a giant slug that Leo recognizes as the ancient demon witch queen, Salanta, who, in addition to being one of the 3 Legion commanders, was someone they failed to completely destroy in the past. Fortunately, it seems this isn't her actual body, but rather a crude clone fashioned from fragments of flesh. That doesn't make it any less dangerous, however. With a single glance, Leo notes that it wields magic, aura, and swordsmanship simultaneously, making it the perfect adversary. With that in mind, the Witch Queen strikes to kill, piercing his arm with one of its hundreds of tentacles and forcing him to retreat to find an exit immediately. Unfortunately, there is no way out, and Salanta is about to lung for another strike when she is impaled by Albi's Spear of Light, instantly pinning her down. Sensing his power, she identifies him as the Wizard of the Evil Eye, yet she doesn't mind being pinned. She prefers having an audience and uses another tentacle to ambush Leo from behind. She didn't expect Albi to see right through her underhanded trick, stopping her cold before she can make another move. At that moment, the protagonist finally understands why the blonde possesses such a distinct aura. He is a Tartarus executioner. The sole reason he agreed to become a professor at Lumine was for the authority to come and go as he pleased, allowing him to focus on what truly matters to him. hunting demons. He ultimately destroys Salanta's fake body and asks Leo what happened. To which Leo explains he was investigating the shop, until he encountered a cursed bear enchanted with a cognitive dissonance spell. Naturally, Albi isn't thrilled that Leo came here alone, but he decides to let it slide. Since he is grateful for what Leo did during the last mission, he tells him he can ask for his assistance whenever he needs it, and then promptly vanishes. Leo recalls that Albi belongs to the Saran family, one of the 3 core clans running the academy. This is crucial because he could potentially help him gain access to the Forbidden Library, but he needs to find the proper way to ask. Right then he runs into Anna, who notices his injuries and immediately heals him, while he reflects that this is definitive confirmation that Salanta is the mastermind behind the last 2 incidents. Now the question is what she is searching for within the academy, but that will have to wait. A week later, the students of Class 1-5 gather at the academy's main teleportation gate, ready to depart. Celia, who is traveling with her own group, also fails to comprehend why on earth they are visiting that godforsaken, abandoned place, but she wishes him luck anyway and heads off with her classmates, while the boys depart for Elzabikia, the land of the elves. Meanwhile, at Seirun Academy, a specialized school for elves, 2 jerks are harassing a poor girl for coming from a low-income background, even sneering that she looks like a mere half-breed. They persist until they are stopped by a red-haired elf named Runia Urzar, the freshman student representative, who initially warns them that such behavior violates the rules and regulations. When they refuse to back down, she unleashes a torrent of insults targeting them, their parents, and their entire lineage. She couldn't care less that noble ladies aren't supposed to speak that way. She completely tears them apart, forcing them to flee with their tails between their legs. Once they are alone, she asks the girl what happened to her clothes. The girl, whose name is Luca and is a half-elf, explains that someone stole them. Hearing this, Runia Urzar hands over her own scarf, explaining she is in an incredible mood because her contractor has finally arrived. What exactly that implies is a mystery, but we will find out soon, because after they part ways, Runia Urzar goes to see her father, Eleni, who is also a professor at the academy. He confirms that although her contractor has indeed arrived, she won't be able to meet them because a contract has already been formed. Everything starts to make perfect sense when he reveals that the contractor, or rather, the contractor who was intended for her, is Fiora, the daughter of Frina. The poor girl was thrilled because she was supposed to form a contract with the baby Phoenix, but now someone else has beaten her to it. Stunned and completely blind to how it happened, she explodes in anger, demanding to know the identity of the thief who stole her spirit. Speaking of that thief, Leo and the others finally arrive in Verkia, the capital of Elzabikia. A location so bitterly cold and inhospitable that Nello is practically frozen solid. For some reason, Harry Edmund is the only one smart enough to bring a thick blanket to stay warm, telling them to stop being so dramatic before asking if they know anything about the local history. To which Chelsea Lewin explains that Verkia was founded in honor of one of Luna's disciples, the fairy knight Verkiarsar. Interestingly, the protagonist recalls that she was indeed his student. The point is that the Urzar family still leads the local council. And right then, Leo notices a group of intimidating figures approaching. For a moment they mistake them for bandits, until they draw closer and reveal a remarkably distinguished elf. The girls make sure to admire the view, as this is no ordinary random citizen, but Runar Sar, a descendant of Verkia and the current president of the Elzabikia Council, who welcomes them to his homeland, while Elena Giron decides that this small town in the middle of nowhere might not be so bad after all. She even jokes that she is going to marry him, prompting Leo to ask if she cares about the massive age gap. She teases him, saying he is already getting jealous, until he reminds her that elves do not age like ordinary humans, and he is undoubtedly far older than he appears. From a distance, Runar Sar observes the commotion and notes that this batch of students is far livelier than those from previous years. Right then, Eliana summons the courage to ask his age, freezing in shock when he calmly replies that he is about to turn 97. Instantly, Carr nudges Leo aside, asking if this old man is their guide or something similar. He goes completely stiff upon learning that Runar Sar is essentially the president of the entire region. Regardless, he does guide them, but leads them to their school trip lodging, a completely dilapidated building that makes it abundantly clear it has been a long time since anyone hosted visitors. The protagonist offers them an alternative, a highly comfortable outdoor sleeping tent. Because of the conditions, they have to clean up, after which Carr and Nello attempt to sneak into the girls' quarters. However, they are blocked by Chelsea Lewin, who is in no mood for their antics and swiftly puts them in their place. Once everyone is settled, Leo decides to go for a walk, but right at the entrance he encounters a blonde elf who insists that the head of her family has requested an audience with him. He has been in the city for barely 2 minutes and is already getting roped into things, but the good news is that the head she speaks of is Runar himself. He is so swamped with work that he asks Leo to wait a moment while he finishes some paperwork, giving him permission to look around his mansion in the meantime. Leo begins exploring the various antiques on display, including a dagger that looks incredibly familiar. He automatically blurts out that it is the Urquint, which leaves Runar completely astonished to the point where he stops working, as it is a relic passed down exclusively to the heads of the Urzar family, and very few people even know of its existence. Naturally, Leo has to cover his tracks, claiming he read about it in an ancient text. But what he knows, and Runar does not, is that this isn't the genuine article. It turns out the authentic Urquint originally belonged to Luna, who gifted it to Verkia, who then kept it until losing it in the battle against Tartarus. Runar explains that this Urquint was a reward obtained by one of his ancestors after conquering the heroic world of Verkia. The catch is that this type of reward cannot be wielded by anyone other than the original conqueror, which explains why the protagonist perceives it as an empty shell. It isn't technically the original, though it isn't a cheap imitation either. Regardless, Runar is ready to speak with him, explaining that he called him in for an unofficial favor. He wants Leo to meet his granddaughter, a first-year student at Sirun Academy. Despite passing her entrance exams with the highest marks, she seems to have hit a wall, losing all motivation to give any effort or move forward. He has heard great things about Leo, so he asks if he would please speak with her to see if he can restore her drive. The old man is so desperate that he even hands over the key to her room. After knocking for a bit with no response, the protagonist simply decides to enter. Finding himself in a gloomy, completely disorganized room, covered in dust with clothes strewn everywhere, and most interestingly, covered in posters of the great heroes, she is a die-hard fan. However, what Leo fails to notice initially is that the girl is right there, half awake, staring at him with a look that demands to know who he is and what he is doing. Her name is Aylin, and once she processes the situation, she lets out a scream, having never seen a human up close before. The protagonist calmly explains that he came at her grandfather's request, causing her to start cursing the old man, until Leo notices that she owns just as many books about the hero Kayla as he does. This instantly captures the girl's attention. With shining, hopeful eyes, she asks if he is also a fan of Kyle. Naturally, this allows them to connect in a way neither anticipated, and they spend hours discussing his achievements, such as the Battle of Didarnos, which marked the very first time the heroes fought cohesively as a team. Aylin is utterly fascinated because the protagonist knows even the most minute details, things that an average student would never bother to research. It is clear that to her, the heroes aren't boring historical figures, but closer to legendary idols. Finding someone who seemingly shares that exact passion causes her to flush like a schoolgirl. She even apologizes to the protagonist for rambling so much, confessing her personal theory that Kyle isn't just a simple myth, but that he truly walked the earth. At that, Leo mentions that his plan is to establish a club dedicated solely to researching Kyle's exploits. While that excites her, the mere mention of the academy causes her mood to take a sharp dive. The protagonist notices this change and asks why she skips school. She replies that Sirun is no place for someone like her, as her peers are so undisciplined and unmotivated that she feels like a fraud. However, Leo spots that she keeps her uniform meticulously maintained, meaning she isn't being entirely honest with him. Because of this, he tells her that he and his human friends will be attending classes as part of an exchange trip, and he is certain everyone will want to meet her and hear her insights. This sparks a glimmer of curiosity in the girl. And with a smile, Leo leaves, only to find Runar practically weeping with joy in the hallway, as it has been months since his granddaughter last spoke to anyone for that long. He immediately offers him a reward for his assistance, and without a moment's hesitation, the protagonist accepts. Runar guides him to the family treasury, insisting he can select whatever catches his eye. The protagonist scans the room and chooses a peculiar golden orb, which Runar identifies as a jewel infused with the power of a fairy from a millennium ago. He adds that it has no practical use, but Leo tells him it doesn't matter, secretly certain that the shape visible inside isn't a carving, but a living fairy. The following day, Harry Edmund gathers everyone to lay out the itinerary, explaining they will undergo individual training in the mornings followed by practical field missions in the afternoons. He sternly reminds them they aren't here for a vacation, adding that if they have an issue, they can complain to Leo, who designed the schedule. To that, the protagonist simply grins, knowing the training will take place in the fairy forest, a location teeming with monsters and ideal for practicing until exhaustion. The interesting part happens when he manages to slip away to his room to inspect the jewel, which is definitively sealed with the magic of the Fairy King. This explains why Runar Sar deemed it useless. After the era of chaos, the spirits of the Fairy King vanished and the elves stopped forming contracts with them. However, Leo possesses something they do not: the covenant of the Fairy King he received previously. He activates that power, and that proves more than enough to shatter the seal, releasing the fairy inside. The problem is that upon realizing he is a mere human, the fairy immediately begins insulting him, introducing himself as Quirin, the first son of the great golden Fairy King and heir to the throne. Leo promptly delivers a sharp smack to his head, telling him to show some respect. He has no intention of tolerating tantrums from a spoiled prince. Quirin retorts fiercely, but after a few more cuffs, he finally realizes Leo is no ordinary weakling and that forming a contract with a human might not be a terrible idea. Furthermore, the protagonist notes he has no right to complain, since if his father stripped his wings and sealed him away for 1,000 years, he must have been anything but a perfect prince. The protagonist then asks him to travel to the fairy realm and summon his father so they can talk. But Quirin confesses he is unable to do so. He cannot return until he recovers his 6 wings, asking Leo to help find them. Interestingly, Leo agrees. The next day, they head into the forest for their first training sessions, where Chelsea Lewin is defeated by the protagonist. Even so, Leo helps him up, advising that he simply needs to practice a bit more. To understand how they reached this point, we have to rewind a few minutes. It turns out the day's drills were custom-tailored to target their individual weaknesses. Eliana was warned that her swordsmanship lacks balance. Nello struggles with managing his invocations, Carr shows flaws in his alchemy, and Chelsea Lewin already suspected what her greatest flaw was: a fundamental lack of comprehension regarding the theory that drives wind magic. That is why she asks him to duel her, knowing he always acts unpredictably, which will force her to react quickly. Highly motivated, she decides to open with a direct, devastating attack: the Windbreaker. The issue is that Leo counters with the exact same spell, with the sole difference being that he infuses it with a spark of fire magic, completely neutralizing Chelsea Lewin's spell. Everything happens so rapidly that Eliana is left stunned. As Chelsea Lewin is supposed to be renowned for her high-speed casting, yet Leo matches her effortlessly. Still, the girl refuses to yield, and counterattacks by manifesting powerful ice chains, though they look formidable. Leo reminds her of what he stated during their very first meeting, pointing out far more effective ways to utilize wind magic. To demonstrate, he unleashes his own gusts laced with fire, triggering an array of miniature air currents, which not only shatter the chains into hundreds of pieces, but also manifest an amplified lightning bolt that surges toward her in a matter of seconds. Before she can react, it leaves her flat on the ground just as we saw moments ago, completely bested. Leo goes as far as pointing his sword at her, and despite the embarrassment of being countered in her own specialized element, Harry Edmund stresses that the gap between them isn't a matter of raw magical power, but rather a depth of comprehension. Following that, they resume training, and by the afternoon, they launch the field mission, which requires them to gather herbs across the fairy forest. Of course, the protagonist chose this task with a highly specific objective in mind alongside Quirin, as they need an excuse to scour the woods for his missing wings. They begin their trek, walking for quite a while until, out of nowhere, Leo suddenly halts. The fairy is confused until Leo shows him they have just run into a barrier, infused with an illusion magic, so potent it could only belong to the Fairy King, his father. The issue is that Quirin doesn't recognize it, leading Leo to surmise it might be the work of his grandfather, the Fairy King from the era of disaster. However, that is impossible, given that the magic feels remarkably fresh, meaning the power source fueling this barrier is likely one of Quirin's own wings. Naturally, he didn't place it there himself, indicating someone harvested it and used it to erect a barrier to safeguard something exceptionally vital hidden within. However, all of that is pushed aside when a dark presence emerges, demanding to know what a human is doing inside Elven territory. It is an undead entity who explains that the region has been under the thumb of Tartarus for ages, advising him to leave. Quirin takes exception to this, noting they are standing in a fairy sanctuary. At this, the undead scoffs, claiming he can barely sense any magical power radiating from him. Quirin decides to strike, lunging forward with everything he has until he punches straight through the skeletal figure, causing its form to shatter into pieces. It was unrefined but effective, proving that even if he isn't at his peak, the elements of fairies and the undead are inherently opposed. What the fairy didn't expect is that within seconds, the undead pieces itself back together, stands up, and draws its sword. The fairy takes this as a direct provocation and an invitation to keep fighting. But when the protagonist spots the enemy's intent, he shouts for him to back away immediately as the creature drives its greatsword into the earth, unleashing waves of dark energy that shield its body and form a highly hazardous barrier that Quirin was about to crash into headfirst. Thanks to the protagonist's warning, he manages to evade it. It is now clear this is no low-level mob, and Leo agrees, realizing what he missed earlier. He now recognizes it as a high-tier Tartarus monster that has existed since ancient times, a Death Knight. The creature declares its true name is Kargor, and that it will be the one to escort them to the afterlife. Unfortunately, it is dead serious, because the moment it fully reassembles, it unleashes a devastating shockwave that Leo can't even dodge. He is only saved because he reacts instantly to manifest a protective force field. This feat doesn't escape the undead's notice. It is stunned that he deployed a shield so quickly, and takes it as the cue to start fighting in earnest. With that, it lunges at the protagonist to overpower him, and as they clash swords up close, it tells him his efforts are entirely futile. To make matters worse, when Quirin attempts to rejoin the fray, the poor fairy knocks himself unconscious the moment he collides with Kargor's heavy frame, as his raw power is tied directly to the number of wings he possesses. However, that attempt reminds the protagonist that he has backup, so he summons the little Fiora, who manifests as a blazing arc of fire magic that slices the undead clean in half, buying them precious time. Quirin is relieved to see his contractor isn't a total failure after all. The downside, however, is that this display of power only serves to confirm to Kargor that Leo is a threat that must be eliminated. That is why, upon reassembling yet again, it slams its sword back into the ground. This time, it summons a lake of blood that spreads rapidly across the forest floor, dragging an entire army of skeletons along with it. Leo immediately recognizes this as the Death Knight's specialized curse. Although Quirin asks if they should retreat, the protagonist's answer is clear. He drops into a combat stance and channels Kayla's mana, exerting such immense pressure on the ground that it triggers a technique known as Earthquake. This grabs the undead's attention, but what follows is even more impressive. Leo propels himself across the shattered terrain, carving a path straight through the endless horde, ignoring Kargor to focus on thinning out the ranks. Ironically, the wretched creature mocks him, saying a true knight should fight head-on. However, the protagonist knows this is no time to worry about chivalry, and during the chaos, he leaps high into the air, seemingly positioning for another strike, but ultimately uses the momentum to make a clean escape. He wonders what on earth a Death Knight is doing in the fairy forest, and if the forces of Tartarus dispatched it to unearth something. Suddenly, a skeletal warrior that had separated from the main horde catches up to him. He is about to destroy it when someone else beats him to the punch. A brown-haired elf appears, pointing his sword at Leo without hesitation and demanding to know if he was the one who summoned the undead. The protagonist quickly clarifies that he didn't, and noting the uniform, realizes the guy must be a student from Sirun Academy. The issue is that the elf is convinced Leo is a necromancer and attacks with lethal intent, leaving Leo with no choice but to put him in his place with a swift blow to the head. Right then, Runia Urzar shows up, apologizing profusely for her classmates' reckless behavior. It turns out they are also stationed in Verkia for a while as part of a field mission. After Leo explains they are here on a school trip, they bid each other farewell. Leo can't shake the feeling that he has heard that girl's name somewhere before. While she drags the idiot away to discipline him, the protagonist meets with Harry Edmund and Runar Sar to report the encounter. Runar Sar notes that his scouts reported monster sightings months ago, but the situation didn't seem this critical, subtly implying he believes the whole thing might be an exaggeration. This sentiment is echoed by another elf named Herdium, the instructor for Sirun's advanced first-year class, who smugly insists Leo probably saw a common skeleton and panicked, adding that if he had truly encountered a Death Knight, he wouldn't have escaped alive. With an incredibly arrogant tone, he asks Harry Edmund if he actually believes the boy. Harry Edmund replies that he does, because Leo isn't just any student, but the representative for the entire freshman class. This piques the interest of Herdium, who concedes the boy must have some competence, and proposes a joint class between the students of Lumine and Sirun. Because of this, everyone is incredibly hyped for the next day's class during that evening's banquet. Leo observes Herdium curiously, realizing he is the type who won't believe a claim until he sees it with his own eyes. A bit later, Runia Erzar recognizes him and approaches to dance, utterly shocked to find he knows the traditional elven steps. She is incredibly pleasant, and seems to be having a wonderful time, until she asks for his name and hears that she is dancing with the exact same Leo Plouffe who stole her phoenix. Her friendly smile instantly twists as she grabs him by the collar, screaming that she is going to kill him. Leo immediately recognizes her as Fiora's intended contractor. The problem is the idiot can't think of anything better to do than smirk and assure her that the little chick is doing great, which only fuels the redhead's fury as she lunges to give him a beating. Ultimately, the professors have to step in, and Runia Erzar slaps on her best fake smile to offer a superficial apology. As Leo and Harry Edmund walk away, Herdium warns her that as Siroon's freshman representative, he won't tolerate her making such foolish scenes. To be clear, he doesn't care about her being polite. What he wants is for her to prove they are superior to Lumine, better than any other hero academy in the world. He is intensely competitive. For a second, he wonders if he pushed her too hard. But Runia Erzar stands her ground, promising she will never lose to that bastard Leo. With that mindset, we transition to the joint class between the two academies, which kicks off with Harry Edmund introducing himself to the elves. Without wasting any time, he calls up Nello, Eliana, and Carr, asking them to step forward to demonstrate a bit of what they've mastered. He didn't choose his top-tier elites, but it works perfectly because each specializes in a different field. Cavalry magic and invocation. This captivates the elves, as most of them have never witnessed human combat techniques in action. What catches Herdium's eye is that Harry Edmund doesn't seem keen on showing off the abilities of Leo, who is supposed to be the strongest. He simply offers a brief compliment and takes the initiative, explaining that Siroon's teaching methodology differs from Lumine's since all elven students learn magic as their core foundation, while simultaneously maintaining a balance so they don't rely entirely on spells. As his lecture drags on, the protagonist finds it incredibly dry, viewing the elves as presumptuous as always, to the point where he lets out a blatant yawn to Herdium. This is just another confirmation that the brat is an undisciplined mess, and that his story about fighting a death knight is pure fabrication. Still, he can't let a student yawn through his presentation, so he sets the theory aside to show them the true essence of Siroon. Since elves are naturally attuned to magic, they can perform feats like this. Out of thin air, he conjures a tiny star within his palms, extending it until it shoots into the sky and bursts like fireworks, scattering dozens of miniature stars down over the students. Chelsea Lewin is absolutely mesmerized, immediately identifying the technique as star magic. Herdium clarifies that in recent years, their research has focused heavily on shifting the elven essence entirely towards star magic. He writes one of its core foundational incantations on the blackboard, explaining that this formula is the root from which countless equally devastating and beautiful branches grow. Right then, someone raises their hand. The instructor is smug to see it is the protagonist, fully expecting the boy to be left speechless. The issue is that out of nowhere, Leo confidently states that the formula is fundamentally flawed, leaving the entire room stunned. Herdium demands to know what on earth he is talking about, but Leo doesn't even blink. He tells him that the spell as written on the board will fail to activate. The instructor retorts that this is because it is an incomplete spell, one that generations of elven scholars have spent lifetimes deciphering to reach the current approximation. Even so, it remains unfinished. The protagonist is amused, considering he knows the exact completed spell, as it happens to be a specialized spell created by Luna to channel her magical energy into him, meaning Kyle. Seeking to humiliate him, Herdium challenges him to step up and demonstrate his own interpretation, though Harry Edmund feels the instructor is crossing a line. Leo doesn't hesitate to stride up to the blackboard, knowing that the star magic the elves currently practice is nothing more than a corrupted imitation, because Luna passed away before she could pass the legacy on to her kin. However, what she did do was pass it directly to him, under the watchful eyes of the entire room, completely unfazed by how arrogant he appears. He writes out the flawless spell, leaving Herdium on the absolute brink of tears as he recognizes its validity. Leo recalls the exact moment Luna taught it to him, and with that memory, he shows them the true nature of what she always intended but could never pass down. The original form of star magic, a discipline designed specifically to make flowers bloom, this becomes breathtakingly clear as the magic radiates across the room. Instead of triggering a standard meteor shower like before, it unleashes an entire garden of shimmering celestial flowers. Runia Erzar watches her instructor's stunned expression in shock, wondering if this human truly managed to unlock the lost heritage of their founder. Herdium steps closer, unable to comprehend that the grand magic from which so many combat spells were derived was originally created for something so simple. Leo explains that during the era of chaos, plant life was nearly wiped out completely. So it makes perfect sense that Luna would pioneer a magic to preserve what she held dearest. He recalls how, in the past, he himself had argued with her, claiming that magic useless for warfare was completely pointless, to which she simply smiled and replied that flowers are beautiful and she hoped to see the world covered in them one day. Interestingly, Herdium arrives at the exact same realization and asks how he learned all of this. The protagonist maintains his cover, insisting he figured it out on his own by analyzing ancient texts. Harry Edmund steps in to apologize for his students' blunt attitude, proposing they wrap up the class for the day. However, Herdium completely disagrees, grabbing Harry Edmund's hand and begging him to transfer Leo to his academy. We don't see how that conversation ends, because the students head back to the residence where Chelsea Lewin tortures them by cooking a toxic-looking soup, paired with a special Eliana-style risotto so visually horrific it has to be censored. For a moment, the guys wonder exactly how many hours they can survive without consuming a single bite. But Eliana forces them to eat anyway. Just then, Runar Sar approaches the protagonist to provide an update on the Death Knight situation. He had dispatched his scouts to investigate, and they finally returned with a verdict. Contrary to his initial skepticism, Runar Sar admits the protagonist was entirely correct. The presence of not just one but multiple Death Knights has been verified deep within the fairy forest, along with their respective undead armies. What remains a mystery is how or why they managed to infiltrate the area. Consequently, the council has decided to assign the investigation directly to the students of Lumine and Sirun. This conversation is overheard by Eliana, Naila, and Chelsea Lewin, who can barely contain their excitement. Runar Sar clarifies that it is far too perilous to send freshmen alone, so several upperclassmen from Sirun will be joining them on the expedition. Interestingly, Runar Sar didn't come just to deliver the brief. There is another reason. His granddaughter has been insisting for days that she wants to see Leo again. With that, Aylin arrives at the residence alongside the energetic students of Class 1-5, who welcome her with such intense enthusiasm that the poor girl nearly panics. Having spent so long isolated from peers her own age, she panics and bolts straight up the stairs. Naturally, Leo goes up to check on her, wrapping his coat around her shoulders so she doesn't catch a chill. He asks why she skipped the joint academy class. Once again, Aylin insists she is unworthy of becoming a heroine, explaining that when the pressure of life at Sirun began to overwhelm her, she met a person who changed everything for her. Runar Sar is talented, charismatic, kind, and brilliant, so she began to idolize her and desperately wanted to follow in her footsteps. Thanks to that drive, she climbed the ranks to enter the elite class, securing second place overall. However, during the combat evaluations, she made a critical error and felt that Runar Sar began to despise her, and that is the exact reason she refuses to show her face at the academy. However, Leo highly doubts that Runar Sar is the type of person to harbor hatred towards someone for no good reason. The fascinating thing here is that looking at Aylin, he can't help but notice how closely she resembles her ancestor. He asks if she likes the historical tales of Verkia. Naturally, Aylin says yes, and Leo reminds her that Verkia became a legendary heroine precisely because she idolized the great heroes who mentored her, and she resolutely followed in their footsteps until the very end. Therefore, she shouldn't fixate so much on the opinions of others, but rather pursue the path her own heart dictates. Those words ignite a spark of determination within the girl, and she agrees to join them on the mission. With that settled, once they enter the forest, Runar Sar asks him how on earth he managed to convince her. Leo is entirely upfront, stating he simply told her she shouldn't be intimidated by her. When Leo brings up the combat evaluation issue, Runar Sar explains it was a complete misunderstanding. She obviously doesn't hate her, but actually respects her so much that she chose to take their duel completely seriously. The focus shifts as the third-year students arrive, spearheaded by their representative Rhoda. He immediately raises a red flag for the protagonist as Runar Sar notes he only started performing exceptionally well over the past few months, which is never a good sign. Crucially, when the team assignments are announced, Leo finds himself grouped directly with Runar Sar and Rhoda. Naturally, the redhead isn't thrilled about the arrangement, not because she suspects they're highly shady upperclassmen, but because she is still holding a grudge against Leo for stealing Fiora. While she grumbles, we see that the students have been split into 5 distinct units, each assigned to scout a different sector of the forest. Being the strongest group, they are designated the Deep Zone, where encounters with highly formidable enemies are most probable. The issue is that for some arbitrary reason, Rhoda decides to split off and scout on his own, suggesting they meet up later in the central sector. The protagonist tells Runia Erzar that he likely has urgent business to handle alone. For a while, the situation remains quiet, as they don't cross paths with a single undead creature. This reminds the protagonist of the illusion magic masking the area during his prior visit. He can sense a lingering dark energy permeating the woods, confirming that although few possess the sensitivity to perceive it, the location is heavily saturated with a death curse. This points to one culprit, the most devoted lieutenant of Erebus, a survivor of the era of chaos and commander of the Tartarus legions, the Lich King, Hellskaiser. Of course, it is highly probable he hasn't mobilized personally, leaving Car Thomas, who is operating as an emissary, in charge. Concurrently, the barrier was erected by the fairies to safeguard something of immense value from these exact predators. Noticing his contemplative expression, Runia Urzar asks what he has deduced. Before Leo can answer, she warns him to stay alert because something is closing in. For a split second, it feels like a monster approaching. Until the figure steps into view, revealing it to be Rhoda, he casually asks if they have encountered any undead, and takes the opportunity to formally introduce himself to the protagonist, offering a handshake. Wasting no time, Leo subtly inspects him, confirming his worst fears. There is something incredibly foul radiating from that guy's ring. To make matters worse, Rhoda scoffs, telling him that the Death Knight sighting was undoubtedly a product of his imagination, dismissing all their anxieties. He claims that even if one did appear, it would require a continuous supply of mana from a necromancer to manifest, meaning it has likely dissolved, which would imply a demon was operating nearby. However, he asserts that is impossible, as the city of Verkia is shielded by an enchantment that completely bars demons from entering. Before he can ramble further, the protagonist cuts him off, clarifying that not all necromancers are demons, and that other races are perfectly capable of wielding dark magic, such as the elves themselves, to which Rhoda concedes the point, noting it would be theoretically possible if elves weren't far too prideful to ever succumb to the darkness. He concludes by stating they should continue scouting for a bit. Meanwhile, Leo can clearly see that Rhoda is searching for something, and Runia Urzar senses that Leo is withholding information. Late that night, the students regroup, and though none of them found anything, Chelsea Lewin blindly trusts the protagonist, who quietly slips out to launch his own investigation. Stealthily, he makes his way to the Academy's quarters, confirming that Rhoda is inside his room. More importantly, he discovers a map detailing the hidden gateway to the fairy realm, which is more than enough proof that he is plotting something sinister. His search is interrupted by Runia Urzar, who has been shadowing him before she can raise an alarm. Leo explains the entire situation, emphasizing that their senior is hiding something dark. Suddenly, they catch voices echoing down the corridor, forcing them to leap out the window. What neither realizes is that they were spotted by Aelin, who doesn't suspect anything malicious, but immediately begins cooking up wild scenarios about a secret romance between the two. As for the duo, the protagonist sets off to track Rhoda, while Runia Urzar follows purely to prove Leo wrong. Keeping her distance behind them, Aelin tails them as well, intending to lecture them that romantic relationships between students are strictly forbidden, convinced she is acting to halt them from stepping down a scandalous path. The comedy of the scene is instantly shattered by two factors. First, Runia Urzar takes the accusation deeply to heart, turning as red as a tomato. Second, they are no longer alone. Out of nowhere, Leo senses a lethal surge of energy, and within seconds they are surrounded by dozens of undead. Worse yet, these aren't low-grade skeletons, but elite undead skeletal knights of the absolute highest tier. With that in mind, Leo asks Runia Urzar if she is ready for some action, and the girl wastes no time, unleashing her signature spell, Firestorm, which transforms the frozen woodland into a blazing inferno. However, because of the raw destructive output of her magic, the girl grows overconfident, failing to notice an undead knight lunging to slice her in two. That is where Aelin intercepts the blow, stepping into the fray wielding a shield that Leo instantly recognizes as Verkia's ancient equipment. Not only that, but despite her previously timid demeanor, she proves to be a ferocious warrior, effortlessly lopping off heads. Once the dust settles, the protagonist admits that watching them was like seeing the legendary heroines in action. After thanking Aelin, he demands to know what on earth brought them into the deep forest at this hour, prompting Runia Urzar to stammer that they were just investigating, and though her heavy blushing betrays her, she insists she would never let herself be charmed by Leo, muttering that it would certainly benefit him to have her infatuated to eliminate his competition. In a way that reassurance calms the white-haired protagonist, who states he hopes Runia Urzar remains the top student indefinitely, confident she has what it takes to become a legendary heroine. His words deeply strike a chord with the redhead, who flashes back to their combat evaluation, where she witnessed Alan fighting seriously for the first time. Instead of viewing her as weak or a liability, she realized she had finally found someone she could truly consider a rival. That was the exact reason she decided to go all out, and that is the memory Aylan holds onto looking into Runia Erzar's eyes and seeing an intense passion, which she unfortunately misinterpreted as pure hatred. The poor girl had been so terrified she couldn't properly defend herself, taking the full brunt of the assault. All this time, Runia Erzar assumed she had imagined her fear. But now she finally understands why she boycotted classes. She takes her by the hand, pleading with her to return to the academy because she wants to keep competing against her as a friend. At that moment, Aylan's eyes light up as if she's won the lottery. And after confirming that she also considers her a true friend, she bluntly asks them to be honest and confess whether they are dating or not. This sparks another frantic argument, but the critical event unfolds deep within the forest, where the Death Knight detects intruders and turns to none other than Rhoda, commanding him to take charge. The twisted part is that the elf retorts that this isn't his concern, treating the entity like a mere servant until Kargor steps forward, threateningly, snarling that his loyalty belongs solely to the Lich King. Rhoda sharply reminds him that Hellskaiser handpicked him for this operation. He just needs to finalize the summoning circle to wrap things up, which means he needs the Death Knight to ensure no one advances any further into the woods. Meanwhile, Aylan can't bring herself to believe that Rhoda is genuinely tied to the forest's anomalies, and Runia Erzar tells her not to take Leo's accusations so seriously, convinced they are about to prove him wrong. Still, there is an undeniable reality they cannot ignore. The forest is growing steadily colder. Leo recognizes this as a clear indicator that the death curse's influence is beginning to affect them. Because of this, he insists they rest briefly before pushing onward and summons his two spirit beasts. Aside from being adorable, they will help scout the perimeter from multiple angles to ensure nothing slips past them. After a brief rest, they finally penetrate the heart of the forest, where the darkness is so dense they can barely see an inch in front of them. Though they initially face only ogres, they soon detect a massive surge of dark magic, which causes the fallen ogres to reanimate as undead. Normally, this would indicate a necromancer is lurking nearby, but Leo obliterates them and confirms the area is clear. This reanimation wasn't a manual cast by a necromancer, but rather the autonomous death curse, which continuously spawns undead across the sector, effectively turning the terrain into a zone of absolute death. Aylan points out that only one entity possesses the power to manifest a curse of this magnitude: the Lich King himself, the legendary necromancer Hellskaiser. This means the forces of Tartarus are directly targeting Verkia and the Academy. Runia Erzar suggests they retreat to fetch an instructor, but their escape is cut off by Kargor, who warns he won't let them slip away a second time. In their current predicament, split-second coordination is vital. So the protagonist announces he will handle the Death Knight solo. Meanwhile, he tasks Aylan with managing the lesser undead, and instructs Runia Erzar to prepare the absolute strongest magic in her repertoire. The girls immediately jump into action, and Kargor takes this as a sign that they are finally fighting in earnest. But it mocks him, warning he will deeply regret trying as it ensures they drown in the absolute dark. The protagonist wastes no words, instantly acting by executing one of the secret sword techniques of the Serdinger clan, Promise. He condenses a massive orb of energy at the tip of his blade and fires it at his opponent like a cannon, amplified by the primordial flames of the phoenix. Although the blast initially seems to yield little impact, it doesn't take long before the fusion of the Serdinger swordsmanship and the phoenix flames triggers a violent reaction, literally melting the Death Knight's blade. As if that weren't enough, Leo concludes the assault with a horizontal slash that cleaves the monster in two, forcing it to retreat to reassemble its frame. The undead realizes to itself that this is absolutely no ordinary student. His combat experience is vastly superior, and he carries a piercing glare that should never belong to a child. However, all those tactical reflections are instantly obliterated when Kargor looks up, only to find a miniature sun hovering just meters away. Incineration, the most devastating destructive spell Runia Erzar can manifest, erupts, vaporizing the Death Knight and its remaining horde within seconds, leaving nothing but scorched earth. In the aftermath, even the forest itself is left half destroyed, and Quirin can't believe an elven girl can be so terrifyingly violent. The nightmare is far from over. Leo grips his hilt tightly as the raw essence of the death curse begins to materialize visually right before their eyes. Suddenly, a chilling voice asks who granted them permission to enter his woods at such an ungodly hour. Turning around, they face Rhoda, who glares at them with hollow, abyssal eyes, no longer bothering to conceal that he is the mastermind behind the entire operation. Even now, Runia Erzar remains in denial, demanding to know what he is doing here. She insists they need to evacuate immediately, warning that an active curse is compromising the area and will put them in grave danger if they linger. Bizarrely, he claims he doesn't notice anything wrong. This sets off massive alarm bells for the girl, who is about to press further when Leo explains how over the past few weeks, 2 Lumine students had been compromised by cursed artifacts originating from Tartarus. Initially, those students tapped into the power of shadows and became significantly more powerful, but that strength demands a steep price. This becomes painfully evident when Leo illuminates the clearing where Rhoda stands, exposing dozens of slaughtered animals the boy had been slaughtering as catalysts for his necromancy. It is completely obvious that unlike the previous victims, he is entirely conscious of his actions. Finding himself backed into a corner, the elf confesses everything, stating it isn't as black and white as Leo makes it out to be. He isn't collaborating with Tartarus out of malice, but because this specific sector houses the hero record of Lady Luna, and he is merely exploiting the villains to reclaim what rightfully belongs to the elven race. On the surface it sounds somewhat noble, but Aelin sees straight through his true motives, the fact that he undoubtedly intends to hoard the record for his own personal gain. Although Runia Erzar readies herself for combat, the protagonist warns them to fight with lethal intent, because they can be absolutely certain Rhoda will do the exact same. As if on cue, Rhoda unleashes a strike so devastating that Leo is forced to drop into a heavy block. He instantly recognizes the composition as star magic, raising the critical question of who this guy truly is. To be clear, Rhoda realizes not only that Leo is far stronger than he lets on, but that if Aelin and Runia Erzar join the fray, his odds of victory will plummet. Consequently, he resolves to eliminate the girls first, utilizing a lightning-type attribute to manifest dozens of highly destructive, long-range bolts. Though fundamental in design, they carry such immense velocity and weight that the girls have to exert twice the effort just to deflect them. The downside is that this tactical split leaves Leo completely isolated. As the girls rush back to aid him, they are intercepted by Kargar, who has managed to reassemble and return to the battlefield. Realizing they must handle the Death Knight entirely on their own, they prepare to engage, while Leo is seemingly cornered by the corrupted elf, or so it appeared, as he isn't fighting alone. He calls upon Quirin, who maneuvers to blindsided and bring Rhoda down, allowing Leo to step in without a second's hesitation to decapitate him. He turns to regroup with the girls to escape, but it isn't that simple. Quirin is suddenly struck by a stray lightning bolt from earlier, and defying all logic, Rhoda stands back up and physically snaps his head back onto his neck, as if it were a minor inconvenience. He remarks that Leo possesses an impressive array of parlor tricks for a mere freshman, but notes he isn't intimidated, as he has plenty of his own. The power granted by the Lord of the Dead has served him beautifully, and his ultimate plan is to combine it with Luna's magic to trample all the arrogant elites who rely solely on natural talent. In short, he is a resentful psycho. Leo notes that the demonic energy has already begun to physically consume him, so he drops into a tight guard, intercepting and deflecting the next volley of lightning. Surprisingly, mitigating the assault proves easier than anticipated, indicating Rhoda's corruption hasn't fully matured. Seizing an opening, Leo severs one of his arms, sending the cursed ring clattering to the dirt, coldly telling him that those who rely on shortcuts to gain power will never triumph, adding that he can regenerate all he wants, as Leo will gladly hack him apart as many times as it takes. Realizing he is in a tight spot, an abyssal voice whispers into Rhoda's mind, commanding him to focus on rapidly completing the summoning arrays to unearth the latent power buried in this sanctuary. His severed hand begins crawling autonomously toward that singular goal. Unfortunately, the protagonist misses this detail, as his attention is divided watching how the girls are holding up against the Death Knight, determined to finish Rhoda off as swiftly as possible. Suddenly, Quirin spots the autonomous hand completing the array. But by then, it is already too late to intervene, and out of nowhere all of the elf's residual magical energy drain directly into the arcane circle. The ground beneath them violently convulsions, and a massive skeletal hand erupts from the abyss. But this is no ordinary summon. It belongs to the Skeleton King, one of the most cataclysmic undead entities in existence. With a corrupted elf perched on its skull, he revels in the catastrophic energy surging through his veins, wondering aloud if this is the true power of the first ancestor. However, the protagonist knows better. By finalizing that array, the fool has fully embraced black magic at a 100% assimilation rate, and there is absolutely no way something so foul represents Luna's pure magic. Leo leaps as high as his legs can carry him. attempting to close the vertical gap between himself and his true target, Rhoda. After all, he is the necromancer anchoring the entity, meaning killing him is the only viable solution. However, the colossal titan moves to intercept him mid-air, completely shattering his momentum and slamming him straight down into the dirt. To make matters worse, the wretched elf mocks him, shouting that he doesn't care if this energy stems from the Lord of the Dead or the devil himself, it belongs to him. While Quirin panics, yelling that this is their cue to retreat, Leo counters that the situation isn't as desperate as it looks. It turns out that while the idiot formed a pact with Hellskaiser to summon his physical avatar, the ritual was flawed because he barely met the fundamental prerequisites. This implies he won't be able to sustain the avatar for long. They simply need to endure and survive until the massive drain depletes the residual magic holding that mountain of bones together, which should happen sooner rather than later. With that tactical plan, he instructs the fairy to shield him to the absolute best of his ability. Quirin replies that his word is law, weaving a heavy protective barrier around the protagonist, while Leo bombards the Titan with condensed rays of star magic. Unfortunately, the attacks don't appear to inflict any significant damage. Worse yet, the Skeleton King counters with a casual swipe of its massive blade. Due to its sheer scale, the swing triggers a localized avalanche, demonstrating the absurd disparity in raw power. Leo agilely evades the primary trajectory, but is caught completely off guard when Rhoda capitalizes on the distraction to launch a follow-up assault, catching him completely exposed. Runia Erzar is forced to dive into the line of fire, neutralizing the lightning arcs with a concentrated blast of flame. Leo yells for her to focus entirely on the Skeleton King while she handles that psycho. Meanwhile, regarding Alan, he reassures her he is fine, as her friend insisted on handling this threat one-on-one. On her end, the Death Knight unleashes another heavy strike against the Elven girl, mocking her as arrogant for believing she could stand a chance against an opponent of his caliber, rapidly driving her onto the defensive. At that moment, Aelin begins to doubt if she truly possesses the capacity to overcome such an obstacle. However, that hesitation doesn't last a second, because she knows that if she fails, her companions will pay the price. Abandoning her defensive posture, she surges into a full offensive, driving her blade deep into the monster's thoracic plating. Unfortunately, the creature exploits the close proximity to land a heavy counterblow, sending her crashing and rolling across the dirt. It mocks her, sneering that compared to her two peers, she is nothing but an inexperienced child. The monster even shatters her shield. But while Aelin accepts that her friends are destined for greatness as legendary heroes while she is not, she also knows that the legendary heroes of lore were always accompanied by loyal, dependable disciples. That was the exact path chosen by her ancestor, Verkia, who swore never to lose faith in her comrades. Therefore, she will not lose faith in hers either. Channeling absolute conviction, she activates an ancient technique preserved across generations, a holy attribute that repels death itself and cleaves the Death Knight completely in half. Defying all of the Death Knight's expectations, he ends up utterly annihilated in a single blow by the very child he had patronized until it was too late. Not satisfied with just defeating her foe, she attempts to gather her remaining strength to assist the others, but her exhaustion catches up and she collapses unconscious. Meanwhile, as for Rota, he remains convinced he holds the tactical advantage, unleashing a lethal volley of lightning intended to vaporize Runia Erzar. Instead, he strikes an unexpected barrier, a massive, solid shell that reflects the spell directly back at him, piercing his own body in a pathetic twist, courtesy of a blazing fire turtle. A defensive, illusionary beast stands beside the girl with a smug expression, while she asks if he truly thought she would just stand there and take his hits like an idiot. Her offensive doesn't stop there. Exploiting his weakened state, she hurls an overwhelming fireball that leaves him writhing on the ground with third-degree burns. For a moment, victory seems safely within the redhead's grasp, but she commits the classic blunder of lowering her guard. Even from the dirt, Rhoda manages to string together a rapid series of minor magical arcs that pin her down, to the point where Leo genuinely begins to panic that she won't survive, instinctively sprinting toward the girl, only to be violently intercepted by the Skeleton King's massive hand. The Titan delivers a devastating blow that sends him crashing heavily into a nearby trunk. A panicked Quirin warns him that he cannot sustain this level of physical trauma, but Leo snaps at him to stop making a fuss over nothing, even as he internally acknowledges he is in the absolute worst position possible. He has no choice but to grit his teeth and push forward. Fortunately, he still has an ace up his sleeve, Fiora. Answering his call within seconds, she lets out a resonant screech that triggers a massive wave of restorative energy, instantly closing the wounds of her allies. the lethal punctures riddling. Runia Urzar's body fade into minor scratches. Island snaps back into consciousness, and Leo channels enough raw mana to execute another advanced trick with the Phoenix, physical manifestation. He coats his blade in roaring flames and leaps at the Titan with a fluid grace that leaves Runia Urzar completely speechless. He doesn't look like an academy student, but a true hero, one entirely devoid of doubt or hesitation. Naturally, that sight jars her into remembering she has her own battle to finish. She commands the fire turtle to disperse for now and charges back into action, manifesting a flame that burns nearly as intensely as the protagonists. She extends the blaze toward Rhoda, completely engulfing his arm. Granted, it doesn't appear to faze him initially, and the arrogant elf mocks her, claiming these basic embers are completely useless against him. However, Runia Urzar tells him he shouldn't be so confident, because her family's flames are unlike any ordinary magic. For generations, they have held a covenant with the Phoenix, and her grandfather swore he would burn the foundations of Tartarus to ash, even if it cost him his life. To him, her words sound like empty bravado, and he continues to mock her until he realizes something is terribly wrong. For some inexplicable reason, the flames licking his arm refuse to die down. Runia Urzar tells him this is because as long as her ancestor's conviction endures, the flames will continue to burn, unwilling to extinguish until every last demon is reduced to ash. Ordinarily, these flames would have no effect on an elf, but it is glaringly obvious he is no longer ordinary. His eye has transformed into that of a demon. The flames rapidly envelope him, consuming his flesh. The catch is that these flames are a forbidden art within her family, which slowly erodes the user's own humanity. Yet she couldn't care less, not when the threat stands right in front of her. The bottleneck is that these flames drain an immense amount of mana, and before long the spell forcefully cancels itself. The wretched elf plans to counter with equal malice, but right then a bizarre mutation occurs. A miasma of dark energy erupts from the ring, physically absorbing Rhoda until absolutely nothing remains, leaving only the cursed artifact clattering onto the forest floor. Yet, even though the necromancer is undeniably dead, the Skeleton King remains fully animated, and to make matters worse, the ring's residual energy begins flowing directly into the Titan, empowering it while a hollow voice echoes, commanding it to press forward and execute its designated directive. That essence belongs to Hellskaiser, leading Leo to deduce that the Lich King is projecting his influence remotely through the demonic artifact, a highly calculated maneuver that drastically worsens the situation as the Skeleton King turns away from Leo and begins hacking at the gateway to the fairy realm. Leo rapidly calls upon Quirin for an infusion of strength and hurls himself at the monster, desperately trying to hold it back even as he feels the barrier fracturing beneath the assault. Unfortunately, the barrier gives way entirely, and Leo finds himself falling straight into a ruined fortress hidden deep within the fairy realm. Quirin and Fiora desperately try to shake him awake, as both his aura reserves and his spiritual energy have been completely drained to zero. The saving grace is that he manages to pull himself up to scout the ruins, observing that what was once a vibrant sanctuary has devolved into a desolate wasteland. Suddenly, a specific object catches his eye, triggering vivid memories of his past life. In that memory, he was standing with Verkia, who was adamantly trying to hand him their latest reward, an elegantly crafted dagger. Though she looked incredibly annoyed, noting she had no use for it. The other guys were already waiting for him to launch their next raid. He ultimately accepted it and said goodbye, entirely unaware that it would be the last time he would ever see her alive. And in the present day, what he finds sitting in the dust is that exact same dagger, the one she insisted she didn't need. The fact that it ended up enshrined in this hidden sanctuary proves she must have treasured it deeply and gotten immense use out of it. The extraordinary part is that the moment his hand grips the hilt, the blade erupts in a blinding radiance, releasing a torrent of pure energy that surges to envelop every single inch of his body. It isn't a malicious corruption, but rather the exact opposite. It is returning the massive reservoir of magical energy the dagger had preserved for thousands of years. This is because the relic has recognized its true original master. Leo can feel the raw magic coursing through his veins, right as the Skeleton King catches up to his position, raising its massive blade to cleave him in two. The only dilemma on the protagonist's mind is deciding which high-tier spell to open with. He is so completely relaxed that the girls choose that exact moment to burst into the clearing, throwing everything they have left to stall the Titan. Realizing he needs to hurry, he watches them struggle with the absolute last of their energy reserves, until a phenomenal pressure of magical power detonates across the sector like a bomb. Though the scale is so massive they initially doubt a student could produce it, Runia Urzar grumbles that this is exactly the kind of ridiculous stunt she'd expect from the bastard who stole her phoenix. More impressively, they recognize the exact school of magic he is channeling. Magic so profoundly powerful that for a split second, it offers them a genuine glimpse of what it must have been like to witness the legendary archimage Luna in combat. The protagonist concludes the conflict by casting the absolute pinnacle of star magic, a spell capable of painting the pitch-black night sky with the pristine light of dawn, unleashing a celestial meteor shower straight out of a wizard's wildest fantasies. In the end, the spell rains down on the rotting frame of the Skeleton King, atomizing it into absolutely nothing within seconds. Moments later, complete silence returns to the forest. The protagonist calls forth Quirin, who materializes looking completely innocent and ready to fight, only to blink in confusion upon realizing the battle is already over. Furthermore, there is a far more pressing matter to attend to: his wings. The protagonist tells him he can go retrieve them, and the fairy eagerly darts off. Right then, the girls finally catch up to Leo, frantically checking if he is unharmed. Naturally, they haven't forgotten the apocalyptic display they just witnessed, noting it looked like something straight out of ancient lore. Leo presents the dagger, explaining that the high-tier magic was sealed inside the weapon all along, making it a relic tied directly to the great hero. This explains why the forces of Tartarus were so desperate to breach the gateway. They were undoubtedly hunting for this artifact. But all of that takes a back seat when Quirin flies back, cheering that he has finally recovered the wings hidden away by his father. He eagerly asks Leo to help break the seal, though Runia Urzar chimes in, noting the artifact looks suspiciously like a fragment of a hero record. Her hypothesis proves 100% correct, because the moment Leo shatters the seal, a system notification materializes, informing them that a hero record has been unlocked. Instantly, they are teleported into a breathtaking field overflowing with vibrant flowers. Amidst their confusion, a melodic voice echoes, asking if they have come to vanquish Erebus. The protagonist recognizes the voice instantly, as this is a literal fragment of his own past life, specifically the exact moment he first met Luna. This revelation clarifies everything. The forces of Tartarus aren't merely hunting for ancient weapons, but for him, or more specifically, who he used to be. They are after the fragments of the hero Kylie's record. As you can imagine, this completely changes the scope of the conflict. After some time, the instructors along with Runar Sar arrive in the forest to locate the students. Runar Sar doesn't hesitate for a second to secure the fragment from them. Amidst the cleanup, Harry Edmund asks if they were the only ones who sneaked out of the dormitories, but the answer is grim. There was another, but they had to eliminate him. Following that, we get a brief time skip to the final day of the exchange trip. The visiting instructors express their gratitude for the joint sessions. Runar Sar promises the protagonist that she will surpass him the next time their paths cross, and Islan arrives just in time to see them off, delivering the fantastic news that she has officially resolved to return to the academy, meaning they will be seeing each other around. Leo affectionately pats her head like a proud older brother, and after a final round of farewells, they journey back to Lumine where daily life returns to normal. Quirin and Fiora sees every single moment the protagonist looks away to stir up trouble. Without hesitation, Leo threatens the little brat that he will strip his wings all over again if he doesn't learn to behave like a civilized person. But the major development occurs when Fiora suddenly evolves, shifting into her next stage. A polite little girl with refined manners and absolutely zero patience for Quirin's childish antics. Now that she has grown significantly more powerful, she even requests the protagonist to open a gateway to the spirit realm so she can show her new form to her mother. Just like that, she departs, dragging Quirin along by his collar and finally leaving the protagonist alone with his thoughts. He really should use this downtime to rest, but as established, the entire geopolitical landscape has shifted. It turns out that both the recovered hero record and the dagger found in Verkia have been temporarily transferred to Sirun Academy, who will spearhead the research into the items and investigate the corruption link between their city and Tartarus at Lumine. The surrounding territory is being monitored by the demon witch queen Salanta, whereas at Sirun, the mastermind pulling the strings was the Lich King Hellskaiser. Crucially, both commanders shared the exact same objective: to unearth and liquidate the records of the great ancient heroes, undoubtedly to erase them from history and prevent the knowledge, combat techniques, and latent energy from being inherited by the new generation. Not only that, but their strategy relies on executing this purge via sleeper agents planted directly inside the faculty ranks. Therefore, Leo can be absolutely certain that there are numerous hidden collaborators remaining within Lumine that he will eventually have to root out. Just like Rhoda, there must be someone currently operating under enemy influence within the Academy grounds at this very moment, and their only option is to expose them before it's too late. Transitioning to a new scene, the student body is summoned to the Grand Auditorium, where they are ordered to line up according to their specific specializations, which is highly unusual since they are typically organized by their standard homeroom classes. Regardless, the principal takes the stage, announcing that the time has arrived to prepare for the Academy's next massive event, the Inter-Faculty Tournament. This competition will pit the specializations of magic, cavalry, and invocation against one another to crown the top faculty of each year. However, considering they are merely freshmen, the rules dictate they will be receiving hands-on mentorship from a few highly distinguished individuals. Who could they be? The answer arrives when Tora steps up, declaring she reviewed Card Thomas's recent performance reports and deemed them utter garbage. So yes, she will be serving as the head instructor for the magic faculty, making it brutally clear she views them as an embarrassment to the institution. Not stopping there, she notes she read everyone's reports and finds them all equally incompetent, proceeding to rattle off each student's individual flaws until she is cut off by Professor Ain, who will be commanding the cavalry faculty. He keeps his speech brief, stating that the secret to victory lies entirely in rigorous physical conditioning, promising to whip them into peak shape immediately. On the other hand, the invocation faculty will be mentored by Ulta, who asks the crowd what they believe is the single most vital trait for a summoner. He dismisses every conventional answer, making it abundantly clear he is a total eccentric by concluding that according to him, the fundamental core is simply love. Regardless of their quirks, these three elites are tasked with pushing the student's skills to the absolute limit. Right then, the principal asks the protagonist why he hasn't signed up for a specific specialization line. Ain chimes in, replying that Leo will be competing across all three faculties simultaneously, though this doesn't mean he will join the roster of each team, but rather that he will represent his own independent multi-class faction, an arrangement that sounds completely insane to the rest of the student body. They loudly protest that he needs to pick a definitive side, arguing it's the only logical choice, right? Except the principal finds the concept thoroughly entertaining, reminding the students that regardless, they must attend the specialized seminars and absorb everything these elite seniors have to offer. Furthermore, he questions Leo if he fully grasps the implications of establishing his own faction, noting it means he will have to clash against all three faculties entirely on his own. Naturally, Leo calmly replies that he is well aware, and the principal formally greenlights the request, leaving the other students focusing on their own motivations for why they must dominate in their respective divisions. Tura acknowledges that the brat is an absolute prodigy. Ain reflects that his lone wolf knight persona is remarkably cool, and as for Ulta, the poor guy is far too busy receiving a physical beating from Yura Marin to comment. A few minutes later, the principal announces he has finalized the tournament format. This year's event will feature a battle royale format. This initially seems counterintuitive, as the tournament is traditionally designed to foster unity within faculties. But when meeting privately with the instructors, he explains they are making a deliberate exception specifically for Leo. It turns out that when the kid resolved to take on all three specializations at once, the faculty assumed he would quickly hit his bottleneck and be forced to settle on a single path. Instead, he continues to pull off flawless, perfect grades across the board. The academic council has taken a profound interest in his trajectory, viewing him as the prime candidate to become the world's very first true multi-class hero. It's crucial to remember that while the principal runs the grounds, the institution is governed by the three grand families making up the council: Jiran, Rigard, and Tercia, who are already envisioning a future where Leo secures his official hero record, paving the way for subsequent generations of multi-class heroes to emerge. To achieve that, they need to test his limits to the absolute maximum. Thus, a battle royale is locked in. The instructors press forward with their curriculum, and Ain rounds up the students for a practical field class, instructing Celia Serdinger to unleash her fire aura to shatter a massive wall of ice erected in the center of the training grounds. On paper, it sounds simple, but even though the girl strikes with everything she can muster, she fails to leave even a minor scratch on the surface. The instructor uses her failure as the perfect segue to introduce the core concept of the lesson: the hero's breath. This is an advanced technique derived from the unique respiratory styles of the beastmen, meticulously modified to align with human aura philosophy. He steps forward, channeling a highly concentrated surge of fire aura that, without exploding into erratic flames or making a massive racket like Celia Serdinger's attack, triggers an implied internal shockwave that completely vaporizes the ice wall into nothingness. Duran Moira is left staring in awe at the raw destructive efficiency. However, the rest of the class is heavily fixated on the fact that Ain naturally possesses an ice-type aura, meaning generating fire should be mechanically counterintuitive for him. He explains he obtained that elemental affinity as an explicit reward during his prime as a dungeon conqueror. He notes that since the attribute conflicts heavily with his innate elemental nature, his output should technically be weaker than Celia Serdinger's. Yet he amplified it effortlessly using Hero's Breath. Meanwhile, the protagonist is reeling from a much more personal shock, as he finally recognizes the technique as the signature style of his old comrade, Aaron. Moments later, the students throw themselves into the drill, straining with immense effort to awaken the hero's breath. Each manifestation proves completely unique, and among the class, the standout is Celia Serdinger, who radiates deep, undulating waves of aura outward, while poor Eliana can barely sustain the breathing pattern without passing out, prompting Chia to quickly step in to support her. However, it is right then that they notice someone else is experiencing severe friction. Leo, who hasn't even managed to spark his aura. From a distance, Ain assumes this hurdle will serve to humble the boy and motivate him to focus more heavily on his cavalry disciplines. That is until he observes his respiratory rhythm closer, rapidly approaching him to demand who on earth taught him that specific aura technique. While the protagonist plays dumb, but Ain reveals that the hero's breath originally originated from the Beastman warriors of the Osnia Academy, and that he personally re-engineered the mechanics so humans could safely replicate it. The issue is that Leo is executing the exact unedited breathing patterns of a genuine Beastman. The protagonist realizes he's right. He was instinctively channeling it as a non-human warrior would, which perfectly explains why his current human anatomy failed to manifest the aura until now. Ain provides a few swift mechanical corrections to make it compatible with his body, and with that adjustment, Leo unleashes the most cataclysmic wave of aura the Academy has ever witnessed. Later on, Leo spots Chloe navigating the corridors on her way to magic class. The poor girl has an identity crisis when she notices how extremely nervous she gets around him. Luckily, the awkward moment is interrupted by Tora, who tries to pressure Leo into finally choosing a class, but he rejects her instantly. When they catch up with the others, they find Albie already waiting for them. He announces that, at Professor Lenhorse's request, he will be taking charge of the first-year special courses. This infuriates Tora, since she and her classmates had asked him for the exact same thing and were completely ignored. He offers a weak excuse, and Leo finds Tora's frustration completely justified. After all, Albie is one of the most powerful wizards around, and anyone with half a brain knows how invaluable it is to learn from someone of his caliber. In fact, once Professor Lenhorse explains that they will be under Albie's tutelage, poor Tora tries to blend in with the freshmen so she doesn't miss out. However, Professor Lenhorse drags her away, because she has plenty of work of her own to finish. Left alone with Albie, the legendary wizard explains that he holds two titles in the magic world: the Wizard of the Evil Eye and the Butcher of Tartarus. That makes it abundantly clear that he is a seasoned combat veteran. He then asks the class what they believe is the most crucial factor in a fight. Some answer mana capacity, others argue casting speed, and some say elemental affinity, but Albie insists they're all dead wrong. Then Leo raises his hand and answers that it's mobility, and Albie finally agrees. This sparks a debate, as a student named Imio points out that mobility issues were solved a decade ago with wing magic, a levitation spell that allows wizards to move at incredible speeds, not to mention making objects fly, meaning mobility shouldn't be a concern anymore. To settle the matter, Albie calls both Emio and Leo forward, declaring that the best way to prove who's right is a direct mobility trial. He asks if they have a personal magical artifact to channel wing magic. While Emio confidently pulls his out, Leo admits he doesn't have one and will rely on his own methods. Fortunately, the mini-trial is a straightforward race to the Beast Spirit Island. The first one to make it back proves their point. Emio confidently summons a magic-powered skateboard and blasts forward the instant Albie gives the signal. Leo takes a moment longer to move, but he catches everyone completely off guard by firing a lightning bolt directly at Emio to throw him off balance. Since the whole lesson is about understanding mobility, hindering your opponent's movement is fair game. Albie instantly approves, and with that, Leo surges forward using the Phoenix Stride. It's a knight's footwork technique rooted in aura rather than magic. Seeing this, Carr Thomas asks if using martial arts is against the rules, but Albie reminds him that in real interdepartmental competitions, they will face knights and summoners, so they must be prepared for absolutely anything. Meanwhile, Emio manages to recover, but Leo quickly catches up and hits him with another strike, shattering the magic skateboard into pieces. The poor guy plunges straight into the sea, but Leo isn't cruel enough to leave him stranded and pulls him along. They return to the class, proving that if you rely solely on external artifacts for wing magic, you're screwed the moment they break. It's not that the spell is useless, but a true combatant must be versatile. The rest of the lesson focuses on learning adaptable movement, so nothing can catch them off guard. Leo takes the opportunity to ask for access to the Forbidden Library. Albie notes that a regular instructor doesn't have the authority to grant that. But Leo counters that he isn't asking a mere instructor, he's asking a member of the prestigious Jiran family. He explains that he needs to research the history of the hero's record. Intrigued, Albie agrees to draft a letter of recommendation to enter the archives. Leo will need clearance from the current proxy head of the Jiran family, since the true head, Albie's older brother Altek, the legendary master of infinite spells, is away on a mission. Leo recognizes the name instantly, but since Altek is unreachable, Leo will have to meet with his proxy, his niece, the elite third-year student Elena Jiran. Naturally, a new side quest is unlocked, but first, it's time for the special invocation class held on the Island of Mythical Beasts. Everyone is incredibly anxious since the other departments have already wrapped up their training, but Leo is completely distracted thinking about Elena. According to Chelsea, Lewin, and Carr Thomas, she is one of the most famous figures on campus. She became the third-year representative at just 18, ranks as the strongest sorceress right after Torah, and is breathtakingly beautiful. Rumor has it, she's already the top candidate to be the next student council president. As Leo ponders the best way to approach her, Professor Yura Marin grows impatient waiting for the final student, Alta. When the upperclassman finally strolls in, he has an incredibly laid-back attitude, and bizarrely, is carrying a bundle of butterfly nets, making everyone raise an eyebrow. They wonder if this guy is truly the powerhouse everyone claims him to be. Even Yura Marin demands to know what on earth he's planning. The blonde upperclassman casually explains that he heard there were fairies on the island, so his brilliant plan for this special training is to have the freshmen catch them. It sounds absurd for a high-level training camp, but Yura Marin knows it's too late to send this eccentric senior back to the dorms. Worse yet, Ulta actually manages to convince the freshmen that hunting fairies all afternoon is a fantastic idea. However, he quickly reassures the professor that there is a method to his madness. He asks the freshmen what the foundational mindset of a great summoner is, answering his own question. The key is love. Not just affection for your contracted spirits, but a genuine love for all living creatures, achieving perfect harmony with nature itself. While it sounds overly sentimental to some, Leo recognizes the profound truth in it. Professor Yura Marin chimes in, explaining that, in short, they must develop a deep affinity to connect even with beasts they share no contract with. To achieve this, the survival training involves much more than chasing fairies. They will spend 3 full days living among the island's wildlife under a strict condition. They are completely forbidden from using summons, aura, or magic. They must survive the wilderness purely on physical grit. Now that is terrifying, considering the island is teeming with high-risk predators. One student complains that they shouldn't have to listen to a crazy senior who isn't even their instructor. However, Yura Marin firmly reminds them that what separates true summoners from other heroes is precisely this bond with the wild. They need to observe these creatures in their natural habitat and connect with them profoundly, rather than treating them as mere tools for combat. With that final word, she leaves them to start their survival trial. Some adapt much faster than others. By the second day, while Leo is calmly foraging for food, he hears a desperate scream echoing through the trees. Someone has stumbled upon a fairy, but when Leo follows the sound, he finds a poor student being swallowed whole by a giant carnivorous plant. Hovering right above is Quirin, openly mocking the boy. The fairy prince's grand plan was to spend the entire weekend pranking the clueless freshman, but Leo effortlessly snatches him out of the air like a common bug, reminding him that he wasn't unsealed just to run amok and cause trouble. Quirin defensively protests that he's actually conducting a serious investigation for the past 2 days. He's noticed an unnatural shift on the island. The usually docile beasts have grown highly aggressive. Pranks aside, his real goal is to figure out the source of this anomaly. Leo is skeptical at first, since this island is Freena's territory, and nothing major should happen without her knowing. But Quirin drops a bombshell. The ancient phoenix isn't on the island. He and Fiora found a letter left behind, stating she had to leave for a few days to tend to an urgent matter. In fact, Fiora was the first to sense the anomaly, and they split up to track it down. With this piece of information, the puzzle pieces start falling into place. Leo realizes this timing is way too convenient to be a coincidence, and immediately goes to find Fiora. Speaking of the little phoenix, she's found chilling in a clearing, happily munching on magic stones. When Leo tracks her down, he's stunned by the absurd heap of crystals she's accumulated. Though it makes dynamic sense. The ambient energy from the local spirits and magical beasts naturally condenses into crystals so that lesser spirits can feed and evolve. A high-ranking divine spirit like a phoenix has absolutely no need for them, meaning Fiora clearly scared away the local wildlife just to hoard the snacks for herself. More importantly, she explains that she wanted to power up quickly because she felt a deeply unsettling energy gripping the island. Right on cue, that foul presence crashes onto the scene. Leo recognizes the exact same dark aura he felt from the rogue beast tamer before. He draws his sword, telling Fiora and Quirin to brace themselves, as a grotesque, massive creature emerges from the foliage. Controlling it is the same hooded figure from their previous encounter, who instantly recognizes Leo as well. He muses that while fate keeps bringing them together, it's best to end their feud right here and now. The villain strikes, whipping a massive tentacle with such force that even though Leo dodges, it shears clean through a heavy tree behind him, ripping it up by the roots. That's just the opening salvo. The cultist uses the debris as a distraction to snare Leo's ankles, pinning him to the spot while preparing a lethal overhead strike. Acting fast, Leo unleashes a sweeping wave of Night's Breath aura, shredding the surrounding tentacles to pieces within seconds. However, their regeneration speed is terrifying. Odder still, they completely mask their presence, forcing Leo to rely entirely on visual tracking. Suspecting something, Leo asks if the beast is a variant of the Gorgon serpent. The enemy's visible shock confirms his hypothesis, as he snarls that a mere freshman shouldn't possess such deep lore on exotic magical beasts. That confirmation is all Leo needs. He commands Fiora to unleash her divine flames, as her specific tier of phoenix fire is perfect for neutralizing the Gorgon's hyper-regeneration. The counter-strategy works brilliantly, forcing the hooded tamer to summon a backup, a death slime. This high-ranking biological hazard spews lethal toxic gas, making it a nightmare to fight head-on. Luckily, a booming voice echoes through the canopy, demanding to know what the hell he thinks he's doing to his precious underclassmen. A brilliant beam of golden energy obliterates the slime instantly. It's Ulta, arriving in style atop his primary summon, a magnificent Pegasus. His sheer magical pressure is overwhelming. The cultist grinds his teeth, acknowledging the power of Lumine's strongest summoner, and realizes he needs to buy time for his primary beast to reform. He hurls another cluster of toxic monsters at Ulta, only for them to be pierced and disintegrated by subsequent light pillars. The display is so staggering that Fiora and Quirin wonder if they are completely outclassed by the Pegasus. But Leo clarifies that the summon's power is heavily amplified by the master's own massive mana pool, namely Ulta's. He pushes his magical output to the absolute limit, driven into a corner. The hooded figure grows desperate and prepares his largest summoning circle yet. The massive spike in dark mana alerts Professor Uramarin, who flashes across the island in seconds, arriving just in time to witness the birth of a grotesque new chimera, a cyclops. The rogue tamer boasts that this behemoth will crush whatever the professor throws out. To his utter shock, Uramarin doesn't summon a giant monster, but rather a massive swarm of tiny, seemingly adorable mice. However, these are devourer rats. With an icy grin, the professor issues a simple command: eat until there's nothing left. The swarm moves with terrifying lethal efficiency, and the cultist watches in horror as his giant cyclops is stripped down to bone in moments. Before he can choose between fleeing or summoning a countermeasure, Ulta steps in and strikes him down with another powerful light beam, forcing the heavily injured villain to quickly pull out a mysterious escape scroll and tear it in half. The scroll opens a brief spatial portal, allowing him to narrowly escape the island. Once the dust settles, Uramarin turns her attention to Leo, noting that the magic stone clearing is strictly forbidden territory. Leo quickly explains he was tracking down Fiora. Amused, the professor commends him for looking after his young summon so responsibly, deducing that the rogue tamer was trying to corrupt the magic stones to drive the local beasts insane. Without wasting a moment, she leaves to report the incident to the academy director, instructing Ulta to resume the survival training. Once they are left alone, the senior notices that the fairy following Leo around is actually his contracted companion. He finds it fascinating, but doesn't pry too deeply, choosing instead to introduce his own Pegasus, Aria. She behaves incredibly sweetly around Leo. which comes as a shock since she usually detests strangers. Ulta asks if he has encountered a Pegasus before. Leo lies and says no, though in his past life as Kyla, his primary contracted spirit was a legendary, loyal Pegasus. Shifting his focus to the bigger picture, Leo realizes that given how easily the rogue tamer infiltrated and operated on the Academy's private island, he can't help but suspect that the mole inside Lumine Academy might not be a student, but a member of the faculty. Several days later, they return to the Academy grounds and rejoin the rest of the student body at the central training base. There, Leo is summoned to a main tent to meet the top representatives of each year, Lush from the second year, Jack from the fourth, Riz from the fifth, and the very person Leo has been eager to track down, Elena Duran from the third year. She immediately and playfully asks if he wants to belong to her. Leo promptly declines. He knows he has to play his cards perfectly if he wants this eccentric girl to grant him access to the forbidden library, so he bluntly tells her she's way too old for him. While Lush thinks Leo has some serious nerve, Riz quickly steers the conversation back to business, shaking Jack awake so they can formally begin the briefing. The fourth-year representative is quite the character himself, completely obsessed with challenging Riz to a duel. Elena Duran immediately roasts him, calling him a brainless barbarian, while he snaps back with equal hostility, claiming she isn't even worth his time. To say the relationship among the student representatives is volatile would be an understatement. Nonetheless, they straighten up as they assemble before the Academy headmaster. He reveals he called them together for a matter of extreme gravity, effective immediately, until the first-year interdepartmental competition concludes. The entire campus, all students and faculty, is placed under absolute lockdown. What exactly does that entail? While the details are scarce, Leo instantly realizes this is a strategic move to smoke out the traitor. Later, Ileana explains to the class that nobody can cross the Academy boundaries under any circumstances. Meanwhile, Nello focuses on another developing headline, a widespread rumor that the upcoming exam venue is none other than Negran, the notorious ghost city in the southwest. It was completely ruined when a hero's dungeon went out of control, unleashing an environmental curse that makes it entirely uninhabitable for humans. In short, it's a lethal wasteland crawling with monsters. However, Leo recognizes it instantly as the historic battlefield where he and Licinus slew a Legion commander for the first time. This detail is massive. Without wasting a second, Leo dives into regional maps to locate the local bodies of water, certain that one of them must be Lake Erdiana, the site where his ancient covenant with Licinus was left behind, and where Luminius, the great spirit of light, likely slumbers. When the day of the grand tournament finally arrives, Leo is more driven than ever. The stadium stands are packed not only with students but also visiting families. Professor Yura Marin expresses concern, noting that the crowd provides perfect cover for an enemy infiltration. The headmaster agrees completely, but reassures her by mentioning that Frina has returned to secure the perimeter, ensuring a repeat of the previous breach won't happen. Moments later, the announcer declares the start of the match, explaining it will be a massive battle royale designed to thoroughly test their skills, tactical execution, and pure survival instinct. They will fight until only one student stands. Whichever department that winner belongs to claims total victory. To ensure safety, everyone is equipped with a monitoring bracelet that will automatically teleport them back to the academy the instant a fatal blow is detected. Since this double features as their formal practical exam, score calculation isn't just about survival time, it rewards active performance and enemy eliminations. Every action is meticulously logged by the bracelets, so the announcer advises them to make every tactical decision count. With the rules laid out, the teleportation array triggers, depositing the students directly into the airspace over the ghost city. Finding themselves in a literal freefall, their very first challenge is figuring out a safe landing mechanism before hitting the ground. Looking down, Leo can see the heavy density of environmental curses polluting the atmosphere, with the sole exception of the castle ruins. Realizing that the bulk of the student body will naturally converge there, he decides to break away and search for Lake Erdiana. Meanwhile, Riz summons a massive avian beast to scout the airspace, clashing almost immediately with Duran Moira. Recognizing each other as top-tier threats, they exchange blows, only to be completely disrupted when Leo streaks past them at such an absurd velocity that the sheer shockwave leaves them dazed. Leo touches down in the western sector, intent on locating Luminius, the spirit who was sealed away by Licinus when it neared total dissolution. Unfortunately, tracking the location is a nightmare due to a powerful sensory scrambling curse generating illusions across the zone. To make matters more complicated, he's suddenly ambushed by Chia. She explicitly states she is here to settle a personal score with a proper duel. Though it seems early in the match, she admits that ever since their first meeting, she hasn't stopped wondering about the true gap between their abilities. Within a split second, she blurs out of sight, reappearing inches from his face to drive a heavy strike into his chest. Leo barely snaps up his fire armor to absorb the impact. Realizing she needs to pull out all the stops, Chia summons a high-tier water spirit to launch a devastating torrent, but Leo holds his ground once more. However, that frontal assault was merely a feint. By the time he registers the trap, Chia catches him with a follow-up strike from his blind spot. Leo barely blocks it, but the successive pressure is enough to hand her the tactical momentum. As she backs off to reset her stance, Leo observes that her movements are too rigid, completely suffocating the fluid, adaptive nature of water magic. To demonstrate the difference, he ignites a massive surge of fire aura and presses forward with such overwhelming force that Chia realizes a single clean hit will eliminate her, forcing her entirely onto the defensive. In her panic, she falls into the exact same misdirection trap she had pulled on him earlier. Just like that, Leo secures the win. Chia is left reeling, unable to comprehend how a mere 15-year-old can possess such terrifying mastery. The real surprise comes when Leo simply walks away without triggering her elimination, stating he chooses who goes out. She initially takes this clemency as an insult, until Leo points out that he needs her healthy to deal with the two incoming threats trailing him, Elisa Herkin and Duran Moira. Both are hunting him down with pure competitive bloodlust, but since Leo has zero interest in wasting time, he leaves them in Chia's hands. Accepting her technical defeat, she pragmatically suggests to Duran that since they are department allies, he should help her locate Nyla to patch up her injuries. Though Duran initially scoffs at the idea, Chia's charisma shines through, convincing both him and Elisa to form a temporary truce and head toward the central fortress together. It proves that Chia's true strength lies far beyond simple combat power. As the trio makes their way across the ruins, they wonder what Leo is actually tracking down. Meanwhile, at the center of the zone, a massive faction of summoning department students prepares to storm the main stronghold, only to be violently repelled by an aura blast from Celia Serdinger, who has locked down the northern gate alongside her allies. Panicking, the attackers redirect toward the eastern entrance, but that route is firmly barricaded by Chloe, who completely shuts down the path and forces them to weigh their remaining options. Terrified that other top-tier students might be holding the remaining gates, they hesitate, desperately looking for an alternative strategy. Suddenly, an anomaly occurs that completely derails the entire examination. The sudden appearance of a black weaver, which the students recognize as the rogue Fafnir variant that wrecked the previous summoning trial. No one understands how it bypassed safety parameters. Watching from the primary monitoring room, Zeiss tracks Celia's performance on the screen, quietly noting to himself that her form is flawless. Standing nearby is the noble elder of the Lewin family, uncle to Abad and Chelsea Lewin, who is beaming with pride over his nephew and niece. However, the atmosphere turns ice cold when he spots a minotaur on the feeds, a high-threat demonic beast that was absolutely not included in the exam roster. Professors Zedjan and Harry Edmund instantly realize the severity of the breach and rush to the master console. The technician delivers grim news. All comms with the Negran Field Center have been severed. They order an immediate emergency extraction of all students, but the mass teleportation system fails to respond. Harry Edmund urges his colleague to keep overriding the console while he runs to alert the headmaster and halt this disaster before it turns into a massacre. Back within the ruins, a squadron from the cavalry department engages a group of magic students, aiming to eliminate them quickly before Walden, who has secured the southern gates, can arrive with reinforcements. But petty point scoring becomes the least of their worries when a rogue breath attack from the Fafnir tears through the plaza. Several students would have been killed on the spot if Walden hadn't sensed the incoming danger and intercepted the blast to protect them. He orders everyone in the vicinity to fall back inside the fortress walls for safety. Meanwhile, Leo is entirely unaware that the exam grounds have turned into a war zone. Having checked 3 lakes with no results, the final body of water left to inspect is the one situated right next to the central stronghold. As he makes his way back toward the center of the action with his usual relaxed gait, he suddenly freezes, detecting a massive curse spreading through the area. This isn't part of the ruins' ambient layout. It's a fresh disruption curse, a tactical array frequently deployed by the legions of Tartarus during large-scale sieges. Realizing everyone is in mortal danger, Leo drops his casual demeanor and breaks into a full sprint. The primary function of this high-level curse is to erect an impenetrable barrier, completely severing the zone from the outside world. The Academy's traitor has finally made his move, trapping the students inside with malicious intent. Inside the fortress, casualties are mounting and the safety bracelets remain offline, Chelsea Lewin is cornered and nearly overwhelmed by a roaring minotaur, but Abad steps in just in time to deflect the blow, making it loudly clear that the interdepartmental rivalry is officially over. Cooperation is now their only chance of survival. He releases a high-visibility flare, which Chia recognizes from afar as an official emergency rally signal. Knowing that an extreme crisis has derailed the trial, Duran Moira takes point, telling everyone to stack up behind him while he cuts a path through the monster horde. He systematically tears through the incoming monsters with his lightning aura until their group successfully reaches the fortress. The defenders inside quickly unbolt the gates to pull them in, assuming they are the last survivors. However, Leo is still missing. The newcomers report that the crazy guy was heading further out into the danger zone rather than retreating. Left with no choice, they lock down the gates, forced to pray he can hold his own out there. As they pool their information, the situation grows significantly bleaker. The extraction artifacts are dead, and demonic beasts are actively spawning both outside and directly inside the courtyard. It is clear that beyond the city's default layout, someone has layered malicious arrays to maintain the external block and accelerate the hostile spawn rates. They collectively decide that their best play is to consume their remaining defensive elixirs, fortify their positions inside the stone walls, and hold out until a rescue party from the faculty breaks through. Emio, however, vehemently disagrees, stubbornly arguing that this could still be a secret test of grit by the professors and that hiding inside makes them look pathetic. Celia Serdinger snaps back, pointing out that the body count and genuine injuries make it obvious this is no drill. Refusing to listen, Emio arrogantly tries to march back outside to play the hero. But Walden stops him cold, tossing a severed minotaur head right at his feet and telling him to drop the suicidal delusions and start reinforcing the barricades. With internal squabbles silenced, Celia Serdinger takes charge, organizing the students like a seasoned commander and dividing them into tactical squads. The strategy works perfectly. When a massive minotaur splinters one of the side doors, Duran Moira is already waiting and paralyzes it with a single lightning strike, creating a perfect opening for the vanguard to finish it off. Up on the ramparts, the coordination is just as tight. The mages form a concentrated firing line to suppress the horde from a distance, while Elisa Herkin's massive snake summon crashes down with devastating physical sweeps. Meanwhile, the audience in the Academy Stadium watches the live transmission in absolute awe. Lush mutters that the freshman might actually pull through, but Elena Giron grimly warns her not to be naive. There is no way a mastermind would orchestrate an infiltration of this scale just to send basic vanguard monsters. In a worst-case scenario, the real threat is yet to come. Her chilling words manifest instantly as the sky literally tears open, revealing a colossal hand that begins casually scooping up and devouring the lesser beasts. Elena recognizes the entity from her advanced demonology textbooks, a 50-foot-tall biological terror simply known as the giant colossus. The students on the ground freeze in terror, praying the monstrosity is slow due to its size. But all hope shatters when the colossus fully steps through the rift and breaks into a terrifying sprint, aiming straight for the fortress walls. Desperate to buy time, Chloe steps up and channels a high-output magic circle, shouting at the fleeing students to stand their ground and fight. She knows she can't kill it alone, but their choices are down to fighting or dying. Unfortunately, any flesh sheared away by her spell immediately knits back together before their eyes. The creature's hyper-regeneration instantly breaks the morale she had managed to rally, sending the students into a full rout. Everyone runs except Chloe. Remembering how Leo always pushed forward regardless of the odds, she anchors her feet and unleashes an even grander ice spell, impaling the Titan through multiple vital points. Sadly, it isn't enough, and the Colossus rears back its fist to crush her. Celia Serdinger screams at her to move, but a blur cuts through the air between Chloe and the monster, clean severing the giant's descending arm. It's Leo, finally arriving on the battlefield. The entry is so characteristically reckless that Quirin pops out of his ring, frantically reminding Leo that fairy healing magic can't fix him if he gets flattened. Leo tells him to stuff it and dismisses him back to the spirit realm. Turning to Chloe, he offers a warm smile, telling her that her stand was worthy of a true hero. Blushing furiously, she mumbles that she was just copying someone she looks up to. They quickly regroup with the main force, where Card Thomas briefs Leo on the tactical situation, explaining that they had the defense perfectly coordinated until this regenerative anomaly dropped in. Leo tracks the Titan's recovering limb and calmly states that the solution is simple. They just need to combine their attacks and bring it down for good. The problem is that morale has hit rock bottom. Most of the students have completely checked out mentally. Leo reassures them, promising that he will coordinate the offensive. Elisa Herkin scoffs, initially refusing to take orders from a lower-ranked student. But Chia quickly uses her natural charm to smooth things over. Watching Leo take absolute command of a crisis without a single flicker of hesitation, Abad Lewin realizes there is still an absolute ocean of difference between their capabilities. Even Duran Moira agrees to fall in line, though he proudly demands the right to strike the final blow. Back at the Academy Stadium, the audience watches the battlefield feed, a collective wave of confidence washing over them as they realize these freshmen might actually pull off the impossible. Among the spectators, Elena Giron is the most captivated. She notes that the exact moment Leo took the field, the entire atmosphere shifted. It reminded her explicitly of the ancient legends, the kind of rare heroes capable of forging hope out of absolute despair and cutting a path through the deepest darkness. She has no doubt Leo is cut from that exact same cloth. Back on the field, the giant colossus takes a massive laceration across its shoulder. Elisa Herkin provides highly agile aerial transport, maneuvering her flying summons seamlessly around the Titan while launching her own spells. Abad admits her coordination is incredible, but notes that they're just getting started. The colossus suddenly unhinges its jaw, unloosing a beam of concentrated purple energy. Elisa dodges the blast effortlessly, looping around to drop Abad directly onto the creature's blind spot. He channels his mana, detonating a massive spell that blows the Titan's head clean off. Unbelievably, the head begins to reform instantly, leaving them frustrated over how to permanently put the monster down. Right then, Celia Serdinger leaps onto Elisa's flying summon to deliver Leo's next tactical directive, a synchronized combination of high-tier fire and wind magic. To set up the next phase, the true Vanguard offensive is finally ready. While the Flyers draw the Titan's focus, Chloe finishes casting an absolute fortress of a spell, manifesting hundreds of massive ice spires that impale the Colossus. Simultaneously, Duran Moira and Chia initiate their joint strike. Utilizing water as a perfect electrical conductor, Chia shrouds the monster within a swirling water dragon, creating a massive conductor path that Duran exploits to channel his highest voltage lightning aura. To ensure the paralyzed Titan can't shift out of the blast zone, Walden locks down the perimeter, summoning massive spectral chains that bind the Colossus by the neck. With all these high-tier spells overlapping flawlessly, victory is suddenly within sight, and Leo and Chelsea Lewin haven't even dropped their final payload yet. As the thrashing Titan attempts a final, desperate countersurge, Chelsea channels an advanced wind current, constructing an accelerated runway through the air. Leo sprints up the gale, infusing his blade with Fiora's divine phoenix breath, and delivers a devastating cleave that scorches the creature's core to prevent cellular recovery. To seal the deal, Chloe immediately triggers her ultimate spell, Glacial World, instantly freezing every single cell of the Colossus solid. The hyper-regeneration is completely halted, and with a final symbolic tap, the giant shatters into a million glittering shards. As the dust clears over the ice-covered square, the exhausted students break into ecstatic, disbelieving cheers, barely able to process that they successfully took down a legendary threat. Carr Thomas rushes over to hand out healing potions, but Chloe's eyes wander, searching for their leader. Unbeknownst to the class, the white-haired protagonist has already slipped away to his true objective, the lake. Submerging his hand into the water, he shatters the seal, awakening Luminous, the great spirit of light. He greets her like an old friend, but the spirit is initially confused. When he reveals his true identity as Kylie, she senses his unique spiritual signature and immediately asks about Lesinas. Leo is forced to deliver the heavy truth. Lesinas, along with all their old comrades, passed away millennia ago, as 5,000 years have marched on. The revelation stuns her, but looking up at the clear sky, she feels a profound sense of peace. Such a sight was unimaginable during the era of chaos, proving that Lesinas's ultimate wish to restore light to the world was fulfilled. While she expresses her gratitude, her expression darkens as she notes a familiar, malevolent energy resurfacing in the world. She asks if he intends to take up his sword once more. Leo answers without hesitation, he has no intention of letting anyone destroy the hard-won peace his friends died for. Moved by his resolve, Luminous bestows upon him a sacred crest, a token passed down through generations of light spirits. While it carries no raw destructive power, displaying it ensures that all lesser spirits of light will recognize him as their sovereign ally, an invaluable asset for the battles ahead. Softly whispering that the sky is every bit as beautiful as she had dreamed, the Great Spirit dissolves into particles of pure light. Season Finale, Chapter 60.